Chapter 2090. Qin Chaoyang had seen Yang Kai use the great divine technique of the space secret technique when defending against the invasion of the demons. With a single move, he had opened up a black hole and swallowed up countless demons. Thus, he concluded that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. Qin Chaoyang wasn't sure how strong a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space was. However, he was certain that such a cultivator would have a unique advantage in escaping and pursuing. It was something that ordinary people couldn't compare to. He felt that with Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space, if he really wanted to leave Maplewood City, it wouldn't be difficult. Giving him the complete 7 points Black Tortoise formation in exchange for his promise to protect Qin Yu wasn't a bad deal. All right. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. He glanced at Qin Yu standing to the side and said, "As long as I don't die, Qin Yu will definitely be fine." He had the confidence to do so. After all, he had a trump card like the sealed world bead in his hands. Qin Chaoyang smiled happily, with little brother's words, "This Qin can rest assured. You can stay here and comprehend the formation method. This old man will be responsible for guarding the city walls." Yang Kai nodded and immediately found a quiet place nearby. He sat down cross-legged and immersed his mind into the jade slip, carefully comprehending it. Time slowly passed. Yang Kai was completely immersed in the mysteries of the 7 points Black Tortoise formation. He found that Qin Yu was right. Although this formation was completed by the Qin family's ancestors and couldn't be compared to the original, it was easy to learn and effective. He didn't need to spend much time to comprehend it. He didn't have a deep understanding of the Tao of formations. However, the 7 points Black Tortoise formation was different from ordinary defensive and offensive formations. This set of array formations was based on the combined efforts of warriors. The complete Black Tortoise 7 points array could even reproduce a portion of the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit's power. On the other side, Tao Source Realm Masters were constantly flying over. They obtained jade slips from Qin Yu and went off to find a place to study them. Qin Yu handed it over to those people. Clearly, it was not the complete formation method. Instead, each of them had handed over 1/7 of the formation method. A day later, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and immediately received a message. Impressively, it was the message City Lord Duan Yuan Shan had sent to gather his men. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at Qin Chaoyang. The latter gave him a slight nod. At the same time, a fat figure descended from the sky. Who else could it be but Drunkard with a big cyan gourd hanging from his waist? Drunkard stood on the city wall and waved to Qin Chaoyang, "Go." Qin Chaoyang smiled, "Then I'll have to trouble Vice City Lord Master to guard this city wall for me." Drunkard raised his eyes and glanced at him, "Old man, be careful when you go out. Don't die outside." The corner of Qin Chaoyang's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just winked at Yang Kai. Taking Qin Yu with him, they flew towards the gathering place. After a short while, the two landed somewhere in the city. At this time, there were already 4 people gathered here, all of them Tao Source Realm Masters. Among these 4, Maplewood City City Lord Duan Yuan Shan and Vice City Lord Zhuang Pan were among them. As for the other 2, Yang Kai didn't recognize them. One of them was an old man with a pale face and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure. Yang Kai's eyes swept over them and landed on the beautiful woman in shock. Because he discovered that this beautiful woman was a 3rd order Tao Source Realm Master, even stronger than Duan Yuan Shan. Moreover, her aura was restrained, and the power within her body was faintly discernible, making it difficult for others to grasp. Since when did Maplewood City have so many 3rd order Tao Source Realm Masters? Yang Kai was puzzled. He had seen a male master of this level at the entrance of the Spirit Pill Plaza 2 days ago, but he didn't expect to see another one now. He didn't know where these 2 came from, but he was sure that they weren't local cultivators. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the beautiful woman smiled sweetly. Her pair of watery peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to speak, containing a captivating light. Kai Yang's heart suddenly became alert, and he quietly averted his gaze. "Brother Yang, Brother Qin, you've come." Duan Yuan Shan cupped his fists when he saw the two arrive. Vice City Lord Zhuang Pan coldly snorted, as if he had a grudge against Yang Kai and didn't want to see him. Yang Kai didn't care. Last time in the city lord's mansion, he and Zhuang Pan didn't get along well, even breaking the spirituality of his artifact. At this moment, the other party naturally wouldn't give him any face. "City Lord Duan, this lady is..." Qin Zhaoyang landed on the ground and looked at the beautiful woman with a puzzled expression. The formation method of the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was taught to these Dao Source Realm Masters by Qin Yu. Qin Zhaoyang didn't intervene, so he hadn't seen this beautiful woman before. He also knew that it was impossible for there to be a third-order Dao Source Realm Master in Maplewood City, so he immediately asked this question. "This mistress is Hua Qingxi, greetings." The beautiful woman took the initiative to speak without waiting for Duan Yuan Shan to introduce her. "So, it's Madame Hua." Qin Chaoyang furrowed his brow as a strange look flashed across his face. The other party had only introduced him by name, so he didn't know if it was real or fake. He couldn't guess her origins. Duan Yuan Shan smiled and said, "Madame Hua isn't a cultivator of my Maplewood City. Before the demonic Qi besieged the city, she happened to be working in my Maplewood City. When she heard that we were going out to repair the seal, she volunteered to help. This Duan is very grateful for Madame Hua's righteousness." Hua Qingxi covered her mouth and smiled charmingly. "City Lord Duan is too polite. Now that Maplewood City is suffering, this mistress is just trying to protect herself. There's no need to talk about righteousness. This should be Brother Yang, right? This old man is Duli Shen. We had a simple exchange before." The beardless old man seemed to be interested in Yang Kai and stood up to introduce himself. "So it's old Mr. Du, nice to meet you." Yang Kai returned the greeting indifferently. He also knew this Duli Shen. He was the old ancestor of Maplewood City's Du family. Like Qin Chaoyang, he was also a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although the two had never met before, when they were defending Maplewood City together, they had a simple communication through the communication artifact, so they weren't unfamiliar with each other. On the other side, Qin Chaoyang saw that Duli Shen was trying to curry favor with Yang Kai, so he quickly changed the topic. "City Lord Duan, we are still short one person. Don't tell me you want to be one of the 7 people? You will only be responsible for repairing the seal this time." There were originally 4 Dao Source Realm cultivators gathered here, but including him and Yang Kai, there were only 6 people. Duan Yuan Shan smiled and said, "Let's wait a little longer. That person should be here soon." While speaking, a stream of light rapidly shot over from the distance. Judging from its direction, it seemed to be coming from the city lord's mansion. After a short while, the light flashed and arrived above everyone's heads, revealing a figure. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Because he discovered that the last person was actually the middle-aged man with the third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation he had met at the entrance of the Spirit Pill Plaza a few days ago. After this person arrived, he just swept his gaze down, pausing for a moment on Yang Kai before saying indifferently, "This king is late." His carefree attitude made everyone a little unhappy. However, due to his shocking cultivation level, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Only Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and giggled, making her look a little pretentious. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze turned cold and focused on Hua Qingxi. But after discovering that the other party's cultivation was on par with his, he couldn't help but reveal a strange look, as if he hadn't expected that there would be another third-order master in this small Maplewood City besides himself. For a moment, he couldn't see through Hua Qingxi, so the middle-aged man could only coldly snort. "Brother Fu, you came at the right time." Duan Yuan Shan chuckled. It was obvious that there were two more people in this group whose strength surpassed his, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. More importantly, these two people had taken the initiative to come to him and said that they would contribute to repairing the seal, so he couldn't refuse them directly. City Lord, Master, once we leave, Maplewood City's defensive strength will be greatly reduced. Will the rest of us have any problems? Qin Chaoyang asked worriedly. After all, the Qin family's foundation was still in Maplewood City, and if the city was breached, they would suffer a great loss. With Drunkard and the old ancestors of the other families, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term, but we have to hurry, Duan Yuan Shan quickly said, since everyone is here, let's set off. Saying so, Duan Yuan Shan waved his hand and took the lead to fly out. The others also hurriedly followed him. When they arrived at the city wall, there were already people waiting for them. Open the array. Duan Yuan Shan's gaze was deep as he looked at the churning demon qi and the demonic creatures that were constantly moving about outside, before he shouted out in a low voice. Hearing this, the array masters beside him hurriedly controlled the array plates in their hands. Under their control, a crack slowly appeared in the impregnable defensive array. When the crack was large enough for one person to pass through, Duan Yuan Shan took the lead and rushed out, shouting, "Let's go!" Xio Xio Xio, everyone present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so they naturally had a good grasp of timing. After flashes of light, the seven of them had already rushed out of the city. Qin Yu followed closely behind Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang, not daring to take even half a step away. As soon as the 8 of them left, the array masters at the city wall hurriedly closed the defensive array. Outside the city, the demonic qi was churning, and the wind was whistling in their ears. They could vaguely hear the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, which made their blood run cold and made their blood boil. Qin Yu's face turned slightly pale, while her tender body trembled slightly. Even with Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang working together to protect her, with her second-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was still unable to bear the pressure of entering such a dangerous place. Set up the array. Duan Yuan Shan shouted from the front. In the next moment, everyone rushed to different places in a flash, and each of them kept making seals with their hands. As their seals changed, an indescribable connection gradually connected the 7 Dao Source Realm cultivators together. The source qi around everyone's body started to churn, before spreading out and fusing together. An extraordinary aura suddenly appeared out of thin air, before spreading out in all directions. It drove away all of the demonic qi, causing the area where the 7 of them stood to be temporarily empty. Chapter 2091. The source qi within the bodies of the 7 Dao Source Realm Masters churned and churned, before gushing out like a river from a broken dam. The speed at which it flowed out caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Qin Chaoyang roared out in a stern voice, "There's no need to panic. This spirit array should be like this before it's formed. Everyone, you must work together." Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly calmed down and continued to form seals. The surging source qi could be seen with the naked eye as it gradually converged together. After a short while, the embryonic form of a malevolent-looking colossus was formed. It had a dragon's head, a tortoise's back and a snake's tail, appearing extremely mighty and unparalleled. It was the body of the divine spirit, the black tortoise. A sensational pressure suddenly radiated out, causing even the 7 people in the spirit array to feel incomparably shocked. At this moment, the black tortoise divine spirit formed from the condensed source qi of the 7 people appeared extremely lifelike, with its head turning and tail swaying, just like a living creature. However, compared to the real black tortoise, it was undoubtedly much smaller. Despite that, it was still a colossus. Among the 7 people, Duan Yuan Shan was at the head of the dragon, while the other 4 were scattered across the 4 limbs. The middle-aged man surnamed Fu was at the tail of the snake. As for Yang Kai, he was at the center, with Qin Yu at his side. Such an arrangement was naturally deliberate by Qin Chaoyang. The reason why he had arranged for Yang Kai to be at the center was so that he could protect Qin Yu. At this moment, the 7 Dao Source Realm Masters seemed to be hiding within a translucent black tortoise divine spirit. When the 7 points black tortoise spirit array was formed, the continuously flowing source chi of the 7 people finally slowed down, causing their speed to become extremely slow. Looks of joy appeared on the faces of the 7 people. None of them were in a hurry to take action. Instead, all of them closed their eyes and silently sensed the mysteries of this otherworldly spirit array. Demonic chi surged out from all directions, surrounding the 7 people and quickly engulfing the translucent black tortoise figure. Countless demonic creatures attacked from all directions, borrowing the cover of the demonic chi to launch their attacks. Just like the waves of the sea, wave after wave came. In an instant, the black tortoise figure disappeared. On the city walls, countless pairs of eyes revealed looks of worry. Watching nervously and anxiously, for fear that these 7 Dao Source Realm Masters would die here. Suddenly, a low roar came from the demonic chi. This roar was like the roar of a dragon, but also like the roar of a beast. It resounded through the heavens and earth. Along with the roar, a power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth suddenly erupted. The demonic chi surrounding that area was cleared in an instant, and countless demonic beasts that were pouncing over were sent flying in midair. They exploded into clouds of blood mist. The illusory image of the Holy Spirit reappeared, and the 8 people hiding in the illusory image remained unharmed. Duan Yuan Shan laughed heartily. With the help of such a miraculous spirit array, why would we need to worry about not accomplishing anything? Set off. After experiencing the profundity of the 7 points black tortoise formation, his confidence increased greatly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed forward. The others followed closely behind him, maintaining the operation of the formation. They had a good grasp of the distance. Along the way, whenever a demonic beast came to obstruct them, the illusory image of the Holy Spirit would wave its palm, which was bigger than a door. With a single slap, none of the demonic beasts could withstand it, and all of them would be sent flying, turning into a pool of mud. Maplewood City wasn't too far away from the mine, only 2,000 kilometers away. However, if any of these 7 Dao Source Realm Masters were to fly there, it would be impossible for them to escape. Only a few of them would be able to reach it safely. But now, with the help of the spirit array, the source chi of the 7 people combined into one, transforming into the illusory image of the Holy Spirit. The highly corrosive demonic chi couldn't do anything to them, and was blocked outside of their bodies. On the other hand, the endless number of demonic creatures had somewhat slowed down the group's progress. This spirit array is really a good thing. Everyone pushed forward without any pressure. Hua Qingxi, who was at the right limb of the illusory image of the black tortoise, suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Her beautiful eyes looked to the left and said, "I wonder if old Sir Qin has any plans to sell it to the outside world? If you have such intentions, this mistress can." Madam Hua, there's no need to say more. This spirit array is something that this Qin's ancestor worked hard to complete. This Qin will not sell it to the outside world. Qin Chaoyang didn't wait for Hua Qingxi to finish and said with a dark face, "Old Sir Qin, don't be so decisive. Everything in this world has a price. After this matter is over, this mistress will find an opportunity to have a good talk with you alone." Hua Qingxi smiled. Obviously, she didn't intend to let it go so easily. As she spoke, her eyes were like water. Even though Qin Chaoyang was old and weak, when he was looked at by this pair of peach blossom eyes, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. The blood in his body boiled and his throat became dry. Secretly cursing a vixen, he hurriedly protected his mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the roiling blood in his chest. This lord is also very interested in this spirit array. When the time comes, count me in. The middle-aged man suddenly interrupted, his tone not allowing for any rebuttal. This master's words are really unreasonable. Hua Qingxi immediately felt somewhat unhappy. With a snort, she said, "This mistress was the one who suggested this to old Sir Qin first. If master is interested, shouldn't you wait for this mistress and old Sir Qin to finish our discussion first? You're talking about first come, first served." The middle-aged man shot an indifferent glance at Hua Qingxi and sneered, "Do you think that you're buying buns from the marketplace?" Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. However, a faint smile remained on her face as she said, "Master, are you clearly trying to bully a weak girl like this mistress?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, "You're not convinced?" The exchange of words between the two had already caused sparks to fly. At the front, Duan Yuan Shan shouted out, "Both of you, the most important thing right now is to repair that broken seal. Everything else can be discussed in the future. Can the both of you give me some face and not talk about this matter for the time being?" Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, not saying a word. On the other hand, the middle-aged man continued to speak in an arrogant and cold voice, "Why do you need to interfere in this lord's matters? Do you believe that this lord will leave this spirit array right now and make it so that you won't be able to return alive?" Upon hearing those words, not only did Duan Yuan Shan's expression change drastically, even the faces of Qin Chaoyang, Zhuang Pan and Du Lishan turned ashen. The 7 points black tortoise spirit array required the cooperation of 7 people. If the middle-aged man really did not care about them and left at this moment, with his powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm, he might be able to carve out a path of survival. However, the others did not have the same ability as him. At the very least, the few people from the first-order Dao source realm did not have the confidence to resist the corrosion of the demonic qi for a long period of time. It would not be long before they were turned into members of the demonic creatures. Although there was still Qin Yu present as a substitute, Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. How could he coordinate with the others to unleash the spirit array? If he really did so, it would only take a few breaths for Qin Yu to be sucked dry of the strength in his body. It could be said that if the middle-aged man really left, at least half of the remaining people would die. "Master, there's no need for you to do this, right?" Zhuang Pan's face turned pale from fright. He had not come here of his own free will, as Duan Yuan Shan had specifically requested for him. His strength was inferior to Drunkard's, and Duan Yuan Shan needed Drunkard to take charge of Maplewood City after his departure. Therefore, Zhuang Pan could only count him in. At this moment, seeing the arrogance of the middle-aged man, while feeling fear and bitterness in his heart, he began to rain curses on Duan Yuan Shan, blaming him for not being able to see through people. He did not even know where he had found this idiot, who did not even have the slightest bit of moral bottom line. This was truly infuriating. "That's right. Master, you must not be rash." Du Lishan also started to advise him. "Let's talk things over properly." As he said that, he shot glances at Qin Chaoyang, hinting for him to think of a solution. Yang Kai did not bat an eyelid, only looking at Duan Yuan Shan in astonishment. Previously, the middle-aged man had come from the city lord's mansion. Therefore, Yang Kai had naturally assumed that this fellow had some sort of friendship with Duan Yuan Shan, and that they were familiar with each other. However, from the looks of it, that was clearly not the case. This middle-aged man did not place Duan Yuan Shan in his eyes at all. Or rather, it could be said that he did not place anyone in his eyes at all, and had always had a sense of superiority over everyone under the heavens. Does this fellow have a great background? Yang Kai secretly guessed. Only a cultivator with an extraordinary background would have such an arrogant and unyielding temperament. Discuss? This king has never discussed anything with others. The middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Qin Chaoyang. "Old fellow, are you going to sell this 7 points black tortoise formation or not? Give me a straightforward answer." His appearance of wanting to immediately withdraw if he was unable to obtain a satisfactory answer caused the hearts of the others to feel incomparably anxious. Pairs of eyes shot towards Qin Chaoyang, pleading looks appearing on their faces. "Master, how can you do such a thing?" A look of disbelief appeared on Qin Chaoyang's face, causing him to feel extremely pained and hateful. On the other side, Duan Yuan Shan was also infuriated to the extreme, with his fists tightly clenched. It was not because the other party did not place him, the city lord, in his eyes. Instead, it was because this fellow had actually kicked him while he was down. If he had known that the other party had such wild ambitions, how could he have agreed to let him form a part of this spirit array? If not for the current bad timing, Duan Yuan Shan might have immediately fallen out with this middle-aged man. This king doesn't have much patience. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to sell it or not?" The middle-aged man was overbearing, not giving Qin Chaoyang the slightest chance to breathe. "Old Qin." Du Lishan started to panic as he looked anxiously at Qin Chaoyang. "Brother Qin, it's better to look at the bigger picture." Zhuang Pan also started to persuade him. After saying that, he added, "It doesn't matter to the few of us. However, without the protection of the Great Array, you will." He had a worried expression on Qin Yu's face, appearing as though he was extremely concerned about Qin Yu. A look of resentment and unwillingness appeared on Qin Chaoyang's face. After all, he had taken the initiative to provide the Qin family's Great Array. Furthermore, he had personally led his precious granddaughter, Qin Yu, into this dangerous place with the intention of alleviating the crisis facing Maplewood City. However, he never expected that his hot-bloodedness would be drenched in ice-cold water here. How could he be willing to hand over the Great Array? "Fine, I'll sell the 7 points Black Tortoise Array to Brother Fu." After muttering to himself for a moment, Qin Chaoyang knew that there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Huh, a wise man submits to circumstances." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "You're pretty good, old fellow." Chapter 2092. I'm willing to sell this spirit array. May I know how much this master is willing to pay? Qin Chaoyang asked furiously. Seemingly prepared for this, the middle-aged man raised a finger and replied, 10 million. Why don't you just rob me? Qin Chaoyang roared furiously. Everyone else was also looking at the middle-aged man with incredulity on their faces. Although 10 million source crystals wasn't a small amount, it was too low for the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. During the auction, a single Dao source fruit could be sold for 10 million source crystals, not to mention such an extraordinary spirit array. If such a spirit array were to be auctioned off, there would definitely be many great sects vying for it. Selling it for tens of millions of source crystals wouldn't be a problem. A mere 10 million source crystals was truly not something Qin Chaoyang could accept. 10 million, not a single cent more, not a single cent less. The middle-aged man ignored Qin Chaoyang's fury and gave a cold snort. If you continue to be so long-winded, there won't be such a price left. Tisk tsk, this flying Saint Palace master is truly domineering. You've really opened this mistress' eyes. Hua Qingxi suddenly gave a tender laugh. Flying Saint Palace? Zhuangpan cried out in surprise, while Du Lishan's expression changed. As for Duan Yuan Shan, his face was similarly filled with astonishment. On one hand, it was due to the sudden discovery of the middle-aged man's origins, while on the other hand, it was naturally due to Hua Qingxi. Although everyone had guessed that the middle-aged man's origins weren't small, no one knew his exact background. Only Hua Qingxi was able to point it out, and no one knew where she had gotten the clues from. Upon hearing her words, Yang Kai grew extremely vigilant in his heart. Shooting a stealthy glance at the middle-aged man, he secretly felt that this fellow had come with ill intentions. That day, he had killed the Flying Saint Palace's young master, Ning Yuancheng, who had been possessed by the wood spirit. Although he had been forced to do so, it could be said that he had indirectly killed the other party. After that, he had seized Ning Yuancheng's ship and refined it for his own use. From the looks of it, it wasn't a coincidence that the middle-aged man had appeared in Maplewood City. He was most likely here to pursue the cause of Ning Yuancheng's death. A few days ago, this middle-aged man had definitely noticed the ship outside of the Spirit Pill Plaza. He was afraid that the other party had already determined that he was the murderer. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face darkened slightly. After Hua Qingxi exposed his origins, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared at the beautiful woman and said, "This madam's eyesight is not bad. Where are you from?" Hua Qingxi reached out and stroked the hair by her ear. She chuckled and said, "This concubine is just a stray cultivator. What's there to talk about?" Humph. Naturally, the middle-aged man would not believe Hua Qingxi's nonsense. While he was secretly bewildered in his heart, a faint sliver of fear finally flashed across his eyes. To be able to see through his identity so quickly, he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, he was used to being arrogant, so he didn't think much of Hua Qingxi. "Have you made up your mind?" The middle-aged man turned his head towards Qin Chaoyang once again. Qin Chaoyang sighed, "Can't the price go any higher?" In this current situation, he was like a fish on a chopping block. He still had Qin Yu to worry about, so he was ultimately unable to win against the middle-aged man. However, if he could obtain more origin crystals, he would still give it a try. "What do you think?" The middle-aged man replied with a question. Qin Chaoyang's face darkened, as though he had aged many years in an instant. He replied, "Then let's do as master wishes." "Very good." The middle-aged man was extremely satisfied. He extended his hand and beckoned towards Qin Chaoyang. "Since you've handed the item to me, I will not go back on my word." "Wait a moment." At this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted the transaction. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of the voice, only to discover that it was Yang Kai, who had spoken. Ever since Hua Qingxi had exchanged words with the middle-aged man, and then forced Qin Chaoyang to sell the 7 points Black Tortoise formation, Yang Kai had remained silent the entire time, causing everyone to almost forget about him. However, no one expected him to suddenly speak at this crucial moment, causing everyone to be at a loss. No one knew what he was planning to do. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she sized up Yang Kai with interest, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, as a sliver of unknown killing intent flashed within them. He said in a cold voice, "Kid, what are you planning to do?" "Don't be nervous, master." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm not here to snatch business from you. However, after what you've done, master, I suddenly feel that the alliance between us is a little too weak. If any one of us wants to back out, he can threaten the others. This isn't a good idea." Duan Yuan Shan said in a deep voice, "This Duan has not thought things through." He had originally thought that it would be a good thing for 2 third-order Dao Source Realm Masters to take the initiative to join their team. How could he have imagined that things would develop to such a stage? Fortunately, with the exception of the man surnamed Fu, Hua Qingxi appeared to be relatively reliable for the time being. If Hua Qingxi was like the man surnamed Fu, it would be best for everyone to quickly return home, lest they all end up turning into demons and losing their minds. This has nothing to do with City Lord Duan. There aren't many Dao Source Realm Masters in Maplewood City, so it's naturally good to have outside help," Yang Kai said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Duan Yuan Shan gave a long sigh, filled with helplessness. "To prevent something like this from happening again, I feel that we should have a proper discussion. For example, no one will be allowed to do such a thing again?" Yang Kai said as he looked around. Yes, we should indeed discuss this." Du Lishan hastily nodded his head in agreement. The others did not care, as they all knew each other well, and had family businesses in Maplewood City. Naturally, they would not be as despicable as the middle-aged man. However, they were not familiar with Hua Qingxi. If she were to do the same thing as the middle-aged man, their team would definitely be disbanded. Even returning safely would be a problem, so how could they talk about repairing the seal? Furthermore, the middle-aged man was so despicable. If he were to go back on his word and back out after obtaining the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, what could everyone do? Various worries surged in their minds, causing everyone to frown deeply, while worry filled their hearts. What's wrong? Do you guys not believe in this king? Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face could not help but sink. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Master, do you think that you're a trustworthy person? The middle-aged man gave a cold snort. Madam, what are you planning? He did not believe that a third-order Dao Source Realm expert like Hua Qingxi would truly be hot-blooded and want to assist everyone in repairing the seal. She would definitely have her own reasons for doing so. Aya, this mistress doesn't have such bad intentions. It's just that I can't stay out of this situation. Hua Qingxi said with a tender laugh. Being reprimanded by Hua Qingxi in such a manner, the middle-aged man grew furious. However, he did not dare to take action, and could only force himself to endure. Everyone, there's no need to quarrel. This Duan feels that Brother Yang's words are reasonable. How about this? Let's agree that before we repair the seal and safely return to the city, we are not allowed to make any more requests like the one you just made, nor are we allowed to leave our positions without permission. Duan Yuan Shan said in a deep voice. Rest assured. As long as this king is able to obtain the complete formation method, he will naturally assist all of you in repairing the seal. The middle-aged man said in a cold voice. There's no guarantee. Zhuang Pan said weakly from the side. Then what do you want? Don't tell me that you want this king to make an oath to his heart demon. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked towards Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan's face turned pale with fright, before he hurriedly replied with an embarrassed smile, Master, you must be joking. Why not? Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. If Master is really willing to advance and retreat together with us, it's fine even if you have to make an oath to your heart demon. Unless Master has a guilty conscience. Impudent. The middle-aged man was enraged as he glared at Yang Kai, the flames of fury in his eyes seemingly wanting to incinerate the latter. Yang Kai remained unmoved as he continued to stare back at the middle-aged man. In any case, the middle-aged man had already determined that he was Ning Yuan Cheng's murderer, so there was definitely a grudge between the two of them. Therefore, Yang Kai was not afraid that the middle-aged man would hold a grudge against him. This little brother is right. Unexpectedly, Hua Qingxi was extremely agreeable. It's rare for this mistress to act together with an outsider on a whim. I don't want my mood to be spoiled by certain people. Since everyone has agreed, let's make an oath to our heart demons. Who agreed? The middle-aged man asked in astonishment. Everyone has agreed. It seems that only the master has a different opinion. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at the middle-aged man. All of a sudden, he pretended to be astonished and said, could it be that master really wants to leave after obtaining the formation method? Master, you can't go back on your words and be so vicious. Bullshit. When did this king ever say that? The middle-aged man was extremely furious. Then I'll take it that you've agreed. As Yang Kai spoke, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. Instead, he looked around and said, since no one has any objections, let's begin. After he finished speaking, he made an oath to his heart demon, Zhuangzhong. The others looked at each other in dismay, and they all followed suit. In fact, even Hua Qingxi had meticulously made an oath in front of everyone. After that, everyone looked towards the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were spitting flames as he glared hatefully at Yang Kai, as though he wanted to chop him to death with a single palm strike. Gritting his teeth, he said, good, very good. This king will remember you. Yang Kai giggled. I'm really sorry to have troubled master. You're courting death. The middle-aged man said hatefully. Why are you threatening me, master? Yang Kai had an innocent look on his face. I didn't do anything. This master, it's your turn now. Hua Qingxi interjected, smiling as she looked at the middle-aged man. Unless you don't want the complete formation method, you don't have to make an oath to your heart demon. If that's the case, this mistress will have to properly thank the master. This mistress is prepared to purchase it at a higher price. All of you are very good. The middle-aged man forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart. Under the gazes of everyone present, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and make an oath. Although the oath to one's heart demon was only spoken verbally, it wasn't completely useless. No cultivator would dare to casually disregard it. Otherwise, if they were to suffer a backlash from the oath at a critical moment, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. However, there were quite a few secret techniques that could be used to evade an oath to one's heart demon. Therefore, there were many times when it could not be taken seriously. These secret techniques required an extremely powerful cultivation to be unleashed, and also required an extremely long period of preparation. With the middle-aged man's strength, he should not be able to evade it in a short period of time. Chapter 2093. After swearing the Great Heart Demon Oath, the middle-aged man coldly extended his hand towards Qin Chaoyang. What about the origin crystals? Qin Chaoyang asked with a solemn expression. The middle-aged man sneered, Are you afraid that this king won't be able to afford a mere 10 million origin crystals? As he spoke, he retrieved a spatial ring from his robes. After arranging it slightly, he tossed it over to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang received it and carefully inspected it. After confirming that there were no errors, he took out a blank jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, inscribing the complete 7 points black tortoise formation method. After a brief moment, he handed the jade slip over to the middle-aged man. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the middle-aged man received the jade slip. After a brief inspection, a look of joy immediately surfaced on his face, before he stored the jade slip away with a hearty laugh. He was clearly very satisfied with the outcome of this transaction, and even the slight unhappiness he felt earlier had been temporarily forgotten. Everyone, we should hurry up. If we don't leave now, we'll be surrounded. Yang Kai suddenly reminded them in a deep voice. Everyone scanned the area with their divine senses and found that in the short time they had been delayed, countless demonic creatures had gathered in all directions, surrounding them in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Nothing but a bunch of clowns. Duan Yuan Shan roared in a low voice, before suddenly forming a series of hand seals. The others were within the spirit array and were affected by it. With Duan Yuan Shan's actions, everyone had no choice but to follow suit. After a brief moment, the gigantic divine spirit suddenly opened its large mouth, causing the surrounding water elemental chi to frantically converge. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic ball of water appeared at the dragon's head. Following Duan Yuan Shan's muffled roar, the divine spirit appeared to be controlled by something, before it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of water. The gigantic ball of water transformed into a ray of white light, before shooting straight ahead. Along the way, it was unstoppable, as countless demonic creatures died upon contact with it, turning into ash. A safe passageway over 1,000 feet long appeared before them. Duan Yuan Shan did not utter a single word. He took the lead and rushed forward, with the others following closely behind. The city lord's master should have been angered by the middle-aged man's disgust. Unable to truly fall out with him, he could only vent his anger on the demonic creatures. With a change in the spirit array, the demonic creatures that had originally gathered in the surroundings were also stirred. Without any fear of death, they pounced forward, continuously using various kinds of powers to bombard the spirit array. As far as the eye could see, the gigantic black tortoise's body was filled with demonic creatures. Nevertheless, they were still unable to stop the group's advance. Approximately half an hour later, the group finally arrived at the original location of the mine. Although the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was filled with pitch-black demonic chi, there was a certain location where the demonic chi was even denser. At that location, there was a black energy pillar that soared into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. There was no need for anyone to remind them. When everyone saw the pitch-black pillar of energy soaring into the sky, they knew that it was the beginning of everything. It should also be the location of the seal. Leading the group, Duan Yuanshan hurriedly rushed in that direction. However, the closer they got to the starting point, the faster they felt the source qi in their bodies flowing away. Astonished, they all took out recovery pills and stuffed them into their mouths, in order to maintain the circulation of the energy in their bodies. Leisurely, Duan Yuanshan's footsteps came to a halt, as he furrowed his brows and stared ahead. Less than 100 feet away from the group, a row of more than a dozen existences with powerful auras were quietly standing there, as though they had been waiting for a long time. At the instant the group came to a halt, the dozen people roared out in unison, before rushing over like a gust of wind. Their berserk strength was close to the level of a Dao Source Realm cultivator, with the only thing they lacked was the ability to utilize principal strength. It's the Jiang family. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead, before roaring out in a deep voice. Die, you bastards! Duan Yuanshan changed his hand seals, causing the black tortoise divine spirit projection to raise its front palm, before sweeping it forward. Peng peng, this palm swept away two of the figures, causing them to explode into a bloody mist in midair. Not even their bones were left behind, but the others nimbly dodged. The Jiang family's group of origin kings had been strengthened by the demonic qi, and although their strength was close to that of a Dao Source Realm cultivator, how could they be a match for the group that had formed the spirit array? Under the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, the source qi of the 7 Dao Source Realm cultivators had fused into one, with 2 of them being third-order Dao Source Realm masters. The black tortoise's palm strike was equivalent to 7 people striking out at the same time. It's that brat Jiang Lin. Du Shun was standing on the left side of the formation. He saw a demon charging towards him. His body was covered in demonic patterns, and his eyes were crimson and black. With a single glance, Du Shun recognized his identity. It was the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin seemed to have lost his mind. The tragic death of the family's elders did not frighten him, but instead aroused his bloodlust. The demonic qi around his body surged as he unleashed various secret techniques, bombarding the spirit array. Jiang Lin's crazed appearance gave Du Shun a fright, causing him to involuntarily slow down his hand seals. The slightest mistake in the formation would affect the entire situation. Du Shun's delay had nearly caused the rhythm of the others to become disrupted. The middle-aged man immediately flew into a rage. Glaring fiercely at Du Shun, he roared, "Old man, do you want to die? If you're tired of living, this king doesn't mind fulfilling your wish." It's a mistake, a mistake. Du Shun felt depressed in his heart, though a smile appeared on his face. Hurriedly suppressing the fear in his heart, he readjusted his position and mentality. The dozen or so origin kings that had transformed into demons were all capable of fighting against Dao Source Realm cultivators. Placed in other places, they would be considered a strong fighting force. However, in the face of the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, they appeared as laughable as children. The divine spirit's figure moved about in a grand manner, sweeping everything before it. There were no superfluous moves, and it only continued to wave its forelimbs under the control of everyone, smashing the incoming demons into meat patties and exploding into a mist of blood. From the start to the end of the battle, only a dozen or so breaths had passed. The dozen or so Jiang family higher-ups had basically been completely annihilated, with only Jiang Lin remaining alive. Unexpectedly, he did not launch any more attacks. Instead, he hid his figure within the rolling demonic qi, while ruthless howls rang out continuously from his mouth, controlling the boundless demonic creatures in an attempt to obstruct everyone's advance. However, how could those demonic creatures with varying levels of strength be of any use? Rushing over, they would only serve as cannon fodder. A path of blood flowed like a river, while piles of corpses formed along the way. After spending a full 2 hours, everyone finally reached the source of the demonic chi. The earth was shattered, while the originally existing mine had basically collapsed due to the full eruption of the demonic chi. Left with no other choice, everyone could only continue to fight against the demonic creatures while digging out a hole, before jumping into the underground mine. Yang Kai had seen the location of the seal before, so he was naturally familiar with it. Following his guidance, everyone took a detour within the mine. After spending another hour of effort, they finally arrived at the location of the seal. After a round of cleaning, the stone wall of the seal was finally revealed. Found it? Duan Yuan Shan asked in delight. That's the one. Qin Yu, who had been protected by everyone, looked at the stone wall that was filled with demonic patterns. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she nodded her head and replied. She had faintly seen this pattern in Jianghu Sea of Consciousness before. It was an extremely ancient seal, one that she only had a slight understanding of. Fortunately, only a corner of the seal had been damaged, something that she could barely repair with her current strength. Hurry up and do it. The middle-aged man urged impatiently. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips into a smile and said, "What are you afraid of, master?" Shooting a glare at her, the middle-aged man snorted. "It's not that this king is afraid. It's just that these trash don't have enough strength. If we delay for too long, can you and I endure?" "Can they?" Master's words make a lot of sense. Hua Qingxi replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces filled with displeasure. In any case, they were all Dao Source Realm Masters. Even if they couldn't control everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius of Maplewood City, they were at least top-notch characters. At this moment, they were being called trash by this middle-aged man. Everyone was filled with displeasure in their hearts. However, they couldn't show it on their faces, and could only secretly curse this middle-aged man. "I need you to temporarily disperse the demonic chi here. If not, I won't be able to repair the seal." Qin Yu suddenly spoke out. The damaged part of the seal was where the demonic chi was leaking out. It could be said that the demonic chi here was purer and denser than anywhere else. With Qin Yu's second-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was simply unable to resist it. Use the power of the divine spirit to suppress it. Qin Chaoyang roared out. Everyone understood what he meant and nodded their heads. Changing their hand seals, everyone started to move. After a short while, the gigantic divine spirit projection pressed down on the seal. The rolling demonic chi seemed to have been obstructed by something, causing it to become sluggish in an instant. In the end, not a single bit of it was able to leak out. However, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. That's because after using the power of the 7 points black tortoise array to suppress the damaged part of the seal, everyone felt the source chi in their bodies flowing out madly like a river bursting through a dam. The rate at which their source chi was being consumed was akin to releasing a forbidden secret technique without any regard for their lives, something that practically no one could withstand. The faces of the few first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators immediately turned pale. "Little you, how long will it take for you to repair this seal?" Dulishan asked with a bitter look on his face. Without even turning his head, Qin Yu continued to take out various precious materials used to repair the seal as he replied, "At least half an hour." "Half an hour?" Dulishan's face turned even more bitter. "Success or failure will depend on this one move. Everyone, do not lower your guard." Duan Yuan Shan roared out loudly to boost everyone's morale. Hearing this, everyone could only grit their teeth and circulate the source chi in their bodies, while continuously stuffing various kinds of recovery pills into their mouths. "A bunch of trash. Seeing this, a look of ridicule and disdain surfaced on the middle-aged man's face, while his expression remained carefree and relaxed. With the powerful cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm, the quality and quantity of source qi in his body was more than 10 times that of Du Lishan and the others. Naturally, there was no need for him to worry too much. Master, have you carefully studied this 7 points black tortoise array? Hua Qingxi suddenly asked out of the blue, a mocking smile appearing on her beautiful face. Chapter 2094. Of course I have. So what? The middle-aged man shot an unhappy look towards Hua Qingxi. Among the people present, he did not place anyone else in his eyes, including the city lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan. The only person he felt some dread towards was Hua Qingxi. After all, there was not much of a difference in their cultivation realms. The other party's sudden question caused him to involuntarily feel somewhat vigilant. From the looks of it, Master hasn't thoroughly researched it. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips into a smile. What do you mean? The middle-aged man asked in astonishment, as he inexplicably felt that he had missed out on something. If Master has thoroughly researched it, you should know that after setting up the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, all of our source qi will fuse into one, and there will basically be no distinction between them. In other words, the spirit array will absorb our combined source qi to operate. If all of our source qi is exhausted, the spirit array will collapse. Exactly what are you trying to say? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. It's so simple. Can't Master understand it? Hua Qingxi looked towards the middle-aged man with ridicule and said, the spirit array doesn't absorb the same amount of source qi from all of us. Instead, it will maintain a kind of balance. And those with higher cultivations will have more source qi extracted from them, while those with lower cultivations will have less. Everyone's source qi consumption is the same. I wonder if Master understands this explanation. What? The middle-aged man's face suddenly changed upon hearing her words. He hastily released his divine sense to investigate carefully, and discovered that the truth was indeed as Hua Qingxi had said. The source qi consumption rate of him and Hua Qingxi was much faster than the others, with Duan Yuan Shan being second. The remaining few Dao source realm cultivators were basically the same. This discovery caused his face to instantly turn incomparably gloomy. He immediately became unhappy. Is that so? Madame Hua's eyes are truly sharp. After being reminded by Hua Qingxi, Du Lishan and Zhuangpan finally discovered a bit of mystery. Exchanging glances, they could see the hidden glee in each other's eyes. After all, if that was the case, the 7 of them would truly be bound together for good or ill. This was equivalent to tying the weak and the strong together. They were really inseparable. They no longer had to worry about the energy within their bodies drying up, while the middle-aged man was still able to handle the situation with ease. I've been implicated by you bunch of bastards. The middle-aged man shouted out, his expression incomparably furious. Master, don't forget that you've just made a great heart demon oath. Hua Qingxi added fuel to the fire, causing the middle-aged man to feel even more vexed. No one would be happy to be held back by someone else. In his anger, he glared fiercely at Qin Zhaoyang, as if he wanted to blame him. Qin Zhaoyang murmured, I thought all of you understood how this formation works. Hua Qingxi giggled and said, since Master is from Flying Saint Palace, you must have the famous blood-burning source restoring pill in the Southern Territory, right? I wonder if the Master would be willing to part with one for each of us. You slut! You still dare to have designs on my spiritual pills? The middle-aged man was enraged beyond belief. His face contorted in anger, and he almost cursed out loud. Blood-burning source restoring pill? Zhuangpan's eyes lit up as he looked towards the middle-aged man. Du Lishan also had a look of desire on his face. It seemed as though the blood-burning source restoring pill would be extremely useful in this situation. A chilling glint flashed across Wuxia Xianxia's eyes. However, she quickly retracted it, before pursing her lips and smiling charmingly. "Master, there's no need to be so stingy. Although the Flying Saint Palace's blood-burning source restoring pill has some side effects, its effects are extremely powerful. Although the Flying Saint Palace's blood-burning source restoring pill is extremely powerful. It's famous in the Southern Territory, and Master's cultivation is profound. You should have an important position in Flying Saint Palace. Don't tell me you don't have any blood-burning source restoring pills on you." "I don't." The middle-aged man's face twitched slightly as he rejected her. Wuxia Xianxia could not help but spit out, a look of disdain appearing on her face. "What's a blood-burning source restoring pill?" Yang Kai quietly asked Qin Chaoyang. "Brother Yang, you've never heard of it before?" Qin Chaoyang looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, appearing extremely astonished. Yang Kai's face turned embarrassed as he slowly shook his head. The blood-burning source restoring pill is a unique product of Flying Saint Palace. It seems to have extremely strict requirements for the location of its refinement. Therefore, even a spirit alchemist as strong as Star Soul Palace is unable to refine this spirit pill. The greatest use of this pill is its ability to rapidly restore one's source chi. Furthermore, its effects are extremely powerful. However what? Yang Kai asked in astonishment. However, consuming this spirit pill will consume a certain amount of one's blood essence. Therefore, there are some side effects. However, the flaws cannot obscure the jade. Compared to its effects, what does a little bit of blood essence count for? A spirit pill like this is more than enough to save one's life at a critical moment. However, due to the extremely low production of this spirit pill, its price is astonishingly high. A single spirit pill is worth at least a few 100,000 origin crystals. You know quite a lot, you old thing. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man gave a proud laugh. "That's right. This palace's blood-burning source restoring pill is indeed the best in the Southern Territory. Even a large sect like Star Soul Palace is unable to refine it. This is because refining it requires one to refine it in this palace's restricted area. The supply of spirit pills is already insufficient to satisfy the needs of the sect's disciples, so how could there be any extra for people like you? If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. What's the point of saying so much?" Wuxia Xianxia snorted. "In any case, everyone will have to die here after exhausting all of their source chi. This mistress won't be alone. Madam Hua, don't say such discouraging words. We'll definitely be able to survive this crisis." Zhuangpan consoled himself with a pale face. "Then, what does the blood-burning source restoring pill look like?" Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang replied, "It's blood-red in color, smells fishy, and is about the size of a broad bean." A strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face as he pulled out a jade bottle from his spatial ring and said in a daze, "Could this be the item?" "What?" Everyone was shocked as they turned to look at him. Yang Kai leisurely opened the bottle, before pouring out a single spirit pill. Just as Qin Chaoyang had described, the pill was blood-red in color, smelled faintly fishy, and was about the size of a broad bean. Blood-burning source restoring pill. The middle-aged man involuntarily cried out in alarm, as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, before roaring in a low voice, "How did you get this item? Is this really the blood-burning source restoring pill?" Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, appearing to be somewhat surprised. Brother Yang, how did you?" Qin Chaoyang's expression changed drastically, as his face turned completely pale. As he asked in a trembling voice, he shot a glare at Yang Kai, hinting for him to quickly keep this spirit pill. The expressions of Duan Yuan Shan and the others also changed, as they remained silent. "Kid, this king is asking you a question. Where did you get these spirit pills?" The middle-aged man's expression turned gloomy as he roared in a low voice. "I picked them up," Yang Kai casually replied. Pick them up. Black lines appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing his reply. There were at least a dozen blood-burning source restoring pills in this bottle, worth a few million origin crystals. How could something like that be picked up so casually? One had to know that the number of blood-burning source restoring pills in the outside world was extremely small, with only the important figures of the Flying Saint Palace carrying some with them. With so many blood-burning source restoring pills suddenly appearing in Yang Kai's hands, people could not help but think that he might have done something bad to some important figure of the Flying Saint Palace, such as murdering and robbing them of their possessions. This was also the reason why Qin Chaoyang had shot him a glare earlier. Some time ago, an important figure of the Flying Saint Palace had indeed arrived in Maplewood City. That person was the Flying Saint Palace's young master, Ning Yuancheng. However, ever since the auction a year ago, Ning Yuancheng had disappeared without a trace. A new young master had been appointed within the Flying Saint Palace. This information was not a secret, and coupled with the spirit pills in Yang Kai's hands, people could not help but think of many possibilities. Bullshit. The middle-aged man gave a fierce roar, as the aura radiating from his body suddenly turned dangerous. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, "Brat, if you don't give me a clear explanation today, this king will make you regret being born into this world." "Master, you've got quite a temper." Yang Kai continued to chuckle, not showing the slightest bit of fear. This caused everyone to be shocked by his courage. "I've just picked up a bottle of spirit pills, yet you're still so aggressive, as if I've killed your parents. Even if these blood-burning source restoring pills are from the Flying Saint Palace, there's no need for you to be like this, right?" After speaking, he did not wait for the middle-aged man to reply before continuing, "However, I've indeed picked up these things. I've even picked up a ship artifact." The middle-aged man was stunned. Seemingly having thought of something, he suddenly suppressed his anger and coldly said, "Tell me in detail about how you picked up these things. What's there to say?" Yang Kai chuckled. At that time, two groups of people were fighting, and in the end, both sides perished. I hid by the side and watched until the very end. In the end, I picked up these things from the battlefield. That's possible? Qin Chaoyang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The sandpiper and clam fought, and the fisherman reaped the benefits. After all, this was just a classic story. In the world of cultivation, it was extremely rare for a cultivator to encounter such a situation. At that time, I was only a third-order origin king. That was a battle between Dao Source Realm Masters, so how could I participate in it? Yang Kai explained. Indeed, Brother Yang has only recently advanced to the Dao Source Realm. A year ago, you were indeed a third-order origin king. Qin Chaoyang nodded. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, though a look of relief appeared on his face. He was no longer as angry as before. However, his tone was still stiff as he said, "Since it was a battle between two groups of people, who else was there other than the people from my Flying Saint Palace?" There was only one person from the other group, and he was called Han Leng. Han Leng? Everyone turned pale with fright upon hearing this. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai with a complicated and pleasantly surprised look. So, it was that traitor from Star Soul Palace. The middle-aged man seemed to believe Yang Kai's words. "So you're saying that the enmity between the two parties was formed during the auction?" Du Lishen asked thoughtfully. At the time of the auction, almost all the Dao Source Realm Masters present had participated in it. Ning Yuancheng and Han Leng's struggle for the right to bid had been witnessed by everyone. Now that they learned about this matter from Yang Kai, they immediately guessed what would happen next. Chapter 2095. Their guesses were basically the same as the truth. However, no one would have guessed that the wood spirit was involved in all of this. If not for the wood spirit silently possessing Ning Yuancheng's body, Han Leng would not have been killed by a sneak attack. With Yang Kai's strength at that time, he might not have been able to gain any advantage over Hanlang, who was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator from a famous sect. Everyone's faces fluctuated as they secretly envied Yang Kai's luck. "Little brat, hand over that bottle of spirit pills and that ship artifact." The middle-aged man suddenly extended his hand towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. "Those things belong to my flying saint palace. You should return them." This master's words are really unreasonable. Before Yang Kai could say anything, Hua Qingxi suddenly gave a disdainful laugh. "Ownerless items belong to whoever finds them. This little brother has obtained those items due to fate, and that's his opportunity. Yet, you're asking for them. Do you have any shame?" After saying that, she turned her head towards Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, don't listen to him." "Little brother," the corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly as a look of discomfort appeared on his face. "Cheap slut, do you really think that this king is afraid of you?" The middle-aged man had been ridiculed by Hua Qingxi time and time again, causing him to be filled with anger. At this moment, he could no longer hold it in and started to curse. A man without any ability is really ugly when he curses, tsk tisk. The look of disdain on Hua Qingxi's face grew even stronger. "You!" The middle-aged man was extremely furious. If not for the great heart demon oath he had just made, he might really have to fight to the death with Hua Qingxi to protect his face. Hua Qingxi continued to provoke him, "You're really stingy. Little brother, can you give this big sister a blood-burning source restoring pill?" "Sure." Yang Kai nodded his head. He had taken out this bottle of spirit pills for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to use this opportunity to clear his name and shake off the middle-aged man's suspicions. Secondly, he wanted to share them with everyone. Under the spirit array, everyone shared the same honor and disgrace. Thus, he was unable to remain unscathed. Everyone has a share. As Kai Yang spoke, he distributed a blood-burning source restoring pill to everyone present, with the only exception being the middle-aged man's. As a member of the upper echelon of Flying Saint Palace, no one would believe him if he said he didn't have such a pill. Since he was unwilling to share it with others, Yang Kai wasn't stupid enough to share it with him. Hua Qingxi put away the blood-burning origin restoring pill, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a charming light. "This little brother is so generous. Big sister likes you very much." She stared at Yang Kai with a smile. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating, and her red lips wriggled with a gem-like luster. "Since you gave me a spirit pill, then Big Sister must protect you. If anyone dares to do anything to you, you have to get past Big Sister first." As he spoke, he glanced at the middle-aged man with the surname Fu, appearing to be extremely provocative. Yang Kai giggled. "Then, I'll have to thank this Big Sister." Seeing him being so tactful, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but throw him a flirtatious glance. Yang Kai immediately revealed a bewitched expression, causing Duan Yuan Shan and the others to feel extremely uncomfortable. What a pair of bastards! Why didn't such a good thing befall them? You've got guts. The middle-aged man was so angry that smoke was rising from his head as he said in a cold voice. "This matter isn't over yet. Big Sister, he's threatening me." Yang Kai immediately called for help. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes turned. She said in an unconcerned manner, "He hasn't even made a move yet. What's there to be afraid of? Don't be too timid, little brother. Can you all calm down for a moment? You're really distracting me." At the side, Qingyu, who was wholeheartedly repairing the seal, suddenly spoke out with a furious expression. At the same time, she glared fiercely at the noisy group. As soon as she spoke out, everyone immediately turned silent. However, everyone could feel that the atmosphere was rather subtle. The 7 of them were in a formation, but they weren't united. This trip was destined to not go smoothly. For a moment, the interior of the mine turned deathly silent, with the only sounds coming from the demonic qi and the low growls of demonic creatures. Without saying a word, Qin Yu continued to repair the seal. Not long after, a frown suddenly appeared on Duan Yuan Shan's face as he roared out. "Something's coming." The middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi didn't show any signs of surprise. Clearly, they had already discovered it long ago. The same was true for Yang Kai. His divine sense wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the experts of the third-order Dao source realm. Naturally, he had discovered it earlier than Duan Yuan Shan, and was even able to faintly detect some unknown situations. On the other hand, the expressions of the other first-order Dao source realm experts turned solemn upon hearing his words. Hu, within the churning demonic qi, figures of humans and beasts started to appear one after another. Clearly, they were the demonic creatures that had been demonized. The group had stayed in this mine for quite some time now. Furthermore, this place was the source of the demonic qi leakage, so the demonic creatures would naturally not leave it alone. As soon as they appeared, they started to launch attacks without any regard for their lives. However, the 7 of them had become much more proficient in the usage of the 7 points black tortoise formation. Working together, they guarded the location of the seal, killing all the demonic creatures with varying cultivation levels that came at them, with not a single one being spared. Not long after, countless demonic creature corpses were piled up in front of the group, while the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Although the effects were remarkable, everyone felt a faint sense of unease. Due to them having to suppress the leakage of the demonic qi within the seal, as well as fighting against the endless horde of demonic creatures, the rate at which the source qi within their bodies was being depleted had increased by 30%. In less than an incense stick's worth of time since they had arrived here, more than half of the source qi within their bodies had been depleted. At this rate, it would not be long before their source qi was completely depleted. When that happened, they would need to consume the blood-burning source restoring pill. Roar! All of a sudden, a furious roar rang out from a certain direction. In the next instant, a dazzling ray of light appeared, transforming into an astonishing giant axe that chopped down from the sky. Before the giant axe had truly chopped down, everyone could already feel a surging pressure descending from the sky, causing the faces of the few first-order Dao source realm experts to involuntarily turn pale. Even people as strong as the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi had their expressions turned solemn. Giant spirit axe? Duan Yuan Shan cried out in alarm. He seemed to recognize this artifact. With a low roar, he rapidly formed hand seals with his hands. The black tortoise image raised its head and roared, before raising a gigantic palm to meet the giant axe head-on. Bang bang, the black tortoise's palm, which had always been invincible, was actually only able to block the giant axe head-on. Furthermore, a gigantic gash had been sliced open on the palm of the black tortoise, causing it to nearly fall to the ground. Duan Yuan Shan's face changed once again, as he realized that he had underestimated the might of the giant spirit axe. He hastily strengthened the power of the spirit array. However, right at this moment, a figure flashed from the other side, before a person appeared a short distance away from the group like a ghost. His eyes were deep and scarlet black. He did not use any artifact, and instead brandished his fists. Demonic qi swirled around his fists as he smashed them down fiercely. Wishful thinking. Duan Yuan Shan roared in anger, as the speed at which he formed hand seals increased. The black tortoise opened its mouth wide, before swinging its head to bite down on the figure. Its gigantic mouth was the size of a house, as it swallowed the figure in a single gulp. However, before everyone could rejoice, the black tortoise's mouth started to expand and contract, as though some kind of berserk power was erupting from within. Immediately after, with a bang, the figure that had been swallowed earlier rushed out, before retreating in a flash. He stood together with the demon who had wielded the giant spirit axe, as he continuously let out low roars from his throat. Brother Cheng, Brother Zhou. Duan Yuan Shan looked at the two demons who had suddenly appeared with a complicated expression, before sighing deeply, after parting 3 years ago, I never thought that when we meet again today, the two of you would actually become like this." He had a sad expression on his face. It was obvious that he recognized the two of them. Qin Chaoyang's face sank as he quickly said, "It's the two city lords of Forest City." Forest City. Yang Kai muttered, before sighing, "From the looks of it, Forest City has fallen." Previously, the old swindler had said that he had come to Maplewood City from Forest City to seek help. Now that the two city lords of Forest City had appeared here, and had both turned into demons, it was easy to imagine the fate of Forest City. Although Forest City was smaller than Maplewood City, the two city lords were cultivators of the First Order Dao Source realm. Now that they had been strengthened by the demonic qi, the average First Order Dao Source realm was truly no match for them. It was no wonder that they were able to unleash such a powerful attack. All of a sudden, Yang Kai gave a low roar. "If they're here, then Jiang Taisheng is definitely here as well. Everyone, be careful. They're just a few demons from the First Order Dao Source realm, what's there to be afraid of? Let this king take care of them." The middle-aged man had a stomach full of anger, and was worried that he had nowhere to vent it. Now, he had naturally found a very good outlet to vent. He had the intention of displaying his strength. After saying those words, he extended his hand, causing a short spear to suddenly appear in his hand, before pouring his source qi into it. Be careful to conserve your source qi. Seeing that he was about to take action, Duan Yuan Shan immediately gave a reminder. However, it was a pity that it was already too late. The short spear started to radiate with a faint glow, before disappearing from his hand in a flash, causing a sonic boom to ring out. Not far away, the demon surnamed Cheng seemed to have sensed something, causing his body to twist in the air. In the next instant, a bloody mist erupted from his shoulder, before his arm exploded apart, revealing the jet-black flesh and white bones within, giving off a clear and distinct appearance. Feeling the pain, the demon surnamed Cheng roared out, his roar appearing just like an invisible shockwave, causing everyone's knowledge sea to become uneasy. Fortunately, the strength of everyone present wasn't low, and with the support of the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, they were able to suppress the uneasiness with just a slight circulation of their strength. He's still not dead? The middle-aged man was greatly surprised. His short spear was a mid-rank Dao Source grade artifact, and possessed incomparable might. Originally, he had assumed that it would be an easy task to deal with a demon that had lost its consciousness. However, never did he expect that the other party would actually be able to avoid hitting his vitals at the most crucial moment, causing him to only lose an arm. From the looks of it, their combat instincts have increased quite a bit after they lost their consciousness. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. The attack from the middle-aged man had caused him to feel threatened, and clearly wasn't something that could be easily avoided. Hearing his words, Hua Qingxi nodded in agreement. Right at this moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Demonic qi churned around the demon surnamed Cheng's severed arm, before converging towards the wound. Under the gazes of everyone present, the wound started to squirm and wriggle, before rapidly growing back. In less than 10 breaths of time, his severed arm had regenerated. Chapter 2096. That's possible? Everyone's eyes popped out in shock, while their jaws dropped, unable to close for a long time. Regrowing a severed limb was something that had only been heard of in legends. Only a few rare and precious spirit herbs that had already gone extinct in the world were able to possess such a heaven-defying effect. Even a powerful cultivator in the Emperor realm was unable to rely on his own strength to regrow a severed limb. However, such a scene had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Furthermore, the one who was able to achieve such a feat was merely a cultivator in the First Order Dao Source realm. Who wouldn't be astonished? The demonic creatures they had encountered earlier had varying strengths, with all of them being below the Dao Source realm. They were simply no match for the combined might of the 7 people, exploding upon contact. Therefore, no one was able to detect that the boundless demonic qi had such a frightening effect on demonic creatures. However, this demon surnamed Cheng was actually able to rely on the demonic qi to regrow his severed limb in an extremely short period of time. While everyone was astonished, they also secretly felt that the situation had turned somewhat thorny. From the looks of it, we'll have to attack their vitals, or directly shatter them. Duan Yuan Shan said in a deep voice. This king wants to see how many times you can dodge. The middle-aged man could not help but feel somewhat angry out of humiliation after his attack failed. With a flick of his wrist, the short spear appeared once again, before he desperately poured his source qi into it. With a slight tremble, the short spear split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, every single short spear appeared to be more or less the same, with all of them appearing to be Dao source grade mid-rank artifacts. No one knew if this was due to the divine technique he had grasped, or the might of his artifacts. Go! He roared out. With a slight tremble, the 8 short spears suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next instant, the figures of the 2 city lords of Forest City started to sway furiously. At the same time, another figure shot out from the side. Forming a seal with his hands, the demonic qi instantly flourished. A mysterious energy condensed in the sky, before enveloping the area before them. Asterisk shio shio shio, asterisk sounds of air being pierced rang out as large patches of blood mist erupted from the bodies of the 2 city lords of Forest City, causing them to appear exceedingly miserable. When the 8 short spears disappeared and returned to the hands of the middle-aged man, his face turned even darker than before. Up ahead, the 2 Forest city lords were heavily injured. One of them had his chest pierced through, leaving a fist-sized hole in his chest. One could almost see the wriggling internal organs from one end to the other. The other man's legs were broken. He fell to the ground and struggled to get up. But even with such a terrible injury, it was still not fatal. The demonic qi was still rolling. The scene of the severed limb growing back appeared once again. But after a while, the 2 Forest Cities castellans once again appeared unscathed in front of everyone. At that moment, apart from the 2 of them, there was another person who appeared to be an old man. Jiang Tai Sheng. Duan Yuan Shan snorted coldly. He deeply detested the culprit who had caused Maplewood City's crisis. This demonic old man was clearly the Jiang family's ancestor, Jiang Tai Sheng. However, at this moment, he was slightly different from the last time Yang Kai had seen him. He had completely transformed into an existence similar to a demonic person, while his aura was more than a level stronger than before. He was the one who had taken action earlier, blocking quite a few attacks for the 2 Forest city lords. With the strength of the middle-aged man, he should have at least killed one of them. You bunch of trash. You've successfully angered me. I'll make you all pay the price. The middle-aged man was on the verge of exploding from anger, as flames of fury gushed out from his heart. With a loud roar, he suddenly began to circulate his source qi with all his might. With a wave of his hand, a fireball-like secret technique appeared on his palm. As he poured his source qi into it, the temperature of the fireball began to rise, while it also grew increasingly bright. You can't. Seeing this, Duan Yuan Shan turned pale with fright. Everyone had already consumed a large amount of their source qi, and after the middle-aged man's earlier actions, they were already stretched to their limits. Seeing that he was about to unleash a secret technique that consumed a large amount of his source qi, how could Duan Yuan Shan allow it? It was fine for him to unleash a secret technique, but now that all 7 of them had fused their source qi into one, the source qi required to unleash the secret technique would have to be supplied by all 7 of them. It was far less effective to rely on the 7 points Black Tortoise Grand Array, which was both safer and more energy efficient. He's gone crazy. He won't listen to us. Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted out. If you don't want the Grand Array to collapse, hurry up and take the blood-burning source restoring pill. After saying that, she immediately retrieved the spirit pill that Yang Kai had given her earlier, before stuffing it into her mouth. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated, before taking the spirit pill one after another. This was the first time Yang Kai had taken such a spirit pill. After the spirit pill entered his stomach, he felt a burning sensation radiating from his abdomen, causing him to feel an unbearable pain. At the same time, a portion of his precious blood essence suddenly ignited, catalyzing the pill's effects, transforming it into pure source qi that was injected into his empty meridians. His eyes could not help but light up, as he realized that this spirit pill was indeed a good item. There were quite a few spirit pills in the star boundary that could replenish one's source qi. However, there shouldn't be any that had a better effect than the blood-burning source restoring pill, as well as a faster rate of absorption. However, consuming it would consume a portion of one's blood essence, a side effect that was neither too big nor too small. Generally speaking, consuming one's blood essence would cause one's body to weaken. Once the pill's effects wore off, everyone would definitely feel a little weaker. At this moment, the middle-aged man, who seemed to have lost all reason, had a malevolent sneer hanging from the corner of his mouth. The fireball in his hand was as dazzling as a miniature sun, its scorching temperature causing people to feel extremely uncomfortable. However, the demonic qi that was nearby had actually been completely incinerated, something that was a pleasant surprise. Go to hell, trash. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man tossed the miniature sun-like fireball out. Sensing the terrifying might contained within the fireball, the faces of Duan Yuan Shan and the others turned pale. Without any hesitation, they formed hand seals with their hands and roared out, "Defend!" Being led by the formation, everyone hurriedly started to cooperate. The black tortoise projection suddenly shrunk by quite a bit, before a tortoiseshell appeared on the back of the tortoise, with complex patterns and model diagrams present on its surface. In an instant, the black tortoise projection appeared to have solidified, causing everyone hiding within it to feel a sense of security. At the front, Jiang Tai-sheng and the other two demons howled out, while waves of unease spread out from their mouths. Seemingly sensing that a great calamity was about to befall them, they opened their mouths wide, sucking in the demonic qi present in their surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the demonic qi present in the area where the three of them were located had become much denser compared to before. The miniature sun descending right in the middle of the three demons. A dazzling brilliance blossomed out, causing seemingly everyone to close their eyes, unable to look at the situation before them. Bang! It was only at this moment that a deafening explosion rang out. The heavens and earth were devoid of light, with sand and rocks flying about. Gales howled, while the earth hummed. The already collapsed mine tunnel. It was practically completely destroyed. Ha ha ha. Let's see if you'll all die now. As the middle-aged man laughed maniacally, he took out a blood-burning source restoring pill and stuffed it into his mouth. His expression was so malevolent that it appeared as though he had gone mad. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, a gigantic crater that was several dozen meters deep appeared in the ground before them. The surroundings were filled with flames that had yet to be extinguished. Within the gigantic crater, three figures were faintly discernible. The middle-aged man's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt halt, as he looked in front of him in disbelief, a look of disbelief on his face. The demonic qi present within the gigantic crater had already been cleared, allowing everyone to see everything clearly. Although the three demons that should have been destroyed without a trace were currently in an incomparably miserable state, with their bodies incomplete, none of them had died. On the contrary, they were still sucking in the demonic qi from their surroundings in an attempt to repair their bodies. However, flames were still burning on their bodies. Before the demonic qi could enter their bodies, it was incinerated into black smoke by the scorching energy present within their bodies. They're unable to regrow their limbs. If we don't take action now, when will we? Upon seeing this, Duan Yuan Shan shouted out in pleasant surprise. Taking the lead, he summoned his artifact, disregarding the consumption of his source chi as he launched a ferocious attack. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate to unleash their secret techniques or activate the might of their artifacts. Within the gigantic crater, Jiang Tai-sheng and the other two demons roared as they rushed out. Allowing the flames on their bodies to continue to burn, they dodged the attacks of everyone's secret techniques and artifacts as they rapidly closed in, their scarlet-black eyes brimming with madness. They want to perish together with us? Hurry up and stop them. Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed. Spinning around, she shouted out, "Butterfly dance!" In an instant, she appeared to have transformed into a fluttering and dancing butterfly, appearing both lively and beautiful. All of a sudden, multicolored butterflies shot out from her body, flapping their wings as they flew forward, blotting out the skies and covering the earth. There were over 100 of them in total. Upon approaching the bodies of the demons, those enchanting butterflies started to radiate intense energy fluctuations, before exploding one after another. Every explosion was equivalent to the self-destruction of a third-order origin king cultivator. With over 100 butterflies exploding at the same time, it was a spectacular sight. The situation of the three demons, who were already heavily injured, became even more worrisome. Chop! The long saber in Qin Chaoyang's hand transformed into a massive beam of light as it slashed downwards. The demon surnamed Sheng, who was 10 meters away from the group, was sliced in half by this attack. Falling to the ground, he was finally dead. Zhuangpan and Du Lishan also knew that this was a matter of life and death. Not daring to hold back, they unleashed their strongest attacks to intercept Jiang Tai-sheng and the demon surnamed Zhou. The long sword in Yang Kai's hand unleashed an endless stream of 5 elements indestructible sword qi. Linked together, they shot towards the demon surnamed Zhou, nearly turning him into a beehive. Dragon Emperor Flash. Duan Yuan Shan clasped his hands together, before suddenly pushing them forward. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a dragon shadow pounced forward, turning into the final straw that broke the camel's back. It struck the chest of the demon surnamed Zhou, causing his already broken body to explode into several pieces, before falling from the sky. "Where's Jiang Tai-sheng?" Qin Chaoyang's expression suddenly changed as he asked in a low voice. In this moment of chaos, he suddenly discovered that Jiang Tai-sheng had disappeared. Everyone was greatly shocked as they hurriedly looked around. "Over here!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Relying on his attainments in the Tao of space, he was able to keenly capture Jiang Tai-sheng's traces. The long sword in his hand trembled, before shooting out, transforming into a streak of light. *Pu, Jiang Tai-sheng's figure mysteriously appeared, before the long sword pierced through his heart. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Tai-sheng had actually already arrived in front of them. Although he had suffered a fatal injury, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, an extremely unstable energy fluctuation was emitted from his body. Chapter 2097. Under everyone's gazes, Jiang Tai-sheng's body suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a plump fatty, with his clothes completely torn apart. Unsettling energy fluctuations radiated from his body, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate wildly. The 7 points black tortoise array flashed wildly, faintly showing signs of collapsing. "Hurry up and stop him." At this moment, Hua Qingxi no longer had any of her previous charm. A sharp scream rang out, while fear filled her beautiful eyes. Although she was from the third-order Dao Source realm, she was absolutely unable to ignore the self-destruction of a first-order Dao Source realm master. Furthermore, Jiang Tai-sheng was from the demonized first-order Dao Source realm. A solemn expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. A short blade appeared in his hand, before he sent it chopping towards Jiang Tai-sheng, intending to kill him before he self-destructed. Duan Yuan Shan, Qin Chaoyang, Du Lishan and Yang Kai worked together, sending colorful energy attacks towards Jiang Taisheng. However, right at this moment, something that no one had ever expected happened. All of a sudden, Zhuang Pan roared out in fright, his eyes trembling intensely as he ran away with all his might. The scene before him had actually scared him out of his wits, causing him to only want to run as far away as possible. He had completely forgotten about the Great Heart Demon oath that everyone had sworn together, and no longer cared about the safety of others. With his movement, the 7 points Black Tortoise array, which was originally able to defend against him, instantly collapsed. The gigantic Black Tortoise figure distorted and dissipated. Bastard! Duan Yuan Shan shot a glance at Zhuang Pan's fleeing figure, almost spurting out a mouthful of blood. Brother Zhuang, hurry up and come back. Du Lishan shouted out loudly. However, Zhuang Pan had already disappeared without a trace. How could he hear him? Asterisk bang, asterisk a loud bang rang out, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. A jet-black black hole suddenly appeared where Jiang Taisheng was originally standing. Not a single bit of light could be seen, appearing incomparably deep, as though it was capable of devouring everything in the world. The black hole abruptly expanded outwards. It carried with it an energy shockwave that sent chills down one's spine. Asterisk poo poo poo, asterisk Duan Yuan Shan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his aura suddenly weakened by quite a bit. In the next instant, the faces of the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi turned pale, while blood flowed out from their mouths and noses. Fortunately, the two of them possessed tyrannical strength, and the secret techniques that they had learnt were not weak. Relying on their powerful cultivation and secret techniques, they were able to hold their ground. It blocked most of the damage. Qin Chaoyang and Du Lishen were the weakest, so their situation was also the worst. Qin Chaoyang was directly blown away and fell to the ground far away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for Du Lishen, half of his body was blown off by Jiang Taisheng's self-explosion, and he died on the spot. On the other side, Yang Kai stood guard behind Qin Yu. He exposed his back to Jiang Taisheng and activated his origin energy to protect himself. Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and had the heavy responsibility of repairing the seal. If he died in this explosion, this operation would be a complete failure. Therefore, Yang Kai's first thought was to protect Qin Yu well. When the terrifying energy shockwave blasted over, even though Yang Kai had used his space secret technique to suppress the majority of its power, he still felt as if he had been smashed by a sledgehammer. A searing pain radiated from his back, while the blood and qi in his chest roiled, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of golden blood. The aftershocks gradually dissipated. The current situation was too horrible to look at. Everyone was gasping for breath, while their faces were filled with palpitations. Ordinary first-order Dao Source Realm Masters would definitely not be able to cause such a powerful explosion. The reason why Jiang Taisheng was able to do so was definitely because he had been demonized. How's the repair of the seal coming along? Duan Yuan Shan suddenly turned his head towards Qin Yu and asked. At this moment, one of the 7 Dao Source Realm cultivators had fled, one was dead, and the fate of the last one was unknown. It was already impossible for them to continue maintaining the spirit array. If the repair of the seal was completed, everyone could immediately retreat back to Maplewood City. If there was still a small gap, Duan Yuan Shan felt that they could still put in a bit more effort. If there was a large gap, they could only immediately flee. Upon hearing his question, everyone turned their gazes towards Qin Yu. In the next instant, everyone's faces turned blank as looks of despair appeared on their faces. That's because the seal on the stone wall appeared to be much more tattered than before. Clearly, it had been affected by the explosion earlier. At this very moment, a faint golden glow was sparkling from the seal on the stone wall, while lines of squirming earthworm-like patterns continued to swim about, appearing as if they had devoured some kind of vitality and were about to turn into living creatures. Furthermore, a peculiar attractive force was radiating from the stone wall, causing people to be reluctant to shift their gazes away. Upon sensing this, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Hurriedly biting their tongues, they closed their eyes while their minds were still clear. "We can't stay here for long. Everyone, hurry up and leave." Duan Yuanshan knew that the situation was hopeless. As he spoke, he rushed over to Qin Chaoyang's side and extended his hand to check his breathing. After confirming that he was still alive, a look of joy appeared on his face as he lifted him up. The middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi exchanged glances, both of them wanting to retreat. "Little brother, let's go." Hua Qingxi shouted towards Yang Kai, who was still standing in his original spot, appearing extremely concerned about him. "There seems to be something wrong with Lord Yang's situation," Qin Yu shouted out with a sobbing tone. She had been protected by Yang Kai earlier, so she had not suffered any injuries. On the contrary, Yang Kai had been struck by the frightening energy wave, causing him to spit out a mouthful of golden blood onto the stone wall. Qin Yu had clearly seen that after Yang Kai had spat out that mouthful of golden blood, the entire stone wall had become slightly different, brimming with vitality and a bizarre demonic power. She could even faintly sense that there was an inexplicable connection between Yang Kai and the seal on the stone wall. "What's wrong?" Hua Qingxi was startled and hurriedly asked. "I'm not sure either," Qin Yu shook her head as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. Duan Yuanshan's face sank as he scuttled over to Yang Kai's side to look at him. In the next instant, his expression abruptly changed. That was because he had discovered that Yang Kai's eyes were currently wide open, with golden blood trickling down from the corners of his eyes. He was staring intently at the stone wall, as though he was attracted by something. Although a struggling expression appeared on his face, he was unable to free himself from it no matter what. All of a sudden, a jet-black demonic qi gushed out from the seal, before climbing onto Yang Kai's body. Like a black rope, it tightly connected him to the stone wall. The aura radiating from Yang Kai's body abruptly turned demonic, while mysterious and bizarre jet-black demonic patterns began to surface on his exposed skin. Demonic transformation. Duan Yuanshan cried out in shock. Upon seeing this scene, how could he not know that the demonic qi had already invaded Yang Kai's body? It wouldn't be long before he transformed into an existence that was identical to Jiang Taisheng. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he pulled Qin Yu to his side, before circulating his source qi to envelop her and the unconscious Qin Chaoyang. Calling out to Hua Qingxi and the middle-aged man, he said, "This Duan will take his leave first." After saying those words, he rushed towards Maplewood City at lightning speed. At this moment, there was still some power left in his body, which should be enough for him to return to Maplewood City. As long as he could return to the city, he would be able to borrow the city's defensive spirit array to resist the demonic qi. "What about Lord Yang?" Qin Yu shouted out in panic. Yang Kai's current state was more or less related to her. At that time, if not for the fact that Yang Kai was protecting her, he would not have exposed his back, and would not have coincidentally spat that mouthful of golden blood onto the stone wall seal. Therefore, Qin Yu could not sit back and do nothing. However, her strength was still too low, so she was basically unable to do anything. "We can't care about him," Duan Yuanshan replied, before suddenly increasing his speed, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi did not immediately retreat. The two of them were confident in their profound strength, so they were not too afraid of the demonic qi surrounding them. Instead, they continued to stare at Yang Kai with strange gazes. After a brief moment, the middle-aged man gave a sinister laugh and said, "Kid, since you've been invaded by the demonic qi, you're destined to become a demon. Killing you can be considered as upholding justice for the heavens." As he spoke, the short spear appeared in his hand once again. With a piercing sound, it pierced straight towards Yang Kai's head. However, right at this moment, Hua Qingxi suddenly waved her hand, causing a ribbon-like artifact to shoot out. It accurately wrapped around the short spear, preventing it from advancing even an inch further. "Lowly maid, what are you doing? Could it be that you've been invaded by the demonic chi as well?" The middle-aged man roared out in anger as he turned his head around. Hua Qingxi gave a tender laugh. "Master, do I look like I've been invaded by the demonic chi? Then why are you stopping this king? This little brother has just gone through life and death with us. Master, you want to kill him in the blink of an eye. Aren't you being a little too heartless?" Hua Qingxi looked at the middle-aged man in disdain as she ridiculed, "Master, your face changes faster than flipping a book. What kind of friendship do I have with a piece of trash like him?" "You don't, but I do." Hua Qingxi gave a tender laugh. "I've said before that I'll protect him. Aren't you not giving me any face by killing him in front of this mistress? This king needs to give you face? Who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man shot her a sideways glance. "Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being impolite." I'm so scared." Hua Qingxi patted her towering chest with a fearful look on her face. Trembling, she said, "Master, why are you so angry? Anger isn't good for your body, and you'll age faster. Lowly maid, you've angered me time and time again. This king didn't want to lower himself to your level. However, since you're courting death, don't blame this king for being ruthless. I'll kill you first." With a loud roar, the short spear in the middle-aged man's hand transforming into 8 identical existences. With a trembling hum, they shot towards Hua Qingxi. Faced with such an attack, Hua Qingxi did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Forming a seal with her hands, specks of starlight suddenly emerged from her tender body, appearing just like a sea of stars. In the next instant, dozens of arrows formed from starlight slowly took shape before her. Every single arrow appeared to be pulled by an invisible bow and arrow. With a flash, they shot straight towards the middle-aged man. Star-chasing arrow. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically. Controlling his secret treasure to defend against the incoming attacks, he roared out in a deep voice, "You're from the Star Soul Palace? He, so what if I am?" Hua Qingxi giggled endlessly. As she spoke, she clasped her hands together, transforming them into a complicated profound seal. Smashing it down towards the middle-aged man's head, she roared out, "Star Descent." Yang Kai's entire body had disappeared, leaving only a clump of jet-black darkness that appeared like a black hole that could devour all light. All of a sudden, a loud voice rang out within Yang Kai's mind. The voice seemed to come from the depths of his soul. At the same time, it also seemed to come from the ancient times. The voice was deafening, yet no one was able to hear what it was saying. Blood instantly flowed out from Yang Kai's 7 orifices. However, the golden blood did not drip down. Instead, it seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force, flying towards the stone wall and fusing with the seal. All of a sudden, a shudder shook through Yang Kai's entire body. Opening his eyes wide, he stared straight ahead. Within his world and vision, everything had disappeared. He felt as though he was situated within a black hole in the void, unable to see even the slightest bit of light. The only thing present in his surroundings was boundless darkness, causing despair and dread to rise within his heart. Above the jet-black sky, a gigantic single eye appeared. Seemingly covering half of the sky, it was incomparably jet-black, deep and tranquil. It seemed to contain an extremely mysterious force that was guiding Yang Kai's soul, causing it to resonate with it. Black Eye. Yang Kai was greatly shocked as he immediately understood that this was the ancient giant demon's single jet-black eye. The scenes that he had observed within Jianghu his consciousness were of the ancient black-eye giant demon shooting out jet-black rays of light, causing the powerful warships of the Emperor realm to crumble apart and falling flowers. Those jet-black rays of light seemed to be even more powerful than the might of an emperor artifact. So that's how it is. At this moment, Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood what the ancient great demon was sealed in this place. Clearly, it was the Black-Eye Giant Demon. The ancient giant demon's Black-Eye Giant Demon was born from the creation of the heavens and earth, and was definitely not something that could be destroyed by humans. Those almighty experts had used all sorts of methods to make the Black Eye disappear, and could only helplessly choose to seal it. Although he understood that, Yang Kai was unable to do anything about it at this moment. Even though the ancient giant demon had been dead for countless years, this Black-Eye Giant Demon still contained a portion of its will. That will was so powerful that it was absolutely not something that a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could resist. Yang Kai could only watch passively. Under the Black-Eye Giant Demon that covered the sky, Yang Kai was as insignificant as an ant, completely insignificant. All of a sudden, the Black-Eye Giant Demon seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's existence and shot its gaze over. In an instant, Yang Kai felt intense pain within his knowledge sea, as though his soul was about to be torn apart. Unable to help himself, he opened his mouth and cried out. Boundless demonic chi continued to flood into his body through the destruction of the seal, causing his flesh and blood to crumble apart. However, under the dual effects of his golden blood and demonic chi, he was rapidly reborn. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than the legendary pain of being sliced into pieces. However, what caused Yang Kai to feel even more terrified was that the Black-Eye Giant Demon that had been hovering in the air was rapidly closing in on him. Yang Kai could clearly feel a joyous emotion being transmitted from the Black-Eye Giant Demon, as though it had finally found something after waiting for countless years. In the next instant, the Black-Eye Giant Demon wrapped itself around Yang Kai, before gushing into his body like an invisible object. In the next instant, a pitch-black energy pillar suddenly erupted from Yang Kai, shooting straight into the sky, dispersing the clouds and reaching the peak of the horizon. The boundless demonic chi that had pervaded a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have been attracted by something, as it rolled over from far and near locations, frantically converging towards Yang Kai. Within the demonic chi, countless demonic creatures turned around and looked towards Yang Kai's location. They had long since lost their consciousness, and did not know what life, death, and pain were. However, expressions of joy appeared on their faces, as they knelt down one after another, revealing pious expressions of worship. It was as though a king that had been waiting for countless years had finally returned, as though an invincible sovereign had finally awakened. 500 kilometers away, Duan Yuan Shan was protecting Qin Yu and the unconscious Qin Chaoyang as they fought a bloody battle against a group of demonic creatures. The demonic creatures were not difficult to deal with. After all, their cultivation levels were different, and they were far from being a match for Duan Yuan Shan. However, there were simply too many of them, and it was impossible to kill them all. Duan Yuan Shan also had to protect the two members of the Qin family, which made it even more difficult for him to deal with them. Seeing that the demonic creatures were about to break through his defensive perimeter, Duan Yuan Shan no longer cared about his own injuries and bit the tip of his tongue, burning his blood essence. However, right at this moment, a violent howl rang out from afar, piercing through their eardrums. The demonic chi surged and rolled, as the demonic creatures knelt down one after another, completely ignoring them. Duan Yuan Shan's eyes narrowed. Although he did not know what had happened, he knew that time was not on his side. He was not in the mood to fight against the boundless demonic creatures, so he took the two members of the Qin family and flew into the sky, frantically fleeing towards Maplewood City. Along the way, the densely packed demonic creatures all knelt down on the ground, while the demonized monster beast was actually crawling on the ground, motionless. Exactly what's going on? Doubts arose in Duan Yuan Shan's heart as he turned around to take a look. However, he was unable to see anything, with only a stretch of pitch-black darkness. Nevertheless, he was able to clearly sense terrifying energy fluctuations radiating from the seal. On the various city walls of Maplewood City, countless cultivators were dumbfounded by what they saw. That's because the demonic creatures, who were still madly attacking the defensive light barrier a moment ago, had all stopped moving in the span of a single breath, as though they had all died in an instant. However, there were some sharp-eyed cultivators who were able to see through the pitch-black demonic chi to observe the situation, and were still able to see the vague figures of the demonic creatures. However, these demonic creatures were either kneeling or crawling, not moving in the slightest. Not far from the seal, Wuxia Xianxia and the middle-aged man had also stopped their meaningless battle, with both of them opening their eyes wide as they looked downwards. The pitch-black energy pillar soaring into the sky caused them to feel fear and dread, while the astonishing pressure radiating from Yang Kai's body caused them to tremble from head to toe. This feeling was even more terrifying than facing a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Exchanging glances, the two of them simultaneously retreated 10 kilometers to avoid being affected by the shockwaves. Can you feel it? The demonic chi seems to be converging in that direction. Wuxia Xianxia suddenly asked with a solemn expression on her face. The middle-aged man nodded his head with a grave and stern expression, before giving a sinister laugh. From the looks of it, I'm afraid that your little brother won't be able to escape this calamity. Why are you gloating over his misfortune? Wuxia Xianxia gave a cold snort. This king. I'm just speaking the truth. Why are you so nervous? Ever since he had found out about Wuxia Xianxia's origins, how would the middle-aged man dare to refer to himself as this king in front of her? However, he was also puzzled, as he did not know why Wuxia Xianxia had such a soft spot for Yang Kai. At her level of strength, it was absolutely impossible for her to have any feelings for a man she had just met. She was already a few hundred years old, so how could she fall in love so easily? He had a faint feeling that Wuxia Xianxia had some other ulterior motive. Chapter 2099. When the huge black eye entered Yang Kai's body and fused with him, Yang Kai's consciousness became somewhat blurred. All kinds of negative emotions that had been hidden in the deepest part of his heart burst out at this moment, as if they were being drawn by something, causing his entire body to exude an extremely evil aura. Mysterious and complex demonic patterns climbed up his skin, and with the influx of a large amount of demonic chi, these demonic patterns became darker and darker. A power far exceeding that of a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator was brewing in his body, impacting his mind and self, causing him to be lost in the joy and pleasure of suddenly obtaining great strength. A strong murderous intent and a desire to destroy emerged in his chest, especially towards living beings with flesh and blood. He had an extremely strong desire to kill. His divine sense sank, wrapped in endless darkness, unable to see the slightest bit of light. As time passed, he could only become a member of the demon dwellers. But at this moment, in the endless darkness, a weak light, like a sharp blade that tore through the haze, leisurely bloomed. The light showed 7 colors, and was magnificent. The 7-colored light penetrated the endless demonic chi and shone on Yang Kai, making him feel warm. It was as if he had been frozen in the cold night for 3 or 9 days, and had finally waited for the sun to shine. His evil aura also seemed to have encountered nemesis, turning into plumes of blue smoke and quickly disappearing. Yang Kai's sinking consciousness suddenly sobered up for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he focused his vision and looked ahead. In his field of vision, the shadow of a lotus flower exuding 7-colored light was faintly discernible. The 7-colored lotus flower was not big. Compared to the endless demonic chi, it was like comparing heaven and earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, but the place where it existed had become the last pure land in this dark world. 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's mind suddenly sobered up, realizing that he had unknowingly transformed into a soul avatar and entered his knowledge sea. And the 7-colored light was obviously emitted by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. His heart stirred, and he immediately rushed in the direction of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. After a short while, he was already standing at the stamen of the lotus. The 7-colored light enveloped him, dispelling all the negative emotions from his body. When the black smoke was expelled from his body, Kai Yang was finally able to fully awaken. As far as the eye could see, the entire knowledge sea was shrouded in boundless darkness. The constellation diagram that was supposed to exist above the knowledge sea did not have the slightest bit of light. In this entire world, other than the multicolored light emitted by the soul-warming lotus, there seemed to be nothing else. A huge black eye appeared in the sky above the sea of consciousness. He looked down at Yang Kai coldly, without the slightest emotion. Yang Kai could not see it, but this was his sea of consciousness, so he could clearly feel it. Boundless pressure and willpower emanated from that single black eye, as if it wanted to destroy Yang Kai's spiritual defense, tarnishing his soul. However, under the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure of the world, any invisible attack was enough to be purified by the multicolored light. Not only that, from the soul-warming lotus, many tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye flew out. Soul-devouring insects. They were strange insects that Yang Kai obtained in Tongxian realm in his early years, but as Yang Kai's strength increased, they could no longer play any role. For a long time, Yang Kai had placed them on the multicolored island transformed by the soul-warming lotus, leaving them to fend for themselves. After so many years of nourishment, their numbers had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, to Yang Kai's surprise, they all flew out of the soul-warming lotus. They scattered in all directions. Wherever they passed, there was a burst of crisp and pleasant cracking sounds. The ancient demonic chi that invaded Yang Kai's knowledge sea was nibbled away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soul-devouring insects can even devour demonic chi? Yang Kai was greatly surprised. As time passed, these soul-devouring insects that devoured the demonic chi grew bigger and bigger. They were originally a group of indiscernible existences. Even if Yang Kai released them to fight his enemies before, his enemies would not be able to see them at all. But now, in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, their size was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, their skin color was gradually turning black, and complex and subtle demon crests were beginning to appear on their bodies. Each and every one of them was giving off an extremely mysterious aura. After a short while, the soul-devouring insects became the size of rice grains, and they were still growing at an even faster speed. In his knowledge sea, the demonic chi began to tumble uneasily. As if it had its own thoughts, it began to avoid being devoured by the soul-devouring insects. But this was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, where could they hide? The clouds of devil chi were like leaves being gnawed away by silkworms. Very soon, a large gap was revealed. Yang Kai watched silently for a while, not knowing whether this was a blessing or a curse, but since it was beneficial to his situation, he was too lazy to care. The next moment, with a thought, he drove the colorful soul-warming lotus to fly somewhere high in the sky, and looked directly at the huge black pupil hidden in the boundless darkness. The demonic chi slowly dissipated, and finally the black pupil was revealed. Even in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, it still occupied half of the sky. Yang Kai stood in front of it, as humble and small as an ant. The colorful light disappeared and disappeared, forming a halo around Yang Kai's body. Like the rotation of a celestial body, a huge halo spread out all of a sudden. Get out, or be completely destroyed. Yang Kai moved his mind, and the sound of thunder fell from the sky. The sound of thunder was like an invisible sharp blade, piercing into the black pupil, causing its shape to distort and change. After a while, the black pupil calmed down again. The deep darkness was like a black hole, and the huge eye still stood there, motionless. Sure enough, it doesn't have its own thoughts, and only a remnant of its will is left? Yang Kai was thoughtful. Although he had guessed before, he was not too sure. But now, after this test, he finally got the answer he wanted. This black pupil no longer had its own thoughts, and only the remnant will of the ancient troll remained. After all, in the distant ancient times, countless powerful people in the Emperor realm destroyed its body, and its own thoughts had long disappeared. Since that was the case, there was no way to communicate with it. Yang Kai's expression became serious, and he urged the power of the colorful soul-warming lotus. The next moment, the colorful light bloomed dazzlingly, turning into sharp blades, and piercing toward the black pupil. And at this moment, the black pupil's single eye took a deep look at Yang Kai, and then slowly closed. Between heaven and earth, a giant-like voice resounded, "You have the aura of a demon. I leave it to you, I leave it all to you, to witness the end of this world, to witness the destruction of this world." An incomparably ferocious aura spread out leisurely, and the closed black pupil suddenly turned into a black light, shooting toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai was shocked, and hurriedly guarded his mind to resist. At the same time, the colorful soul-warming lotus also spun, and the endless colorful light turned into a barrier, trying to prevent the black light from invading. But all of this was in vain. The black light easily penetrated the barrier of the colorful soul-warming lotus, tore through Yang Kai's defenses, and directly entered his body. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a heart-wrenching pain in his soul, and his entire soul avatar could not be maintained, directly collapsing. Immediately after, his consciousness returned to his body, and he opened his mouth to release a furious roar. This roar was just like the roar of a wounded wild beast in the mountain forest. Yang Kai was completely wrapped up by the rolling demonic chi, making it impossible to see his face and figure clearly. A hand was tightly covering his right eye, from which golden blood continuously flowed out. This is 5 kilometers away. Wuxia Xianxia and the middle-aged man were completely dumbfounded by this scene. Since Yang Kai's strange change had happened to him, they had watched everything from start to finish. Naturally, they had a vague idea of exactly what had happened. Under their witness, the jet-black demonic chi that had enveloped a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers had completely gushed into Yang Kai's body, disappearing without a trace within the short span of an incense stick's time. Countless demonic beasts all knelt on the ground. However, for some unknown reason, the demonic chi within their bodies had completely disappeared without a trace. Without the protection of the demonic chi, these extremely ferocious demonic beasts had all become exceedingly weak in a short span of time. Although their lives were not in any danger, Yuan Chi was unavoidable. Furthermore, all of them had blank expressions on their faces, completely unaware of what had just happened. The monster beasts were even more flustered as they fled in panic. Sunlight returned to the earth, causing people to feel warm and fuzzy. However, the middle-aged man and Wuxia Xianxia felt a chill in their hearts. That was because they could sense a pressure that was comparable to that of an expert from the Emperor realm radiating from Yang Kai, who was 5 kilometers away. This pressure was extremely evil, and seemed to be filled with the stench of blood, causing it to instinctively repel the aura of the living. In the next instant, the violently trembling Yang Kai suddenly calmed down. The large hand that was covering his right eye slowly loosened. Extending his hands before his eyes, he appeared to be examining something. Within the darkness, 2 rays of mysterious light shot out. One golden, the other black. The golden vertical pupil of his left eye brimming with majesty, while the black horizontal pupil of his right eye brimming with primal chaos trembled intensely at the location of Yang Kai's eyes, creating an extremely stark contrast. "What's that?" The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. Even though he was from the Flying Saint Palace, he was still somewhat unable to understand exactly what kind of monster he was looking at. As his voice rang out, the 2 completely different colored gazes suddenly turned towards him and Wuxia Xianxia. Not good. Upon making contact with the 2 gazes, Wuxia Xianxia suddenly felt her head sink. Her beautiful face contorted as she roared out, "Hurry and run." As she spoke, she formed a hand seal. With a bang, her entire body transformed into over 100 colorful butterflies that flew off in all directions. Seeing her leave so decisively, how could the middle-aged man not know that he had just witnessed a great disaster? Hurriedly biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of red light as he hastily retreated a few dozen kilometers away. Chapter 2100. The middle-aged man possessed a powerful cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm. Therefore, when he focused on escaping, his speed could not be described as slow. In the blink of an eye, he had already ignited his blood essence and fled 100 kilometers away. Looking back with lingering fear in his heart, the middle-aged man could not help but gawk. In the distance, there was no trace of Yang Kai, as though he had suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged man's heart sank, as an indescribable feeling of dread and terror began to spread within him. Chaotic spatial fluctuations radiated out from the front, before a jet-black figure suddenly appeared. The figure was enveloped by boundless demonic chi, making it impossible to see its face clearly. However, the golden and black radiance radiating from its face caused the middle-aged man to feel as though he was facing a great enemy. When he met those two gazes, his thoughts could not help but turn rigid, while his consciousness turned chaotic, while his divine soul turned restless. He roared out furiously. Summoning his short spear, he formed a complicated seal with his hands, before frantically pouring his source chi into the short spear. Whoosh whoosh, the short spear started to grow at a strange speed, transforming into a gigantic object over 100 meters long in the blink of an eye. With a slight tremble, it shot straight towards Yang Kai. This was the middle-aged man's most powerful attack, and he was extremely confident in his attack. Even the experts of the Emperor realm would not dare to ignore such an attack. Yang Kai appeared to have lost his consciousness, just like those demons. The only thing left in his mind was a bloodthirsty desire. Faced with the impending danger, he did not have any intention of dodging, and continued to stand in his original position in a daze. Only when the short spear was about to reach his body did he send out a punch, seemingly out of instinct. His fist was enveloped by jet-black demonic chi, appearing solid and dark. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man could not help but feel elated. His eyes widened. He wanted to see what would happen next, and wanted to see Yang Kai being smashed to smithereens by his attack. Bang! A loud bang rang out, while Yang Kai did not move a single inch. However, the short spear was struck by a berserk force, causing the brilliance on its body to dim. In an instant, it reverted to its original size, while flying at a speed faster than before. It fell into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Ah! The middle-aged man's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, as he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard, he took another look, only to see that Yang Kai was indeed completely unscathed. Just as he was lost in thought, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. A large amount of pure demonic chi overflowed from his body and spread to his arms, making them longer and larger. In the blink of an eye, a huge pitch-black palm was formed. Immediately, it smashed down towards the middle-aged man's head. It was as if a pitch-black mountain had descended from the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the world. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright as he hurriedly tried to dodge. However, to his despair, he noticed that the space around him had somehow solidified and viscous, and it was as if it had been confined. He couldn't dodge it. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned deathly pale as he screamed out. One of them summoned a shield-like defensive artifact. After injecting origin energy, the shield immediately turned into a barrier, blocking above him. Not only that, but he was also constantly forming hand seals and chanting, "Heaven, Earth, Black, Martial." The origin energy within his body surged crazily. Before he could unleash this mysterious secret technique, the pitch-black mountain-like palm had already smashed down. Crack! The barrier formed by the shield shattered like a mirror. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, before it shattered into pieces, completely unable to provide any form of protection. Immediately after, the gigantic palm smashed down onto the middle-aged man's body. He was only able to let out a miserable shriek filled with terror, before he lost all signs of life. The gigantic palm gradually dissipated. Other than a gigantic palm print on the ground, the only thing that remained was a pile of minced meat. Under the might of that palm, the middle-aged man's cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm was unable to defend against it, instantly losing his life. All of his origin artifacts and even his spatial ring were smashed into smithereens. The items within his spatial ring were eternally banished into the void. After doing all of this, Yang Kai raised his head with an expressionless face and shot a glance in another direction. Over there, Hua Qingxi, who had split up with the middle-aged man, turned her head around in horror, her beautiful eyes trembling endlessly. Just a moment ago, she could faintly hear a miserable shriek ringing out from afar. This caused her heart to involuntarily panic, causing her to run even faster. However, right at this moment, the space in front of her turned blurry, before a pitch-black figure blocked her path. How can this be? Hua Qingxi's beautiful face contorted as her heart sank to rock bottom. She had split up with the middle-aged man, before personally witnessing Yang Kai chasing after the other party. However, in just a few breaths' time, Yang Kai had actually caught up to the other party, killed him, and then blocked her path? Even a powerhouse from the Emperor realm would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Looking at the pitch-black figure and sensing the ruthless and bloodthirsty aura radiating from it, Hua Qingxi's face turned pale, while a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She did not act rashly. Instead, she squeezed out a faint smile, before fearfully displaying her charm and amorous feelings. Since the other party was able to kill the middle-aged man in an instant, this meant that he could easily destroy her as well. There was no difference whether she resisted or not. Right now, the only thing she could hope for was to awaken the consciousness hidden in the deepest recesses of Yang Kai's heart. Little brother. Hua Qingxi called out softly with a trembling voice, a gentleness that had never been present in her voice before. Can you move aside? You're blocking my path. Yang Kai did not move a single inch, merely standing in his original spot as he quietly stared at her, as if he was looking at a stranger. The golden and black profound light radiating from his eyes caused Hua Qingxi's heart to tremble. However, there was nothing she could do about it. She felt just like a little lamb facing off against a savage and ferocious king of the jungle, where her life and death would be decided with a single thought from the other party. The only thing that Hua Qingxi felt fortunate was that Yang Kai did not try to kill her the moment they met. This allowed her to see a sliver of hope for survival. It's me, your big sister. Don't you remember me, little brother? Hua Qingxi brushed her hair behind her ear as she continued to try. She did not know if she was lucky or unlucky, but as expected, Yang Kai appeared to be moved by her words. His dual-colored eyes started to tremble intensely once again, as if his consciousness was resisting against something. Little brother, I've just saved your life. You're not thinking of killing me, are you? You're repaying kindness with enmity, right? Hua Qingxi's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat, revealing her beautiful and voluptuous figure. Bean-sized beads of perspiration rolled down her forehead, while her face turned pale. Nevertheless, she still forced herself to remain calm. Roar! Yang Kai, who was wrapped in demonic qi, suddenly reached out and covered his head, letting out a low roar from his throat. Hua Qingxi was shocked and hurriedly retreated a few steps. However, on second thought, with the opponent's current strength, it would be useless no matter how far she retreated. She could not help but smile bitterly, and simply stood in place without moving. If you don't say anything, your big sister will leave. Hua Qingxi gently probed. Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond, she was overjoyed and said, then the green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Speaking up to this point, she once again displayed the divine technique of 100 discs. In an instant, she transformed into countless multicolored butterflies and fled into the distance like a gust of wind. However, at this moment, the roaring Yang Kai suddenly straightened his body, stretched out his hand, and grabbed in the direction of the countless butterflies. The 100 discs dissipated, and Hua Qingxi's body reappeared. Her face was extremely ugly. She suddenly became angry and shouted, "What the hell do you want? You didn't say a word, and you won't let me go. Just kill me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and grabbed in her direction. Hua Qingxi's heart sank on the spot. She was shocked and said, "I was joking. Why did you take it seriously? Don't. As she spoke, she desperately urged her source chi to resist. However, the gap in strength between her and Yang Kai was enough for the latter to easily crush her. Before she could raise her source chi, Hua Qingxi felt her body tighten, as if she was wrapped in an invisible force. A suffocating feeling hit her. The next moment, her head became heavy and her feet became light. Her divine sense became chaotic, and her vision turned black. By the time she regained her senses, Hua Qingxi was standing in a daze in an empty field, her pretty face pale as snow. She turned her head and looked around. She found that this place was flat and surrounded by a dense forest. A strong wind blew, cool and refreshing. This wasn't the star boundary. Hua Qingxi immediately felt the difference between this place and the star boundary. She couldn't tell what the difference was, but she was sure that this place was definitely not the star boundary. Did she die? Hua Qingxi stood there with a blank expression. Death wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. She didn't even feel anything before dying. Why would she come to this place after dying? Then where was that annoying guy from the Flying Saint Palace? Could this be the legendary infernal prison? Her thoughts ran wild, and Hua Qingxi couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Oh. I didn't kill you, but instead sent you here. It seems, the consciousness of the main body is still there, at least some of it. Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded in Hua Qingxi's ears. The voice was so loud that it sounded like the beating of a war drum, startling Hua Qingxi. Who is it? Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed, and she shouted vigilantly. At the same time, she looked around, but she didn't find anyone. Look up, look up. The voice sounded again. With this reminder, Hua Qingxi quickly raised her head and looked up. What she saw was two stone pillar-like existences standing beside her. She had seen these two stone pillars when she first arrived, but she hadn't gotten rid of her death state yet, so she didn't think much about it. Now that she looked carefully, she found that these two stone pillars were somewhat similar to thighs, but they didn't have any flesh and were completely made of strange stone. As her gaze continued to move upwards, Hua Qingxi's expression kept changing, from surprise, to doubt, to shock and amazement, all of which were brilliant. After Hua Qingxi got a clear look at the object beside her, she tapped her foot and floated several dozen feet away. Looking from a farther position, Hua Qingxi could finally see more clearly. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and she suddenly became confused. Chapter 2101. Stone. Stone Giant? Hua Qingxi choked for a long time before spitting out a few words with great difficulty. The scene in front of him was too inconceivable. The huge figure that was more than 10 stories tall had a well-defined figure and a simple-minded face. However, there was a pair of bright eyes that didn't quite match his appearance. They flickered with the light of intelligence. It seemed to be able to make the world tremble with just a raise of its hand or a lift of its foot. It was like a mountain troll that had awakened from an ancient myth, giving Hua Qingxi an unimaginable shock. Stone Giant? That's not wrong, the embodiment chuckled. Although he deliberately suppressed his voice, it was still shocking. Are you alive? Do you have your own thoughts? Hua Qingxi wasn't an ordinary person. Born in the Star Soul Palace, she naturally came into contact with many secrets unknown to the outside world, so after a short period of absent-mindedness and shock, she immediately recovered and asked in surprise. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of any creature in this world that was similar to the thing in front of her. "Do you think you're dead?" The embodiment looked at Hua Qingxi mockingly. Hua Qingxi's pretty face blushed, but she immediately became overjoyed and asked back, "So, I'm still alive? By the way, you just said that he sent me to this place. Where is this place?" The embodiment was silent for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you sure you want to know?" Hua Qingxi frowned, a trace of inexplicable uneasiness in her heart, as if knowing where this place was would be extremely unfavorable for her, but curiosity still made her reveal a look of desire. "Well, since he didn't kill you, he sent you here. Since he didn't kill you, he didn't kill you. That means you won't be able to leave here in the future, so there's no harm in telling you." Hearing what the embodiment said, Hua Qingxi's pretty face couldn't help but darken. She immediately understood that her worries had come true. This is the small sealed world. The inner space of the sealed world bead, an emperor artifact. Emperor artifact? The sealed world bead? Hua Qingxi let out a shrill cry, the expression on her pretty face fluctuating as she exclaimed in shock, "You mean to say that this place is a world of its own? Is it on the same level as my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda?" "More or less." The avatar nodded. As if he was tired of standing and talking, he sat down on the ground and crossed his legs, looking at Hua Qingxi from afar. "But if you really want to compare them, the 5-colored treasure pagoda and the sealed world bead each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Your Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda allows its disciples to enter and gain experience, and it also has many mysterious uses. However, the sealed world bead was different. Its body was very small, and it was refined by a powerful being. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Hua Qingxi nodded stiffly. She was from the Star Soul Palace, so how could she not understand the meaning behind the embodiment's words? The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the greatest treasure of Star Soul Palace, the foundation of the palace. This was because countless disciples could head inside to train and advance. To comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. They could absorb the broken principle strength. This was the top emperor artifact in the entire star boundary. The sealed world bead was obviously an existence comparable to the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Although it could not allow people to gain benefits from training inside, it was more convenient to use than the 5-colored treasure pagoda. This was a priceless treasure. And the one carrying it was actually a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. Even for an ordinary master from the Emperor realm, it was very difficult to obtain an Emperor artifact. An Emperor artifact could not be refined just because one wanted to. The birth of every Emperor artifact required the accumulation of countless flowing time great emperors and the blood and sweat of many masters. The value of an Emperor artifact was far greater than that of a Dao Source grade artifact. But now, a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm was carrying one. And it was an Emperor artifact on the same level as the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If this news were to spread, it was likely that all the masters in the star boundary would be in an uproar and hunt down Yang Kai to seize this treasure. Can I pretend that I didn't hear this secret? Hua Qingxi's mouth twitched. Now that she had been sent into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai and learned such a secret, it was impossible for anyone to let her leave. In other words, she would be imprisoned here by Yang Kai for the rest of her life. This made Hua Qingxi feel lucky that she did not die, but at the same time, she was very annoyed. Ha ha ha. The embodiment laughed. From the moment you were sent in, your fate was already decided. When he spoke up to hear, the embodiment's voice suddenly became low and deep as he said, he obviously didn't kill you because you saved his life. But his own condition isn't good, and he might be unable to control his desire to kill. So, he had no choice but to do this. Is that so? In fact, you still have a chance to leave this place. What? Hua Qingxi was overjoyed when she heard this and asked anxiously. Die, or swear allegiance to the main body and offer up your soul brand. Hua Qingxi's pretty face changed. Impossible. Everything is possible. Why do you have to be so resolute, miss? Are you really willing to stay here for the rest of your life? The embodiment asked. Hua Qingxi fell into silence, a look of struggle on her face. Suddenly, she spoke again. That little bastard can't even protect himself now. Let's wait until he survives this tribulation. The embodiment nodded. Indeed, you need to discuss this matter with him personally. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly changed. By the way, why are you here? Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, were you also thrown into this small sealed world by him? Did he force you to offer up your soul brand? She looked as if she had suddenly found a kindred spirit in her predicament, and her eyes were filled with joy. The embodiment had a strange look on his face as he sighed. I have been imprisoned by him for millions of years, that scum. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth, but as soon as she spoke, she felt that something was wrong. Looking at the embodiment suspiciously, she asked, how old is he this year? How do you calculate millions of years? The embodiment stretched out his huge, thick fingers, scratched his stiff cheek, and said, don't worry about these details. He is in trouble now. Look, do you recognize these people? Saying so, the embodiment suddenly stretched out his hand and waved. In the sky between him and Hua Qingxi, a layer of visible ripples suddenly appeared, like the surface of a lake. Then, a strange scene appeared in the sky. Hua Qingxi fixed her eyes on it and suddenly said in surprise, this is. She found that the scene in the sky was where Yang Kai was. At this moment, Yang Kai was still wrapped in a thick cloud of black qi, and only his eyes shone with an evil light. Not far from Yang Kai, a total of 3 people surrounded him in a triangular formation. Each of these 3 people had an aura as deep as the abyss and an extraordinary bearing. The person on the left was a middle-aged man wearing simple linen clothes. Although they were not bright, his clothes were neat and tidy. His eyes flashed like lightning. The person on the right was a short old man with white hair and beard, but a ruddy complexion. He frowned and stared at Yang Kai with a faint look of fear on his face. The person in the middle was a dignified beauty with an ice-cold temperament and a frosty face. She wore a moon-white dress, which added to her mature charm. After Hua Qingxi was thrown into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, these 3 people suddenly appeared strangely and surrounded him. Each of the 3 people was a master in the Emperor realm, and each of them was famous in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai had seen them before. They are the master of those forces. Hua Qingxi recognized the identities of the 3 people at a glance. Tell me, the embodiment said. The one on the left is Master Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, the one on the right is Elder Feng Ming Feng of Orthodoxy Temple, and the last one is Master Gao Shui Ting of Azure Sun Temple. It's them. The embodiment understood. More than a year ago, these 3 people came to Maplewood City to investigate the Luan Feng in Clear Jade Mountain. Later, they cast a spell together with Xiao Yu Yang of Star Soul Palace to open the 5-colored treasure pagoda from a distance, allowing the cultivators of Maplewood City to enter to gain experience. Yang Kai naturally saw their graceful figures at that time. Yang Kai knew them, so the embodiment naturally heard of them as well. At this moment, when he heard Hua Qingxi report their identities, the embodiment couldn't help but show a worried look. Although Yang Kai's current situation seemed to be unstoppable and his strength was amazing, the 3 people opposite him were all from the Emperor realm and had extraordinary backgrounds. The embodiment might not be their opponent. What's more, the longer Yang Kai's current state lasted, the more difficult it would be to deal with him. Once he was held back by these 3 people, his mind might really be eroded by the demon will and become a demon dweller. There's hope now. Hua Qingxi didn't notice the embodiment's worry at all and cried out in joy. While speaking, he shouted to the embodiment, "Big Stone, after these three masters subdue this little bastard, we can go out." The embodiment nodded repeatedly, his face expressionless. Outside, Chen Wenhao and the others stood still. The reason why they came here was naturally because someone had left through the teleportation formation of Maplewood City and went forward to inform them. When the three major forces heard that the ancient great demon's seal was broken, and the pure demonic chi leaked out and the people around Maplewood City were plunged into misery and suffering, they didn't hesitate and directly sent the masters from the Emperor realm to investigate. As for Chen Wenhao and the other two, who had come to Maplewood City a year ago, they naturally became the first choice and took on this task without hesitation. The three set off from their own sects without stopping and used countless teleportation formations along the way to rush to Maplewood City in the shortest time possible. But when they arrived at Maplewood City, they happened to see the demonic chi dissipating and the demons regaining their consciousness. The three were surprised and puzzled, and followed the vine to find the melon. They found the source and blocked Yang Kai here. At this moment, the three were puzzled. First, the Luan Feng appeared in this small Maplewood City, and then a year later, the seal of the ancient great demon appeared. It seemed that all the major events in the world were going to happen here, which made them feel a sense of absurdity in their hearts. They couldn't see the appearance of the Yang Kai on the opposite side, and they didn't know who transformed into him, but the pure demonic chi wrapped around him gave the three of them a great sense of oppression. It was as if the demonic chi was a fatal threat to them as masters of the Emperor realm. Chapter 2102. The three of them flew all the way here and saw that all the demons had regained their consciousness. Only the person in front of them was still surrounded by the demonic chi and emitting a violent aura. "Who are you?" Chen Wenhao was the first to ask. He really wanted to know the reason why the demon in front of him didn't regain his consciousness like the other demons. Instead, he became incredibly powerful. There was no response from the other side. They could only hear a low roar coming from the demonic chi, like a mad beast. "Brother Chen, he probably doesn't have his own consciousness. Why are you talking nonsense with him?" Feng Ming said impatiently, his malicious eyes staring at Yang Kai's figure. Gao Shueting didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were filled with light, as if she wanted to see through the rich demonic chi and see Yang Kai's true face. But at this moment, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and turned his head to look at her. Their eyes met, and an invisible collision broke out. Gao Shueting's face turned pale. Her delicate body staggered as if she had been hit by something. A low roar came out from the devil chi. It seemed to be suppressed and in extreme pain. Although the words were not spoken clearly, the three of them could still hear it. They also knew what the devil chi in front of them wanted to express. A strange look flashed in Chen Wenhao's eyes. He suddenly stepped forward. As he moved, he flicked his wrist and a long blue and white sword appeared in his hand. He said calmly, "I'll test his skills. The two of you, support me." As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound was heard. Chen Wenhao had already transformed into a graceful figure, rushing away like a bolt of lightning. He appeared in front of Yang Kai. Qi Ying, the sword light moved and the sword chi hummed. The sword momentum was like a fierce wind, and waves of sorrowful cries were heard. Ding ding dang dang. Sparks burst out in all directions. The energy sputtered in the void. The long sword was as fast as lightning. It was as dense as a rainstorm. After a while, Chen Wenhao put away his sword and stood in the same place as if he had never moved. On the other side, cracks began to appear on the demonic chi outside Yang Kai's body. They were as dense as a spider web. Some parts of his body could be vaguely seen through the cracks. His exposed skin was full of mysterious demonic patterns. But as the demonic chi rolled, these cracks were restored in the blink of an eye. Chen Wenhao frowned. Gao Shueting and Feng Ming were also extremely surprised. Kai Yang's trickiness was beyond their expectations. Die! Chen Wenhao. With the strength of his divine will. This kind of movement speed was beyond his understanding. He desperately urged the power of his divine sense to form an airtight surveillance net around his body. He wanted to use this to spy on Yang Kai's movements. Be careful. Gao Shueting's pretty face suddenly changed and she shouted. Behind Brother Chen. Feng Ming also shouted. Why did they need to remind him? The moment Yang Kai appeared behind him, Chen Wenhao had already seen through it. In a flash, the power of the laws of heaven and earth followed the heart of solitude. His long sword burst out like a meteor and stabbed backward. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. Chen Wenhao instinctively felt that he had stabbed something. But it was completely blocked. Not only that, the long sword let out a sorrowful cry, and the sword flashed wildly. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly took a step and jumped forward. A violent force burst out behind him. Although it didn't hurt him at all, it scared him quite a bit. Without waiting for him to regain his footing, Yang Kai followed him like a shadow and appeared on his right side once again. His fist was wrapped in demon chi as he ruthlessly punched out, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The move was simple, but it was extremely ferocious. It could be said to be a strike that returned to its original state. There was no way to avoid it. Chen Wenhao's heart was in turmoil. As a master of the Emperor realm, he had already touched the threshold of this world's martial Dao even though he was only a first-order Emperor realm master. Even if he was facing a second-order Emperor realm master, he wouldn't be completely suppressed. He would at least have some ability to contend with them. But this inexplicable magical creature did it, relying on its miraculous movement and strange speed, making it impossible for him to contend with it one-on-one. At the critical moment, he shouted, "Water body transformation." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly became translucent, as if he was molded from a mass of water. Yang Kai's fist directly blasted a big hole in his body, and his arm went through his chest. Chen Wenhao couldn't help but groan. He seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. Facing this blow, not only did he not retreat, but he also condensed his source chi. His water body transformation suddenly shrunk and trapped one of Yang Kai's arms. At this moment, Feng Ming and Gao Shueting, who had been watching the battle from the side, made their move at the same time. A long spear appeared in Feng Ming's hand. The spear was like a flying goose, and there were traces of lightning flashing on it. It was the Emperor Artifact Thunder Goose Spear that he had spent a lot of effort to refine. It was famous in the entire southern territory. Endless Thunder Rush. Feng Ming shouted. Taking advantage of the good opportunity created by Chen Wenhao, he waved his long spear, and a bolt of lightning shot out like a bolt of lightning, directly toward Yang Kai. On the other side, a small mirror suddenly appeared in the palm of Gao Shueting's hand. After she poured her source chi into it, the mirror suddenly emitted a dazzling light, as if it was a small sun hanging in the air. A mysterious light shot out from the mirror and enveloped Yang Kai's body. Her expression was cold and solemn, and her white dress fluttered without wind. She looked like a goddess who had descended from the heavens. A scorching aura suddenly spread out, as if it could burn everything. The rolling demonic chi on the surface of Yang Kai's body seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis. It quickly wriggled and turned into countless wisps of smoke, floating outside. Emperor Artifact, Blazing Sun Mirror. In the small sealed world, a projection was created by the embodiment. Hua Qingxi could clearly see everything that was happening outside. Her face was filled with excitement. She shouted loudly. She knew all three of them and had naturally heard about the artifacts they used. Even if she had never seen them before, she knew what they were after seeing them now. The long sword in Chen Wenhao's hand was also not an ordinary artifact. It was the Emperor artifact, flowing water sword. 3 great Emperor's artifacts. 3 great Emperor's venerable realm experts had attacked together. She seemed to have seen Yang Kai, who was like a demon king, fall. This made her smell the scent of freedom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the blazing sun shrouded the sky. Yang Kai seemed to have sensed a fatal threat. He suddenly roared, and a majestic and masculine aura suddenly erupted, completely different from the evil and violent aura from before. In the next moment, his arm that was stuck in Chen Wenhao's water transformation body suddenly swelled. Dragon scales appeared on his arm, and his entire hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw. With this help, he suddenly jerked. Chen Wenhao let out a muffled groan. His water transformation body seemed to be unable to maintain, and Yang Kai broke free, leaving behind a trail of blood. Immediately after, Yang Kai turned around and grabbed towards the plasma that was bombarding him. *Ci Lula, Yang Kai's body trembled violently. He had actually blocked the attack of Feng Ming's secret technique with his dragon claw. However, he couldn't get rid of the numbness caused by the electric current surging through his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she increased the power of the blazing sun mirror. The demonic qi on the surface of Yang Kai's body evaporated faster and faster, causing him to cry out in pain, as if he was suffering great torment. Die, all of you must die. A roar rang out, and the space within a radius of a dozen miles suddenly changed. A kind of world principle power was added to her body, and Gao Shueting's movements couldn't help but pause. On the other side, Chen Wenhao, who had been shaken off by Yang Kai, was about to attack with his sword, but his body also sank. Space principle? Gao Shueting screamed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Since the 3 of them from the Emperor realm were able to reach their current level, they naturally had their own unique understanding of the world principle power. The 3 of them had comprehended the world principle power according to the secret technique or cultivation method they cultivated, and that was how they had advanced to the Emperor realm's level. Every member of the Emperor realm had a different understanding of the world principle power, and the territory they specialized in was also quite different. Only those geniuses who were blessed by the heavens could comprehend the most profound and most primitive world principle power in a unique territory. The 5 elemental principles, the true essence of various powers, and the mysteries of various divine technique were the cornerstones of the Emperor realm's gradual growth. Among them, the most difficult world principle power to comprehend were a few mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Without a doubt, the space principle was one of them, and it was almost impossible to comprehend. For countless years in the astral plane, countless great emperors had used their understanding of the world principle power to reach the peak, but no one had ever heard of anyone who used the space principle power to reach this step. The space principle power was too profound, and even the Emperor realm would shrink back at the sight of it. But right now, a demonized demon was actually using the space principle power to seal this area. Gao Shueting's breathing stopped. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai had already charged straight at her with the radiant sun mirror's divine might. Like a bolt of lightning, his speed was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already charged in front of Gao Shueting. He completely ignored this enemy who wanted to kill him, and instead threw a punch at the radiant sun mirror. Roar! Roar! The roar of a dragon rang out, and a dozen pitch-black demonic dragons shot out from his fist, fluttering in the air. Even though Gao Shueting reacted quickly and dodged in time, she still couldn't completely avoid them. Boom! 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 The pitch-black demonic dragons collided with the radiant sun mirror, and the radiant sun mirror flickered. When Gao Shueting flew to Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao's side, her pretty face had an ugly expression, and she looked at the Emperor artifact that she had spent so much effort to refine with heartache. The radiant sun mirror seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of black gas, which damaged its spirituality. Inside the sealed world bead, Hua Qingxi was dumbfounded. Her small mouth opened into a circle, and she said in a low voice, "He's so strong." Originally, she thought that with the three great emperors working together and even using their emperor artifacts, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to take down Yang Kai? But after a round of confrontation, it was the three from the emperor realm who suffered losses, and Yang Kai was unstoppable. Hua Qingxi couldn't accept this at all. Chapter 2103. This is troublesome. His demonic qi can even corrode my emperor artifact. Chen Wenhao glanced at the radiant sun mirror in Gao Shueting's hand, then at his water stream sword. His expression was grave. Just like the radiant sun mirror, the water stream sword was shrouded in a faint layer of black qi. Obviously, it had been corroded by the demonic qi. Although this wouldn't damage the emperor artifact's spirituality, if it wasn't removed, the emperor artifact would lose its spirituality in the long run. It wasn't easy for an emperor artifact to be born, and every emperor artifact was cherished by the emperor realm. How could they allow such a thing to happen? What a troublesome guy. It seems like we have to get serious, Feng Ming snorted coldly. Chen Wenhao also stared at Yang Kai, but he said to Gao Shueting, "Junior sister Gao, we'll need your help." Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and said, "If the radiant sun mirror is destroyed, you'll have to compensate me." Feng Ming laughed, "It's an emperor artifact. How can it be destroyed so easily? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen if we delay." Gao Shueting waved her hand, and the blazing sun mirror flew up into the sky as if it was charging into the clouds. It didn't take long for the blazing sun mirror to merge with the scorching sun in the sky. Gao Shueting waved her hand, and her hand seals changed. A mysterious power emanated from the radiant sun mirror, and the entire mirror began to hum. Above Wuji in the sky, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot down from the blazing sun. It struck the surface of the radiant sun mirror, penetrating it and radiating in all directions. Radiant sun sky territory. 9 suns glorious brilliance. Gao Shueting crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then, she slowly pushed it forward. The blazing light covered the entire area. The small world sealed by Yang Kai's space law made cracking sounds, as if something had broken free from its shackles. Then, a strange phenomenon appeared. 9 suns appeared in the sky. The dazzling light was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. The sunlight from the suns was scorching hot, and the ground was scorched. Yang Kai roared. It was as if it could not withstand being surrounded by countless scorching suns, and it immediately launched an attack. He rushed forward and met a scorching sun head-on as he swung his fist. Boom, the blazing sun hanging above his head was directly shattered. But after a short while, a new blazing sun appeared in another location. Yang Kai seemed to have gone mad. He didn't believe it and smashed another scorching sun. However, the same scene appeared again, making his efforts useless. It's useless. It's in Master Gao's scorching sun sky territory. This kind of attack won't work at all. Hua Qingxi seemed to have heard of blazing sun sky's territory, and seeing Yang Kai running around in the sealed world bead, he slowly shook his head and gloated. The embodiment rolled his eyes and asked, "Then what kind of attack is considered useful?" "Of course we're going to attack the master's body," Hua Qingxi chuckled and said, "but we're in the territory of the sky of blazing Sunday. Master Gao is omnipotent. The figure she manifests should be just an illusion. I'm afraid her real body is hidden somewhere." "Is that so?" The embodiment raised the corner of his mouth and smiled meaningfully, "You know a lot. As expected of someone from Star Soul Palace." Hua Qingxi smiled proudly. If she didn't come from a supreme force in the southern territory like Star Soul Palace, how could she, a mere cultivator in the third order Dao source realm, understand the mysteries of Gao Shueting's secret technique? Just as Yang Kai was crazily attacking those annoying scorching suns, a figure had already appeared beside him. The principle of sword Dao condensed on the long sword in his hand and stabbed at him slowly and cautiously. 3,000 sword Dao. Chen Wenhao shouted. The sword stabbed out. The 9 scorching suns in the sky seemed to be overshadowed. Between heaven and earth, there was only this sword that condensed Chen Wenhao's life's work. The sword flashed, blood splattered, demonic qi surged, and Yang Kai roared. This sword finally made a great contribution. It directly pierced Yang Kai's chest and abdomen, bringing with it a pool of golden blood. In pain, Yang Kai stretched out his dragon claw and grasped the flowing water sword. He ignored the sharp sword edge cutting into his palm, and his other hand turned into a giant palm that covered the sky and slammed down on Chen Wenhao. Chen Wenhao's eyes narrowed. He wanted to retreat, but he was shocked to find that the strange principle of space was approaching him again, and he couldn't help but pause. In this moment of delay, Yang Kai's palm was already in front of him. Displacement transposition. Gao Shueting's voice sounded. She put her palms together and pushed forward. A scorching sun hanging high in the sky suddenly replaced Chen Wenhao and was directly shattered by the giant palm. On the other side, Chen Wenhao's figure appeared. His face was slightly pale, and he nodded to Gao Shueting to express his gratitude. If Gao Shueting hadn't used her secret technique to get him away, he would have been injured. Did you forget someone else? A voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Kai. While Yang Kai was entangled with Chen Wenhao, Feng Ming had already rushed in front of Yang Kai with the Thunder Goose spear in his hand. He pointed the tip of the spear forward and condensed his source qi, which suddenly exploded. Thunder Goose explosion. A huge thunder ball suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. It was filled with violent thunder power that could destroy the world, and it suddenly exploded beside Yang Kai. Thunder danced wildly, and silver snakes ran. The ground turned into a territory of electricity. At that moment, the demonic qi behind Yang Kai disappeared temporarily, revealing a figure full of bones. This attack seemed to have caused great damage to him. Feng Ming didn't even have the time to be happy before he saw Kai Yang suddenly turn around and send a palm towards him. You dare to look down on me? Feng Ming was furious when he saw Yang Kai casually attacking him. He pointed his spear and attacked again. However, this time, he missed. The figure in front of him disappeared. Feng Ming's heart instinctively tightened. He withdrew his spear and retreated, his face full of vigilance. After all, the person he was fighting was a terrifying existence who could use the law of space. Feng Ming did not dare to let his guard down. At the same time, Chen Wenhao also spread out his divine thought. He wanted to find Yang Kai. However, at this moment, a delicate cry suddenly sounded. Gao Shueting's figure staggered out of the empty place, followed by Yang Kai, who was brimming with murderous intent, like a demon god descending from the heavens. How could you? Gao Shueting's face was full of disbelief. She could not believe that Yang Kai was able to accurately find her hiding place in the territory of the blazing sun sky and launch a sneak attack on her. She watched as the dark figure rushed toward her. An aura of death rushed toward her. In a daze, she seemed to have heard the call of the god of death. Boundless sword principle. At this critical moment, Chen Wenhao rushed over with his sword. He pointed the flowing water sword, and endless sword qi surrounded him. It blasted toward Yang Kai like a storm. Yang Kai roared. The demonic qi on the surface of his body surged and turned into spiritual snakes that flew out. They competed with the sword qi. Qi 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 qi, the sword qi disappeared, and the spiritual snakes retreated. Yang Kai's figure appeared. Gao Shueting retreated to Chen Wenhao's side. Her face was pale, and her clothes were wet with sweat. Does this guy still have consciousness? Feng Ming widened his eyes and asked in surprise. Yang Kai used him as bait just now. He attracted everyone's attention. However, he quietly launched a sneak attack on Gao Xueting. This was not the action of a demon who had lost his mind. This was clearly a very spiritual way of fighting. Even if Feng Ming had the same strength as him, he could not have done better. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Chen Wenhao put away his sword and put his hands behind his back. His body was as still as a mountain. He was like an unsheathed sharp sword, exuding a shocking sword intent. He said, "Demon, I'll show you my sword principle today." As soon as he finished speaking, his killing intent was obvious, and his sword chi was swift. Chen Wenhao angrily activated his origin force. In an instant, his exquisite swordsmanship was fully displayed. His sword momentum condensed on the sword body and gathered the power of laws. He suddenly attacked. The moment he attacked, Gao Xueting's figure disappeared from the territory of the blazing sun sky again. However, the 9 blazing suns suspended in the air burst out with light at the same time. They turned into 9 light pillars that attacked Yang Kai and sealed the world. Feng Ming held the Thunder Goose spear in his hand and also displayed the exquisite skills he had learned in his life. He attacked Yang Kai's vital points. In an instant, the 3 great emperors attacked together, wanting to slay the demon and protect the peace of the world. Yang Kai only roared angrily. He countered the changes by remaining unchanged. Demonic clouds rolled on his body, and he performed all kinds of simple and violent moves. He was only at a disadvantage. It was almost impossible for the 3 of them to kill him in a short time. The demonic clouds on the surface of his body had extremely strong defensive power. Even the various secret techniques and emperor artifacts of the 3 great emperors couldn't break through them. The world changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. In the small sealed world, Hua Qingxi was silent for a long time. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. It was a huge opportunity for a cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm like her to be able to observe the battle of the masters in the Emperor realm so clearly. Unfortunately, the battlefield of the masters in the Emperor realm was too dangerous. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't have the chance to observe it at all. However, she was lucky enough to be able to watch it from the beginning to the end. She no longer wanted Yang Kai to die as soon as possible. Instead, she fell into contemplation while watching the battle. She looked as if she had gained something. The embodiment glanced at her and raised the corner of his mouth. He didn't disturb her. When he turned his head to look at the battlefield again, the embodiment showed a deep worry. Although it seemed like they were in a stalemate on the surface, the embodiment was just a cultivator in the First Order Dao Source realm. Even with the help of the demonic chi, it was still not enough to fight against 3 masters from the Emperor realm at the same time. The fact that the embodiment kept getting injured was the best proof. This didn't matter. The key was that the embodiment didn't run away even though he knew he was no match for them. This was what worried the embodiment the most. The embodiment didn't know whether the embodiment still had his own consciousness. He tried to contact the embodiment, but he didn't get any response. On the contrary, when he secretly told the embodiment about the flaws of Gao Xueting's Radiant Sun Sky Territory secret technique, the embodiment actually paid attention to it. Otherwise, the embodiment wouldn't have dragged Gao Xueting out of her hiding place and almost severely injured her. It was definitely not a good thing for the embodiment to suddenly obtain such powerful power, and it was the evil and violent power of the ancient great demons. Once it lasted for a long time, no one could tell what would happen. Chapter 2104. A few thousand kilometers away in Maplewood City, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the city no longer had the joy of surviving a calamity. Instead, they all looked towards a certain direction in horror. In that direction, there was a violent energy fluctuation, followed by a deafening explosion. Duan Yuan Shan, drunkard, Qin Chaoyang and the Dao Source Realm old ancestors of the various great families stood on the city walls, their gazes piercing through the void as if they were trying to find some clues. City Lord, Master, who is fighting over there? Liang family's old ancestor, Liang Penglu, asked in shock. Duan Yuan Shan pondered for a moment and said, "This Duan met Master Chen and the other two Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land on the way back. I think they are the ones who are causing the commotion. Master Chen Wenhao, who came to our Maplewood City last time?" Xin family's old ancestor, Xin Gao Jie, narrowed his eyes. "That's right. Then who is their enemy?" Xin Gao Jie's face was full of shock. Chen Wenhao and the other two were all masters of the Emperor realm. Even when the three of them joined forces, they were still fighting fiercely against the unknown enemy. The sky was falling and the earth was rending, and they were unable to obtain victory in the shortest time possible. It was obvious how strong the enemy was. "I don't know." Duan Yuan Shan shook his head. But at this moment, Yang Kai's figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. At that time, 7 great Dao Source Realm Masters brought Qin Yu to repair the seal. In the end, there was a mistake. Zhuang Pan escaped, the 7 points black tortoise array broke by itself, Du Lishan died tragically on the spot, and Qin Chaoyang was seriously injured and unconscious. Yang Kai was eroded by the demonic qi and stood motionless, as if he was about to turn into a demon. It was possible that Yang Kai lost his mind and became a demon. But with his foundation, even if he became a demon, could he fight against the 3 masters of the Emperor realm? Duan Yuan Shan shook his head and dispelled the ridiculous thoughts in his mind. What's more, the strange ancient demonic qi had completely disappeared, and the demonic creatures whose minds had been eroded had recovered. Yang Kai should be the same. Rumble, suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky. Along with this sound, the Yuan qi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something. They quickly converged in a certain direction. What happened? Xin Gaojie was the first to react, looking towards a certain direction in Maplewood City in astonishment. Duan Yuan Shan also turned his head, and after taking a look for a while, he exclaimed in joy, "Someone in the city is about to advance to the Dao Source realm. Whose disciple is it?" The ancestral patriarchs looked at each other and slowly shook their heads, indicating that it was not their clansman. "Let's go and take a look. This is an omen of great prosperity after our Maplewood City's calamity." Duan Yuan Shan shouted loudly, using his source qi to stimulate his voice. It was enough for all the cultivator in the city to hear it clearly. As the city lord of a city, he naturally had to reassure the people at this moment. This promotion phenomenon just happened to give him the space to do so. No matter who this person was, to be able to cause a change in the Yuan qi of heaven and earth at this juncture was a good thing for the cultivator who had survived the disaster in Maplewood City. It was not a bad thing. Not long after, everyone then flew to the front of the most superior cave residence. Outside the cave mansion, an old woman, a middle-aged beauty, and a young girl stood quietly in front of the cave mansion. "Miss Xiaoqi?" Duan Yuan Shan glanced at the young girl, a stunned look on his face. It was normal for him to recognize Mo Xiaoqi. After all, they had fought together against the demonic creatures and the demonic qi. Although Mo Xiaoqi was only a third-order origin king, Duan Yuan Shan did not underestimate her in the slightest. Because of the time they spent together, Duan Yuan Shan discovered that the origin of this young girl was quite mysterious. She was also very knowledgeable and profound. Most importantly, Mo Xiaoqi looked only 16 or 17 years old this year. A 16 or 17-year-old third-order origin king, even a great sect like Heavenly Martial Holy Land might not be able to nurture such a person. Only Star Soul Palace had such a possibility. For a while, Duan Yuan Shan even regarded Mo Xiaoqi as a secret disciple of Star Soul Palace. Of course, he did not dare to underestimate her. City Lord Duan, seniors, Mo Xiaoqi smiled faintly and greeted everyone. Miss Xiaoqi, the person who broke through. Duan Yuan Shan went straight to the point and asked. It's Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong. Mo Xiaoqi did not intend to hide it. Kong Si ran. Duan Yuan Shan was shocked, and the old ancestors of the other families also opened their eyes wide, as if they had heard something extremely impossible. Spirit Pill Plaza was the property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and all the masters in Maplewood City naturally knew about it. They also knew about Kong Si Ran. But, it was precisely because they knew about him that they were confused. How could Kong Si Ran break through to the Dao Source realm? His martial Dao had already reached the end, and his aptitude was only enough for him to reach the Third Order Origin King realm. He might not be able to break through to the Dao Source realm in his lifetime, but his hope was only 1 in 10,000. Hearing that it was Kong Si Ran's breakthrough to the Dao Source realm, everyone was surprised. A strange look flashed across Duan Yuan Shan's eyes, and he suddenly smiled. So, it's shopkeeper Kong. Congratulations. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Although Kong Si Ran had always lived in Maplewood City, his origin and identity did not belong to Maplewood City, so his breakthrough did not have much effect on Maplewood City. This was also the reason for Duan Yuan Shan's change in mood. Shopkeeper Kong must have obtained some incredible opportunity. Xian Gaojia had a thoughtful expression on his face. If not for this opportunity, with Kong Si Ran's aptitude and ability, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the Dao Source realm so suddenly. Moreover, judging from the time, it seemed that he had started his secluded cultivation when the demonic qi besieged the city. Daring to enter secluded cultivation at that time to prepare for his breakthrough meant that Kong Si Ran had full confidence in his breakthrough. This kind of thing should wait until shopkeeper Kong comes out of seclusion, and seniors can ask him yourselves, Mo Xiaoqi replied with a smile. Duan Yuan Shan nodded and said, naturally. Yang Kai had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the battle with the 3 masters from the Emperor realm, but he still refused to retreat. This was definitely not a good thing. The embodiment had been trying to call out to the main body and ask him to leave, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to awaken the main body's consciousness. At this moment, Lu Yen suddenly arrived. With the spiritual connection between her and the main body, perhaps it would have a miraculous effect. The fact was indeed as the embodiment expected. The moment Lu Yen appeared in the distance, Yang Kai's divine sense fluctuations suddenly became chaotic. He stood quietly in place, looking at the fiery red light in the distance that was rapidly approaching. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes, and then he began to struggle violently. Screech! The clear and loud screech pierced Yang Kai's heart like a sharp sword. The fiery red light was like a prairie fire, burning fiercely in Yang Kai's consciousness. The inseparable spiritual connection between him and the artifact spirit also played a vital role at this moment. Yang Kai's mind suddenly became clear for a moment. In the next moment, he realized that he was in a dangerous situation, and his brows furrowed. The situation has changed. Let's end this quickly. Chen Wenhao saw that Yang Kai's situation was not right, so he immediately shouted in a low voice and prepared to use his ultimate move to determine the winner in the shortest time possible. Chapter 2105. Hearing this, Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also activated their source power. Master, why are you so ruthless? Yang Kai suddenly spoke. The 3 from the Emperor realm were stunned. From the beginning of the battle until now, Yang Kai had only spoken a few words, but what he said before was like a roar of a person who had lost his mind. But now, his voice was extremely stable, and it was obvious that he had his own thoughts. Demon, don't be long-winded. Today, either you die or we die. Chen Wenhao suddenly shouted. He pointed the long sword in his hand, and the 3,000 laws of sword Dao pressed down on Yang Kai. Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also attacked at the same time. Yang Kai's breath stagnated. After regaining his mind, he completely felt the horror of the powerhouses from the Emperor realm. The combined force of these three was definitely not something he could resist now. Previously, he was able to tangle with them for so long completely because of the demonic thoughts, which drove his survival and killing instincts. But now, facing the shocking joint attack of the three great emperors, Yang Kai immediately felt a fatal threat. He tapped his feet repeatedly and retreated. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness." As soon as he finished speaking, the pitch-black demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly burst out with dark light. When the three from the Emperor realm met that pitch-black pupil, their movements couldn't help but become sluggish. In that black pupil, there seemed to be the evolution of the world, as if there were stars, sun, and moon alternating. A desolate and ancient aura suddenly filled the air. The sky was dark. It was so dark that one couldn't see their own fingers. The pitch-black darkness enveloped heaven and earth, turning into a cage that covered an area of 100 miles. No matter how dazzling the sword and spear shadows, even if the 9 suns in the sky shone together, they still couldn't penetrate this seal of darkness. The three from the Emperor realm who had joined forces felt their hearts skip a beat. Their companions who were just inches away suddenly disappeared. When they released their divine senses, it was also disrupted by the endless power of darkness and was extremely chaotic. That darkness seemed to extend to the end of the world, causing the entire world to sink. After the three great emperors experienced the initial panic, they immediately calmed down. Their emotions immediately calmed down and they all made hand seals at the same time. Tens of thousands of sword rays flew out at the same time. The Thunder Goose spear turned into a lightning flood dragon and soared into the sky. The 9 suns exploded with a dazzling radiance and exploded. A glimmer of light appeared in the boundless darkness. Soon after, the ray of light expanded rapidly, until the darkness was completely dispelled. The three of them stood in the air and looked around. They were the only ones left here. As for the devil, he was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he had run off to. They looked at each other. The faces of the three turned extremely ugly. They used their divine senses to cover the ground, but they couldn't pinpoint the direction of the fiend's escape. What kind of divine technique is this? Feng Ming's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Chen Wenhao shook her head. I don't know. We have to report this matter to the sect as soon as possible, and we have to make a trip to the Star Soul Palace. The Star Soul Palace might know something about the birth of the ancient giant demon's demonic consciousness. Gao Shueting put away her scorching sun mirror and stroked its surface. There were traces of dark energy on the mirror. It was like a maggot in one's bones that couldn't be removed. A distressed expression appeared on her face. Junior Sister Gao's words are reasonable. The beautiful woman's body suddenly shrank, and she cried out tenderly, "I'm so sad, why are you crying like this?" "Ugh, I hate it, I can't stop my tears." As she spoke, her eyes were already red and swollen like peaches. "Huh!" The embodiment exclaimed again, and with this exclamation, he suddenly stood up and looked straight into the distance, as if he had seen an extremely incredible scene. His eyes, which seemed to be embedded in his stone head, trembled violently due to the ups and downs of his emotions. He cried out involuntarily, "This is..." In the medicine garden, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in front of the immortal tree, trying to draw out the power of the immortal tree, but to no avail. Unintentionally, he had drawn in another force. The gold and silver tree planted next to the immortal tree suddenly trembled slightly, and 2 rays of light gushed out from the trunk. 1 gold, 1 silver. Extremely pure. The gold and silver rays of light were like fairies fluttering in the wind, turning into specks of silver and gold light, and like dancing butterflies, they flew around Yang Kai. Yang Kai was stunned. This gold and silver tree was planted from the seed he obtained after killing the wood spirit, and it had grown since then. At that time, the seed was also gold and silver, and each of the 2 colors occupied half of the seed. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of seed it was. It was just that the wood spirit had existed for a long time, and its birth must have been a result of the exotic ancient tree's sentience. In other words, the gold and silver seeds must be the seeds of an exotic ancient tree. He planned to slowly inquire about it in the future. But at this moment, the gold and silver tree exuded such power, which made him slightly absent-minded. While he was still in a daze, the golden and silver profound lights had already shot into his body and disappeared. Yang Kai was startled, and then showed a wry smile. He had no idea what the gold and silver rays of light could do or what harm they could do, but now that his demonic chi was surging, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Yang Kai simply let them enter his body. The next moment, his body suddenly shook, and his eyes widened, bursting with light. The demonic chi that had been surging on the surface of his body seemed to be restrained by something, roaring and hissing as it drilled into his body through his pores. Not long after, Kai Yang's figure reappeared. At the same time, the demonic chi in his body was being compressed and solidified by a mysterious force, gathering in a certain part of his body. Although the demonic chi was terrifying, the mysterious force was also inconceivably powerful. It was like herding sheep, driving all the demonic chi to his lower abdomen. Then, a burning pain came from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai had just opened his mouth to cry out in pain when the burning heat suddenly turned into a bone-piercing cold. He couldn't help but shiver, and the blood in his body almost froze. Before he could adapt, the feeling turned into burning heat again, and then cold again, and again. He didn't know how many times this went on, but Yang Kai was almost tortured to death. Suddenly, a dazzling gold and silver ray of light bloomed from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai's whole body shook, and he vaguely realized something. He tore off his clothes and looked down. He saw that at his lower abdomen, the gold and silver rays of light were like 2 fish, connected head and tail, swimming quickly. And as they swam, a mysterious and wonderful pattern gradually took shape, appearing like a brand. After a while, the gold and silver rays of light burst out with an even more dazzling light and disappeared in a flash. Kai Yang let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted. A gentle breeze blew, and the small sealed world was quiet. Not only are you ungrateful, but you repay kindness with ingratitude. I was really blind to want to save you. If I had known this would happen, I would have let you die. At least I wouldn't have to suffer the pain of imprisonment. She looked sad and indignant. Standing on the moral high ground, she criticized Yang Kai. Her words were righteous and strict. There was a sonorous sound. When she got to the point where she was agitated, her pretty face was red with anger and her chest rose and fell violently. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just looked at her with interest. When she finished, he slowly shook his head and said, "At that time, whether you did or not, Fu Si Tong couldn't hurt me. If he really dared to do it, he would only suffer losses." In this regard, Yang Kai was full of confidence. Although he couldn't control his own body at that time, how could the boundless demonic chi that wrapped around his body be so easy to break? If Fu Si Tong really did attack him, he would only be devoured by the demonic chi. Even if that's the case, you can't deny my intention to save you. I am your savior, so you can't treat me like this and imprison me here, Hua Qingxi said through gritted teeth. Don't tell me you don't have selfish motives for saving me? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Hua Qingxi said angrily, I have no grievances with you, and I don't even know you before. What selfish motives do I have? Do you think you're so handsome that I've taken a liking to you? You are from Star Soul Palace, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked without thinking. That's right. Hua Qingxi replied haughtily and threatened fiercely, I am indeed from the Star Soul Palace. If you know what's good for you, you'd better release me quickly. Otherwise, you'll definitely be in big trouble. Although I didn't kill Hanleng, I was present at the scene. When he died, I was there, Yang Kai said with narrowed eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Hua Qingxi evaded his question with a guilty look on her face. Yang Kai chuckled. Fu Si Tong appeared in Maplewood City to investigate the cause of Ning Yuan Cheng's death, but aren't you here to investigate Hanleng's death? He said with a look of understanding, apart from that, I really can't figure out why you masters would condescend to come to a small place like Maplewood City. I was just passing by, I couldn't. Hua Qingxi said stubbornly. You really came here to investigate Hanleng's death? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. If he was only guessing before, then he was completely sure now. When he said those words just now, he was completely sure. Hua Qingxi's mood fluctuated slightly. If they were outside, Yang Kai might not be able to detect it, but inside the small sealed world, nothing could escape his divine sense. Are you trying to trick me? Hua Qingxi was startled and shouted in exasperation. You actually came to investigate the cause of the death of an abandoned disciple. It seems that Hanleng either has an extraordinary background or is hiding some kind of secret. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin as if he was talking to himself. In fact, his divine sense had never left Hua Qingxi, the former is unlikely. It is said that Hanleng was hunted down by your Star Soul Palace disciples countless times. If he really had some kind of background, he wouldn't have been treated like this. So, it is the latter possibility? This old lady will kill you. Hua Qingxi suddenly screamed and pushed the source qi in her body, wanting to attack Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai's previous performance made her very wary, the current Yang Kai was only at the level of the First Order Dao Source Realm, so Hua Qingxi should be able to deal with him. But she was obviously too naive. Yang Kai just stretched out his hand and the world principles suddenly changed, directly freezing Hua Qingxi in midair. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. In desperation, she could only shoot a glance at the embodiment. Yang Kai looked at the embodiment strangely and said, Didn't you tell her that in this world, everything is under my control? She didn't ask, the embodiment chuckled. Then why did she shoot you a glance? Probably to ask me to join her, the embodiment said with an innocent expression. Hey, why are you guys talking so enthusiastically? Hua Qingxi was shocked and shouted at the embodiment, Big Stone, don't you want to regain your freedom? Now is the best time, why don't you act quickly? The embodiment spread his hands at her and said, There's nothing I can do. My condolences. Hua Qingxi was left with no other choice. She could only bite her red lips lightly, her beautiful eyes watery as she looked at Yang Kai pitifully and said in a soft voice, Little brother, I was wrong. Please let me down. The embodiment was shocked and said, Where is your integrity? No one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Hua Qingxi glared at the embodiment angrily and gnashed her teeth, Traitor. The embodiment suddenly looked embarrassed. City Lord, what do you mean by this? Yang Kai pretended to be confused and asked. Duan Yuan Shan said, At that time, Zhuang Pan escaped, and the 7 points black tortoise array collapsed by itself, while you were corroded by the demonic qi. This Duan couldn't save you, and every time I think about it, I feel apologetic. Yang Kai shook his head and said, City Lord Duan is too serious. I was naturally aware of the situation at that time, and it wasn't your fault. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Duan Yuan Shan said with a smile, Brother Yang is really a reasonable person. Humph, he's just greedy for life and afraid of death. Kong Si Ran said angrily. Chapter 2109. Shopkeeper Kong, when did this Duan offend you? Duan Yuan Shan looked at Kong Si Ran blankly. Speaking of which, although he didn't have any friendship with Kong Si Ran before, they still had many interactions. After all, Kong Si Ran was a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and had a powerful background. Even if his strength wasn't high, Duan Yuan Shan still couldn't ignore him. But since Kong Si Ran advanced to the Dao Source realm, Duan Yuan Shan found that his attitude towards him had become very disrespectful, especially after he heard about Yang Kai's accident. His attitude became even worse. This puzzled Duan Yuan Shan, and at the same time, annoyed him. He felt that Kong Si Ran had become arrogant once he became strong. At this moment, he was despised by Kong Si Ran in front of Yang Kai. Naturally, Duan Yuan Shan couldn't bear it, and his words were filled with anger. City Lord Duan must be joking. How can this Kong be offended by City Lord Master? Kong Si Ran said sarcastically. You. Duan Yuan Shan looked angry. He was the City Lord, and it was fine if Kong Si Ran didn't give him face, but his words were full of sarcasm, and it wasn't good for anyone. Both of you should stop talking. Yang Kai thought for a moment and understood why Kong Si Ran suddenly disliked Duan Yuan Shan so much. He looked at him with a smile and said, City Lord Duan was helpless at that time, and he could only protect himself and leave quickly. The fault doesn't lie with City Lord Master. Brother Yang is sensible. Duan Yuan Shan snorted coldly, and his expression became slightly amiable. Is that so? Kong Si Ran furrowed his brow and glanced at Yang Kai, then cupped his fists at Duan Yuan Shan and said, Since Brother Yang said so. Then, this Kong will apologize to City Lord Master. This Kong was reckless, and I hope City Lord Master won't take offense. Duan Yuan Shan's expression changed and he said, Brother Kong, you are too polite. While he said so, he was also shocked in his heart. Because Kong Si Ran's change in attitude was only possible with a single sentence from Yang Kai. From the looks of it, Kong Si Ran seemed to be following Yang Kai's lead. Otherwise, he was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. There was no need to apologize to him. It seems that, the relationship between these two isn't as simple as a good one. Duan Yuan Shan couldn't help feeling suspicious. He really didn't know what kind of ability Yang Kai possessed to make Kong Si Ran, who was in the same realm, so obedient. City Lord Duan, where is Zhuang Pan? Yang Kai suddenly asked with a gloomy face. The main culprit might not be Zhuang Pan, but he definitely had something to do with it. If not for his cowardice and fear of death, he would have been the first to run away. The 7 points black tortoise formation wouldn't collapse in an instant. Based on the situation back then, everyone should have been able to hold on for a period of time. Qin Chaoyang wouldn't be injured, and Du Lishen wouldn't die tragically on the spot. As for whether Yang Kai would be corroded by the demonic thoughts and be plagued by the demonic qi, it was hard to say. Moreover, Yang Kai and Zhuang Pan were not on good terms. Naturally, he hated his cowardice and cowardice. We don't know where he is. Duan Yuan Shan replied with a gloomy face. This Duan didn't know who he was. If I had known that Zhuang Pan was so cowardly, this city lord wouldn't have allowed him to become a member of the formation. He almost harmed everyone. After a pause, he continued, Zhuang Pan didn't return to Maplewood City after he escaped, but with his cultivation, he should have been corroded by the demonic qi. But judging from what happened later, he shouldn't be dead now. We just don't know where he is hiding. Don't let me see him, otherwise, I will make him regret being born in this world, Kong Si Ran coldly snorted. Murderous intent surged like a tide. Duan Yuan Shan glanced at him strangely, then turned to Yang Kai and asked, by the way, Brother Yang, that day, what happened after? Hearing his question, Mo Shaoqi and Kong Si Ran also hurriedly looked at him with curiosity. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. At that time, I was corroded by the demonic qi, and my soul was in chaos. I only felt darkness. When I woke up later, everything had already settled down. He had expected that someone would ask about this, so he had already prepared an answer in his heart. While speaking, he said suspiciously, but I vaguely felt several shocking energy fluctuations at that time, but I don't know whether they were real or not. Duan Yuan Shan continued, Brother Yang's feeling was right. It was Master Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land and the masters of the other two sects. They seem to have fought with something outside the city. Oh? Yang Kai showed a surprised expression, where are the three master now? Did they say anything? Duan Yuan Shan's face turned awkward and he said, they didn't go to Maplewood City. After that battle, they disappeared. As the city lord of Maplewood City, it was quite embarrassing to talk about this matter. They had already come to his territory, but they didn't meet him, nor did they say anything. Obviously, they didn't put him in their eyes. However, he was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so he naturally didn't dare to criticize the masters of the Emperor Realm. So, it was the three master who got rid of the demonic qi? Yang Kai said solemnly, the three masters are really amazing, and their strength is amazing. They retreated after accomplishing something, but they didn't do anything. It's really admirable. Duan Yuan Shan's face also turned serious and he said, my Maplewood City's calamity has been averted, so we should really thank the three master. Even Kong Si Ran and Mo Shaoqi had a look of agreement. Obviously, they felt that the sudden disappearance of the demonic qi was all thanks to the Emperor Realm's masters, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. Yang Kai was happy to hear this, so he naturally wouldn't expose it. And, this Duan came here to see Brother Yang, and also, to ask you, are you willing to stay in my Maplewood City? Stay here? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's right. Duan Yuan Shan nodded, as far as I know, Brother Yang doesn't come from any sect, and it seems that you don't belong to any family. If Brother Yang is willing to stay in Maplewood City, this Duan is willing to give you the position of Vice City Lord. Brother Yang also knows that Zhuang Pan was originally the Vice City Lord, but he ran away. My Maplewood City just so happens to have a vacancy for the position of Vice City Lord, and with Brother Yang's strength, you are qualified for it. Even if it was just a projection, it still exuded the aura of a divine spirit. On the surface of the phantom, black flames tumbled. A monstrous momentum that was unstoppable. Lu Yan's expression was very difficult, as if she was at a critical juncture in performing some kind of secret technique. Yang Kai observed for a while and knew that she was refining the Wanfeng feather at the moment. Although the progress was not particularly smooth, it wasn't very difficult either. There was nothing he could do about this kind of thing, even if he was the master of the small sealed world. He couldn't help Lu Yan in the slightest. She could only rely on her own will and determination. If the refinement was successful, Lu Yan's strength would definitely improve, but if it failed, it was very likely that she would suffer a backlash. Fortunately, Lu Yan had been absorbing the sun's true fire from the sun's true essence to temper herself over the years, so she had long been accustomed to this kind of ultra-high intensity energy entering her body. Otherwise, with her first-order Dao source realm strength, it would have been impossible for her to refine the Wanfeng divine feather. But even so, success or failure would depend on her own fortune. The embodiment was sitting in the distance. He was paying close attention to Lu Yan's situation. Seeing the main body's gaze, the embodiment just nodded slightly. Everything was understood without words. With the embodiment looking after Lu Yan, he would know immediately if anything happened, so Yang Kai left with peace of mind. His figure flickered again. He had come to another place in the small sealed world. This place was empty. A trembling figure was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, as if she was hiding in an unknown corner. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fear and torture she had suffered. Her hair was disheveled and her face was slightly pale. Her beautiful eyes were looking around vigilantly, and her pretty face was full of fear. Yang Kai appeared in front of her, but she didn't know, as if she didn't see him. This. Yang Kai looked at her and whispered, "Is it enough?" At this point, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound wasn't loud, but when it reached Hua Qingxi's ears, it was as shocking as the morning bell and evening drum. She trembled violently, and when she looked up again, she found that the boundless darkness that had been shrouding her had finally been replaced by a dazzling light. And a figure that she had cursed countless times in her heart and wanted to cut into 1,000 pieces appeared not far in front of her, looking at her lazily. Seeing this person's face, Hua Qingxi's grievances and fear over the past few days turned into the flames of revenge at this moment. She shouted, "This old lady will kill you." As she spoke, she shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. With a twist of her delicate body, she turned into 100 butterflies, blotting out the sky and surrounding Yang Kai tightly. Yang Kai raised his hand and raised his palm like a knife, ignoring the 100 spirit plates, and directly chopped towards the void in front of him. With a bang, the knife hand chopped something. Ouch! Hua Qingxi's figure staggered out of the void, and the 100 spirit plates disappeared at this moment. She covered her head with both hands and kept retreating, tears almost flowing out of her eyes from the pain. It seems. Yang Kai looked at her calmly and said lightly, "You still don't understand your situation. Since that's the case, I'll give you some more time. When you think about it, we'll talk again." As he spoke, he was about to use the same trick again. Hua Qingxi suddenly screamed, "No! No! I was wrong, I won't dare to be presumptuous anymore, please, please let me go." In the boundless darkness, being killed countless times by strange existences every day, feeling the realistic effects of death, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to endure it anymore. When Hua Qingxi was killed for the first time, she thought that she was really dead. But she didn't expect that in just a moment, she would come back to life again, but it was a life worse than death, because not long after, she was killed by strange existences again. After many times, she completely understood that she was in an extremely advanced illusion, unable to free herself from the reincarnation of life and death. Dying hundreds of times every day, Hua Qingxi was almost numb. If she wasn't strong enough, this kind of torture was enough to make her go crazy. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the culprit, for the first time, she was naturally angry, and evil grew in her heart. In the end, she was still subdued by him in one move. Hua Qingxi was in complete despair. "Very good, I'm very happy that you can be so sensible." Yang Kai looked at her, nodded, and stood in place calmly. "Then, are you going to lock me up here for the rest of my life?" Hua Qingxi was depressed. "I'm from the Star Soul Palace. I've been ordered by my master to search for junior brother Han's relics. If I don't go back to report for a long time, my master will definitely come looking for me. He might even trace it back to you." After saying this, she nodded heavily and said with certainty, "He'll definitely trace it back to you. You don't want to be targeted by my master, right? He's a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Let me go quickly, and we'll part on good terms." Jianghu was so excited that her face seemed to be flushed. It said that only 5 Dragon Island tokens have been circulated since ancient times. 3 of them have been used, and only 2 of them are left in the outside world. What she said was basically the same as what Hua Qingxi told Yang Kai before, whether it was the number of Dragon Island tokens or the time and place where they were used. It was apparent that Hua Qingxi did not lie to Yang Kai about this. But Jianghu was puzzled as she spoke. She asked in confusion, why would the Dragon Island token appear in the remnant will of the ancient giant devil? Why can't it appear? Yang Kai asked in return. Because the timing is wrong. When the ancient giant devil was sealed, the Dragon Island token shouldn't have appeared yet. How did the giant devil know about it? Jianghu had a puzzled look on her face. Yang Kai cursed in his heart when he heard that. He only wanted to ask Jianghu what he did not understand, but he did not expect her to be so quick-witted. She immediately found an obvious loophole. I don't know. Maybe the giant devil felt that the Dragon Island token was a threat to him, Yang Kai laughed. That's possible, Jianghu did not think too much about it. After all, it had happened too long ago, and she could not verify it. Alright, I'm here to find out about this. It's late now, and you should rest. I'll take my leave. Yang Kai stood up as he spoke. Jianghu stood up and sent him off. She said, I'll try my best to find out about the gold and silver exotic tree. If I have any news, I'll inform the master immediately. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. He walked out of the front door and disappeared in a flash. After a while, Qin Chaoyang suddenly appeared in front of Jianghu's door. He stared at Yang Kai's disappearing figure and asked with a strange expression, why did Brother Yang look for you? He wanted to ask me something, Jianghu said. What is it? Qin Chaoyang was stunned. Jianghu stuck out her tongue and said, it's a secret. Qin Chaoyang was surprised. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, you little girl, you won't tell me the truth, right? Jianghu said helplessly, it's not that I won't tell you, it's that I can't. However, I can tell you that what Lord Yang wants to know has nothing to do with Maplewood City or the Qin family. Qin Chaoyang understood and nodded. That's good. After a moment of silence, he sighed and looked at Jianghu. He said, how's your body? I'm fine. Jianghu replied. Nonsense. Qin Chaoyang's expression became serious. Don't think that I don't know that you spent a lot of effort to repair the seal. With your body's condition, you won't be able to hold on for long. Jianghu didn't say anything. Qin Chaoyang sighed. With your talent, if you didn't have that kind of constitution, you might have a chance to restore the glory of the Qin family. It's just that, it's regrettable that I'm too weak. I can only extend your life, but I can't cure you. I'm sorry. Jianghu's eyes reddened. She said in a low voice, don't say that, ancestor. If it weren't for you, you would have died 3 years ago. Is already very happy to be able to live for 3 more years. You's only regret is that I can't serve you, ancestor. I've made you worry about me. Don't worry, ancestor will think of a way for you. I definitely won't let you die young. Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Jianghu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Qin Chaoyang's figure was nowhere to be seen. However, after pondering for a moment, she seemed to understand Qin Chaoyang's plan. Her pretty face couldn't help but change. Even if Liu Baichuan was the Zhang family's blood enemy, Zhang Ruoxi still didn't address him casually. It could be seen that this little girl was still very pure and kind. But according to Liu Baichuan, this thing originally belonged to your Zhang family. Yang Kai continued, it seems that when a woman of the Zhang family married into the Liu family, she took this thing as a dowry and brought it to the Liu family. Since it's a dowry, it should belong to the Liu family. Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly. Yang Kai said, no matter who it belongs to, it originated from your Zhang family. Your Zhang family's ancestor, was there a great master? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, Ruoxi doesn't know, but when I was young, I heard from my grandmother that my Zhang family was a top family a long time ago. But for some reason, it gradually declined. That's right, Yang Kai nodded. But, why does this thing have a strange connection with me? What about the others in my Zhang family? Zhang Ruoxi asked blankly. The others shouldn't have it. As for you. Yang Kai paused for a moment and said, there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that there is some kind of bloodline power in your body, and this bloodline power is much stronger than the other members of the Zhang family. That's why there is a reaction between you and the space spirit Jade. This bloodline power should have originated from the previous owner of the space spirit Jade, an ancestor of your Zhang family. Then what about the other possibility? Do you have some kind of special constitution? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi and slowly shook his head. Personally, I don't think it's possible because according to my observations, you don't have a special constitution. Then the first possibility is more likely? Zhang Ruoxi asked. Yes. Yang Kai smiled slightly, it's hard to say what kind of bloodline power you have. Perhaps your bloodline is very similar to that ancestors, so you can react with the space spirit Jade. Oh. Zhang Ruoxi didn't have much of a reaction after hearing this. Are you unhappy? Yang Kai looked at her with interest. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and asked, Sir, why do you ask? Yang Kai smiled and said, it seems that you don't know anything. Well, let me explain it this way. Your bloodline power is very similar to that ancestors, and you have been acknowledged by the space spirit Jade to a certain extent. In the future, your achievements are very likely to be on par with that ancestor of yours. Yang Kai's voice suddenly lowered and he continued, the space spirit Jade isn't an ordinary object. Anyone who can become its owner must be at least a master in the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi seemed to finally understand. She looked shocked and said, Sir, you mean? Ruoxi may also become a master in the Emperor realm in the future? Yang Kai nodded. That's great. Zhang Ruoxi's face was full of joy. If that's the case, then Ruoxi will definitely be able to help Sir. Hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. After learning that she might become a master in the Emperor realm in the future, the first thing she thought of was to help him. This made Yang Kai's heart feel warm. Sir, can I take a look at this thing? Zhang Ruoxi looked eagerly at Yang Kai and asked, then looked at the space spirit Jade in his hand. This thing was related to her future, so she immediately paid attention to it. I wanted to show it to you, Yang Kai smiled and handed over the space spirit Jade. To be honest, he had studied the space spirit Jade several times since he got it, but he didn't discover anything. He only knew that this thing had been refined by someone using the great divine technique. It should be an artifact, but he didn't know how to use it. He was proficient in the Tao of space and had even mastered the space principles. But even he was helpless against the space spirit Jade. If there was anyone in this world who could understand the mysteries of the space spirit Jade, it would be Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi received it excitedly. Then, a scene that neither of them had expected happened. As soon as the space spirit jade came into contact with Zhang Ruoxi, it shook violently and burst out with a strong energy fluctuation. Zhang Ruoxi's tender body also trembled at this moment, as if an electric current was flowing through her body. Wang wang, a strange sound rang out, and the surface of the space spirit jade, which had been motionless until now, suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Immediately afterward, strange images suddenly shot out from the space spirit jade like projections, filling the entire room and revolving around Zhang Ruoxi and the space spirit jade. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he frowned and looked at the images, only to find that they were flashing very quickly. But with his eyesight, he was still able to see a lot of them clearly. Pavilions, mountains, clouds, mountains, rugged rocks, towering peaks, flying spirit cranes, flocks of birds, mountain springs, beautiful mountains. Those scenes seemed as if they'd been taken out from a paradise in the mortal world, and it caused one to be dazzled and forget to leave. Yang Kai was stunned. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly let out a cry as the aura on her body rapidly weakened, revealing an expression of extreme pain. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation of space principles began to fluctuate in the room. Yang Kai vaguely saw a pitch-black void corridor suddenly appear in the middle of the room. It was slowly taking shape, but it was still unstable. The void corridor was filled with chaotic nothingness, and Yang Kai didn't know where it led to. "Throw it away!" Yang Kai shouted as he pushed the source qi in his body and mobilized the space principles to suppress the formation of the void corridor. At the same time, he rushed in front of Zhang Ruoxi and snatched the space spirit jade. The images in the room suddenly disappeared, and the void corridor in the middle of the room also collapsed. Zhang Ruoxi let out a soft groan and fell to the ground. Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change drastically. He never expected that letting Zhang Ruoxi take the space spirit jade would cause such a thing to happen. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. After putting away the space spirit jade, Yang Kai bent down and picked up Zhang Ruoxi. In that short moment, Zhang Ruoxi's whole body was drenched in sweat. After placing her on the bed, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her wrist, circulating his source qi around her body. His face was extremely gloomy. He found that a lot of Zhang Ruoxi's vitality had been extracted from her body, causing her yuan qi to be greatly damaged. The situation of a teenage girl was no different than if she had lived for decades. This kind of fundamental damage couldn't be healed by ordinary spirit pills. If left alone, Zhang Ruoxi's body would rapidly age. Chapter 21:14. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. After checking that Zhang Ruoxi's vitality had been depleted, he immediately summoned the sealed world bead and took her into the sealed world bead to the medicine garden. After laying Zhang Ruoxi flat on the ground, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, causing the world to shake and setting off a visible wind. From the immortal tree planted in the distance, a green aura visible to the naked eye flew over along with the wind, lingering around Zhang Ruoxi's body, wrapping her up and entering through her pores. Since her vitality had been depleted, all he needed to do was to replenish it. The astonishing vitality emitted by the immortal tree was the best medicine for the illness. Sure enough, after receiving the vitality from the immortal tree, Zhang Ruoxi's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. The pain disappeared and was replaced by incomparable joy. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate and found that the situation in her body was also rapidly improving. Her aging organs and meridians were glowing with a youthful luster. The reason why she had suffered this misfortune was entirely due to external forces, so the vitality emitted by the immortal tree was a good solution to this problem. If it had been an old man with one foot in the grave instead, it would have been hard to say whether he would have been able to regain his vitality. After a full hour, Yang Kai checked again and confirmed that Zhang Ruoxi was safe and sound. Not only that, she seemed to have gained some other benefits from the immortal tree's vitality. Only then did he take Zhang Ruoxi out of the sealed world bead and send her to her own room. Zhang Ruoxi was still unconscious, but it shouldn't take long for her to wake up. However, after doing this, Yang Kai confirmed his previous guess that Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation was insufficient. She couldn't understand the mysteries contained in the space spirit jade. It was precisely because her cultivation was insufficient. That was why the vitality in her body was forcibly extracted. But, where did those scenes come from? Where did the unformed void corridor lead to? While Yang Kai was puzzled, he was also looking forward to finding the answer. He instinctively felt that the space spirit jade hid a shocking secret. After returning to the room, Yang Kai set up a barrier and secretly sent a message to the Zhang family matriarch, informing her that he would be in retreat for a while and would not see anyone before he came out. After receiving a response, Yang Kai entered the small sealed world again. He first went to check on Lu Yan's situation and found that she was still struggling to refine the Luanfeng's feather. She was struggling against the Luanfeng's power contained in the divine feather. Although the situation was worrying, there was not much danger. He didn't pay attention to it for too long before he found a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged. He sat there for 2 days. Only when his essence, energy, and spirit had recovered to their peak state did Yang Kai wave his hand, and 2 items suddenly appeared in front of him. A jade bottle and an edgeless sword. Within the jade bottle, there was a drop of dark red liquid that was rolling about incessantly. The dark red liquid would also transform into a mini dragon. It dashed left and right, spitting out flames from its mouth to burn the jade bottle. It was as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to break free. The blood of the fire dragon. Yang Kai had obtained this treasure from the 5-colored treasure pagoda's first layer's soaring dragon altar, but since obtaining it, he had never used it. The other edgeless sword was naturally Yang Kai's verdant dragon bone sword. The verdant dragon bone sword was a piece of dragon bone he found in Lu Yan's desert on Shadowed Star. It was roughly refined from a dragon bead that did not damage the properties of the material. Since it was someone from her family who came to catch her, it was impossible for them to hurt her. Moreover, Yang Kai had heard Mo Shaoqi mention this so-called Auntie Feng once. He felt that the two of them had a very close relationship because Mo Shaoqi had said that Auntie Feng had told her many stories. Yang Kai didn't expect that 2 of his friends would leave Maplewood City after just a month of retreat. Moreover, they were both forced to leave. This made Yang Kai sigh with emotion. After crushing the 2 jade slips, Yang Kai looked at the old woman and asked, "Is there anything else?" The old woman said, "The Qin family sent a message. If Master has finished his retreat, please go to the Qin family. It is said that Master's question has been answered." Oh. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Good, I'll go to the Qin family to take a look." Saying so, he stood up. Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly asked, "Sir, do you need me to go with you?" Yang Kai said, "No, you can stay in the family and cultivate." "Then, take care, sir." A trace of sadness flashed in Zhang Ruoxi's eyes, but when she remembered what happened when she touched the space spirit jade last time, a fighting spirit welled up in her heart. If her cultivation wasn't high enough, she couldn't help Yang Kai at all. Only by increasing her cultivation could she help Yang Kai unlock the secret of the space spirit jade. In the hall, Yang Kai took a step forward. Before his feet touched the ground, his figure flashed. After a short while, he arrived at the Qin family in Maplewood City. This time, he didn't go in directly, but stood outside and released his divine sense. In the next moment, Qin Chaoyang's laughter came from inside the Qin family. Brother Yang, you finally came out of seclusion. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Chaoyang's figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Like a flash of lightning, he quickly rushed in front of Yang Kai. After examining him from head to toe, he narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Yang, you seem to have gained a lot from your seclusion this time. For some reason, although Yang Kai's cultivation didn't improve at all, he seemed to be much stronger than before, and his aura was also much richer. Qin Chaoyang immediately understood that Yang Kai must have cultivated some kind of secret technique during his month of seclusion. He didn't ask any questions, and didn't even wait for Yang Kai to answer. Instead, he enthusiastically said, Come in. Yang Kai smiled and followed Qin Chaoyang into the Qin family. Along the way, all the members of the Qin family saluted respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. To Yang Kai's surprise, Qin Chaoyang didn't take him to the main hall, but instead led him directly to the secret room. When they arrived in front of the secret room, Qin Chaoyang smiled and said in a low voice, Brother Yang, I know you asked a question before, and seems to have found the answer. She's now inside. You can go in and talk to in detail. After everything is settled, this old master will come back to catch up with you. I have to tell Brother Yang what question you asked is very tight-lipped and didn't tell this old master anything. I trust Miss Qin. Yang Kai gently nodded and pushed the door open. It was still the same secret room as before. Qin, you seem to have been waiting for a long time. When she saw Yang Kai come in, she quickly stood up and saluted him. Miss Qin, there's no need to be so polite. We're not outsiders. Yang Kai waved his hand. Etiquette can't be ignored. Qin Yu smiled faintly. Yang Kai smiled and glanced at her, but his expression suddenly became a little strange. His eyes paused on her face for a few breaths, and his brows slightly furrowed, as if he had discovered something. However, Qin Yu didn't seem to notice this at all. Instead, she said, Sir, you asked this little girl what the gold and silver exotic tree was before. These days, this little girl has been flipping through the ancient records left behind by my ancestors and finally found its origins. Let's hear it. Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked unhurriedly. Before that, this little girl has a question to ask Master, Qin Yu said. What is it? In the images Master saw, did the gold and silver exotic tree display any strange power? Why do you ask this? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Qin Yu said, at the beginning of heaven and earth, the primordial chaos and time and space were unstable. A strange tree called Tsang was born. With the chaotic power of yin and yang, it sealed the four extremes, suppressed the void, locked the heaven and earth, and trapped the four seas in a cage. Qin Yu's voice was low and indistinct. When she said these words, there was a faint silver light flickering in her eyes, which seemed extremely mysterious. It wasn't until the mighty people displayed the divine technique, broke the seal of the void, broke the cage, and cut the Tsang tree in the sky, that the tide of heaven and earth's power surged for the first time. In that ancient era, countless mighty people appeared one after another and displayed the divine technique to compete for supremacy. Chapter 21:16. The firmament strange tree, seals the four poles, and suppresses the void? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Qin Yu nodded. According to the ancient records, the firmament tree takes root in the void, and its yin and yang chaotic force permeates the heavens and earth, trapping the heavens and earth. It's that amazing? Yang Kai was shocked. Qin Yu smiled slightly. It's just a record, so there's no way to verify whether it's true or not. However, the thing Master described before is somewhat similar to the firmament tree. Maybe it has something to do with the firmament tree. The question you asked me before, the firmament tree is a tree that seals the heavens and earth, and its yin and yang chaotic force has great power. If the strange tree showed the sealing power in the picture Master saw, then the firmament tree probably really exists. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart shook violently. Wasn't the gold and silver exotic tree planted in the sealed world bead a perfect example of its sealing power? Even the demonic sense and demonic chi of the ancient great demon were sealed in his abdomen by the golden and silver strange force. It was obvious that it was closely related to the legendary firmament tree. The azure tree's yin-yang chaotic force has the power to seal everything. Qin Yu continued, it's no wonder that this item appeared in the remnant will of the ancient giant demon. It's probably extremely afraid of the power of the seal, which is why it still remembers this item even after so many years. That should be the case, Yang Kai nodded in agreement, and was happy to let Qin Yu misunderstand. Master, I was fortunate enough to fulfill your request. I wonder if Master is satisfied with this little girl's explanation? Qin Yu asked with a smile. This Yang admires Miss Qin's knowledge. This is your explanation. I am very satisfied. Master, you flatter me. Qin Yu blushed slightly, paused, and said, Old ancestor seems to have something to discuss with Master, so you, will take her leave for now. Saying so, she opened the barrier of the secret room, turned around, and walked out. Just as she reached the door, Qin Yu suddenly stopped, turned back, and said, Master, old ancestors matter. If you feel it is difficult, just refuse. Don't worry too much. After saying so, she pushed the door and left without waiting for Yang Kai's response. Yang Kai frowned, he didn't know what Qin Yu's last words meant, but, from her words, it seemed that she wanted Yang Kai was Yang Kai's request. Regarding this point, Kai Yang was already mentally prepared. Last time, Qin Zhao Yang had already hinted to him in advance. Now, it seemed that this favor would not be easy to help. A moment after Qin Yu left, Qin Zhao Yang pushed open the door and entered. Old Sir Qin. Yang Kai smiled at him. Calm. To Yang, S. Qin Chaoyang didn't speak again. Instead, he frowned, as if he was weighing his words in his heart. Seeing this, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. Old ancestor Qin, from Miss Qin's appearance and aura, is there something wrong with her body? Qin Chaoyang sighed, Er's body hasn't been very good, Brother Yang. I'm sure you've already seen it. Previously, it was me who spent my energy every day to stabilize her body, but this time, what's wrong with Miss Qin's body? Yang Kai asked. He instinctively felt that the help Qin Chaoyang wanted from him this time should be related to Qin Yu. Since Brother Yang asked, then I'll say it directly. Qin Chaoyang gritted his teeth, and said, is exceptionally talented. She was born with the Fated Fortune Heavenly Pupil, the divine technique. Fated Fortune Heavenly Pupil. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's a kind of eye technique. As for its specific power, Er's cultivation is too low, and she's also young, so I haven't studied it thoroughly. The sound that was heard was not the sound of the token being broken, but the sound of Yang Kai's finger joints. The token was safe and sound after being grasped by him. How could this be? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The material of the token was very common wood at first glance. It wasn't some special treasure. How could it be safe and sound under his brute force? Yang Kai didn't believe it and increased his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the token was not damaged at all, and it didn't even deform. Brother Yang, can you confirm it now? He's really an expert. Qin Chaoyang laughed as he watched Yang Kai make a fool of himself, this old man has suspected it many times over the years, but no matter what method this old man used, he couldn't destroy this token. If not, why would this old man take it out? This is indeed an expert. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know what kind of power the mysterious expert had added to this token, but it made this ordinary wood hard and indestructible. It was impossible for ordinary people in the Emperor realm to do this. At this point, Yang Kai no longer had any doubts. He solemnly handed the token back to Qin Chaoyang and asked, "How can you enter the Four Seasons realm with this token?" Qin Chaoyang said, "The expert told me to go to Azure Sun Temple and ask for a place to enter." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Azure Sun Temple was considered a first-class sect in the Southern Territory. Whether it was strength or prestige, it was only second to Star Soul Palace. Such a sect must have a lot of places to enter. Qin Chaoyang used this token to exchange for one of them, which was reasonable. What he didn't know was the relationship between the owner of this token and Azure Sun Temple. "Is the Four Seasons realm about to open?" Yang Kai asked. "It should be." Qin Chaoyang nodded and pondered for a while before saying, "This old man suspects that all of this was expected by the expert. When you, was 5 years old, he gave me this token and told me to go to Azure Sun Temple in 12 years. Whether the Four Seasons realm is about to open or not, this old man doesn't know. After all, we can't get any information about this in Maplewood City. But now it seems that this should be the case. Brother Qin wants me to go to the Four Seasons realm for you to look for the tribulation fruit." Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. "If this old man had half of Brother Yang's strength, I wouldn't bother you, but this old man knows his own situation. Although I am also a Dao Source realm cultivator, I am still far behind the elites of those sections. If this old man really goes in, I'm afraid I won't be able to come out alive. It doesn't matter if I die, but you, I can only ask you for this matter. When do we leave?" Yang Kai asked bluntly. Qin Chaoyang was stunned. "Brother Yang, you agree?" Yang Kai grinned. "Why wouldn't I agree?" Chapter 21:18. The next day, Yang Kai arrived at the Qin family's residence early in the morning. Qin Chaoyang was also prepared. Seeing that Yang Kai had come as promised, he was naturally overjoyed. After exchanging some pleasantries, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, before you leave, this old master has something to give you." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang gestured to the side, and Qin Yu, who had been waiting respectfully, slowly walked over with a wooden box in his hands. He stood in front of Yang Kai and looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai glanced at the wooden box and found that it was long, about 4 feet long. The material of the wooden box was extraordinary, and there were some mysterious patterns engraved on it. Inside the wooden box, however, there was a unique energy fluctuation being emitted. Yang Kai frowned, instinctively feeling that the item inside the wooden box was extraordinary. He looked at Qin Chaoyang, and the latter nodded at him, indicating that he should open it. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly reached out to open the wooden box. A sword light suddenly appeared, so bright that Yang Kai squinted his eyes. When he saw the item inside the box, he couldn't help but say in surprise, "This is," saying so, he reached out and took out a long sword from the wooden box, whispering, "An emperor artifact?" This long sword was more than 3 feet long and 4 fingers wide. The blade was thick and heavy, and both sides were smooth and clean. Only the hilt was engraved with 2 small characters. Million. One sword, one can block 1,000,000. This is the myriad sword left behind by my Qin family's ancestor. Qin Chaoyang explained with a solemn expression. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Myriad sword?" What a domineering name. As he spoke, the sword soared into the sky. He circulated his source chi. The long sword buzzed and trembled. As if a heroic spirit that had been sleeping for countless years had been awakened, a halo of light flowed around the sword, and sword chi sizzled. Seeing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said with some disappointment and shock, "Little brother Yang's strength is really not something this old master can compare with. To be able to activate the sword's power without even refining it. This was an emperor artifact, and even if it had been dormant for countless years, it was still not something an ordinary Dao source realm cultivator could activate. Even if Qin Chaoyang poured all his source chi into the sword, he might not be able to trigger any reaction." What surprised Qin Chaoyang even more was that Yang Kai did not show the slightest surprise or excitement after learning that this was an emperor artifact, as if it was just an ordinary object in his eyes. "Brother Qin. What does this mean?" Yang Kai casually swung his sword a few times and turned to look at Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, "If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass." Before he could say anything, Qin Yu shot him a rebuking glare. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Qin Chaoyang looked embarrassed. He said seriously, "Little brother Yang, take this sword for self-defense. The Four Seasons realm is not a peaceful place." Yang Kai said, "Brother Qin, aren't you afraid that I will run away with it?" Qin Yu said from the side, "If Lord Yang really does so, it will be its honor. This sword has been passed down from our ancestors to our Qin family generation and has been buried for countless years. I think, it also hopes to find a better master to start a new journey and show its brilliance." Yang Kai glanced at her, secretly thinking that this little girl was quite clever and knew how to chat. But after hearing Qin Yu's words, even if he had the heart to do so, he would be too embarrassed to take it away. What's more, he had no intention of taking it for himself. Although emperor artifacts were rare, it was not like he did not have any, and there was more than one. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "I will take the myriad sword for now. When we leave the Four Seasons realm, I will return it to your Qin family." Qin Yu smiled and handed over a jade slip, saying, "This is the secret method left by our ancestors to refine the myriad sword. Maybe it can help Lord Yang." Yang Kai nodded and took it. Without looking at it carefully, he directly put the jade slip and the myriad sword into his space ring. "Then, let's go." Qin Chaoyang waved his hand. Yang Kai nodded and rushed out with him. "Lord Yang." Qin Yu shouted from behind, "Your safety is the most important thing." Yang Kai did not turn his head and just waved his hand from afar. After leaving Maplewood City, Yang Kai directly summoned the ship artifact he obtained from Flying Saint Palace. After boarding it with Qin Chaoyang, he urged the artifact to fly forward. Maplewood City originally had a space array, but after the demonic Qi siege last time, it was completely destroyed by Drunkard and could not be rebuilt in a short time. This matter must be reported to Star Soul Palace or other great sects and ask them to send someone to arrange it. Of course, Yang Kai could help, but he was not willing to do so. His strength was still low, so the fewer people who knew about his mastery of the Tao of space, the better. The ship flew at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang took turns to control the direction, so it was not difficult for them. Along the way, Qin Chaoyang found time to tell Yang Kai the details of the Four Seasons realm, as well as some things to pay attention to, which Yang Kai secretly committed to memory. According to Qin Chaoyang, the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was in a valley in the southern territory. It would open on its own every once in a while, and each time it would only open for 33 days. Once the 33 days were up, all foreign cultivators would be repelled by the power of the sealed world and would be teleported out. The reason why the Four Seasons realm was called the Four Seasons realm was because the environment inside was extremely strange. It was divided into 4 large areas corresponding to the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The spring territory was perennially fragrant, the summer territory was scorching hot all year round, the autumn territory was cool and refreshing, and the winter territory was covered in snow. In the Four Seasons realm, there were many precious treasures and spirit grasses that were rarely seen in the star boundary, and there were even some other opportunities. When the disciples of the various sects entered, they could search and investigate a certain area of the territory according to their own cultivation methods and needs. They densely surrounded Yang Kai and shot into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Oh! An emperor artifact? A look of surprise flashed across the woman in red's beautiful eyes, but she didn't take it to heart. She just ridiculed, with such a weak cultivation, how much of the emperor artifact's power can you display? Asterisk hong 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 hong, asterisk as she spoke, dazzling lights burst out in the sky. It was the collision between the countless sword chi and the invisible pressure. However, Yang Kai had only refined the myriad sword for a short time, and his cultivation wasn't very high. So, although the countless sword chi seemed fierce, it was actually weak inside. As soon as it came into contact with the boundless pressure, it dissipated. The terrifying pressure continued to press down, directly covering the place where Yang Kai was standing. It doesn't matter how much of its power I can display. What's important is, I didn't expect that sword to block your divine technique. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded behind the woman in red. He held the sword with both hands, pushed his brute force, and slashed at the woman in red's slender neck. The woman in red seemed to be taken aback as she cried out, "Teleportation? Space Force? This is really interesting." As she spoke, she actually turned around and stared at Yang Kai with a smile. She had no intention of dodging. That sword had directly cut through her neck and cut her body into two. Yang Kai didn't show the slightest joy after succeeding. Instead, he retreated as if he had been stung by a scorpion. At the same time, the woman in red appeared next to where he was originally standing and pointed at his afterimage. "You can dodge that?" The woman in red frowned and murmured, "This queen has underestimated you." As soon as she finished speaking, her face changed slightly and she frowned as she looked around. A dark black hole had appeared where she was standing, and a terrifying suction force was coming from it. On the other side, Yang Kai formed a seal with his hands and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Exile." With these tricks. The woman in red smiled indifferently, "You want to deal with this queen?" With a wave of her hand, the black hole disappeared. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and stood in place without moving, simply putting away the myriad sword. "What? Giving up resistance?" The woman in red looked at Yang Kai with interest and ridiculed. "I can't beat you, so what's the point of fighting?" Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. "Then are you ready to die?" The woman in red giggled. Yang Kai said, "Meaningless resistance will only increase the pain. Senior, please give me a quick death. But before that, I want to ask, why are you doing this to me? What did I do to offend you? Didn't I tell you? This queen just doesn't like you." The woman in red replied. "Crazy woman." Yang Kai said bitterly. PFFF. Somewhere in the void, a hidden figure was leisurely sipping tea. The woman in red sneered, "You think you're so smart." However, Yang Kai's next words caused her expression to change drastically. "Hello, Auntie Fong." A look of surprise immediately appeared on the woman in red's face. She didn't expect Yang Kai to expose her identity. She hurriedly looked at a certain spot in the void, where Uncle Lee spread his hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. "Auntie Fong, right?" Although Yang Kai was asking, his tone was basically affirmative. At the same time, he glanced in the direction the woman in red was looking at and waved to the void, shouting with a smile, "Shao Qi." You like someone like me? The woman in red's expression was slightly strange as she looked at Yang Kai with interest and said, "Based on your presumptuous remarks just now, this queen can pull out your hateful tongue. But..." She suddenly changed the topic and smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes overflowing with charm as she said softly, "This queen likes your straightforwardness very much. When your cultivation surpasses mine one day, this queen may give you a chance to pursue me." "Huh, then it's a deal." Yang Kai laughed. The woman in red stared deeply at Yang Kai for a while before she sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Saying so, her tender body flickered and she suddenly disappeared. "Hey, master, you destroyed my flight artifact and just left like this, isn't that a bit unkind?" Yang Kai shouted into the void. Just as he spoke, a blue light suddenly flew over from the distance and stopped in front of him in a flash. Yang Kai looked over and found that the thing wrapped in the blue light was a miniature wooden boat about 3 inches in size, exuding the energy fluctuations of a Dao source-grade artifact. "You really compensated me?" Yang Kai was a little surprised, but he didn't refuse and directly put the wooden boat into his space ring. Then, he stood in the void and waited quietly. After a while, he suddenly shuddered, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. In an instant, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and his whole body was like a fish out of water. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath. Although the confrontation with the woman in red wasn't thrilling, it was definitely not peaceful either. After all, she was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. She was many realms above Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai really released the gold and silver seal on his lower abdomen, he wasn't completely confident that he could escape from her hands. So, he could only take a risk. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he suddenly guessed the other party's true identity. It wasn't difficult to figure this out. He had no grievances with this woman in red, but she, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, deliberately came here to find trouble with him. Obviously, there was a reason. As for Yang Kai, he could only think of Mo Xiaoqi. Before Xiaoqi left Maplewood City, she left a jade slip to tell Yang Kai that Auntie Feng had come to catch her. With Mo Xiaoqi's third-order origin King Cultivation, how could she escape from Auntie Feng's pursuit? She would definitely be caught and brought home. After catching Mo Xiaoqi, Auntie Feng might have learned of his existence from her. Auntie Feng deliberately stopped here to test him. Yang Kai could understand Auntie Feng's approach. A young girl who was ignorant of the world often mentioned a strange man. As an elder, Auntie Feng naturally had to come to see Yang Kai's character and see if Mo Xiaoqi was deceived by a shameless person. The next step was simple. Since he knew the other party's identity, Yang Kai naturally understood that Mo Xiaoqi must be hidden nearby. As for the woman in red, it was absolutely impossible for her to kill him. However, when she said those words before she left, she seemed to have used some kind of soul secret technique, and he was almost fooled by her seductive charm. Fortunately, Auntie Feng also underestimated the power of Yang Kai's soul, so he was able to use the power of the soul-warming lotus to resolve the situation. Otherwise, if Mo Xiaoqi really saw his embarrassing state, she would probably never have any contact with Yang Kai again. She should be gone, right? Yang Kai muttered to himself. He was a little exhausted, but he still hurried in the direction of Qin Chaoyang. After a brief investigation, he found that Qin Chaoyang had only fainted. There was not a single wound on his body. It seemed that Auntie Feng had deliberately knocked out Qin Chaoyang with the first blow to create an opportunity for her to talk to Yang Kai alone. In the distance, Uncle Li used the great divine technique to carry Mo Xiaoqi and Auntie Feng through the void. Mo Xiaoqi wore a sullen look. The two masters from the Emperor realm ignored her. From time to time, Uncle Li glanced sideways at Auntie Feng. It seemed that she had something to say. What do you want to say? Just say it. What are you looking at? Auntie Feng glared at Uncle Li angrily. The latter laughed awkwardly and said, I'm just curious. How did that boy neutralize your soul summoning technique? How much of your strength did you use? 10%, or 5%? Auntie Feng was silent for a moment before saying, 20%. Are you kidding me? Uncle Li's eyes widened. Auntie Feng said, that boy's soul power is a little strange. He only has the cultivation of the first order Dao source realm, but his soul power is comparable to the third order Dao source realm. And what? He seems to have some powerful artifact to protect himself. Most of my soul summoning technique's power was offset by that thing. Even you didn't notice what kind of artifact it was? It exists in his knowledge sea, unless I break open his head and take a closer look. Can you stop talking about such a scary topic? I'm right here, Mo Xiaoqi interjected from the side. She was proving her existence. And that boy. Auntie Feng didn't pay attention to Mo Xiaoqi at all. Instead, she looked at Uncle Li with interest and said with a smile, his attainments in the Tao of space are not low. He can actually use a secret technique similar to a black hole. I remember that even you couldn't do this back then. What are you trying to say? Uncle Li glanced sideways at Auntie Feng. Auntie Feng smiled tenderly, it's rare to find a suitable one. Haven't you thought about accepting him as your disciple? In all fairness, this boy is quite good. Even the top sect in the star boundary may not be able to cultivate such a talent. Tisk, Uncle Li sneered. What's so fun about having a disciple? After taking him in, I still have to spend a lot of effort teaching him. I still have to worry about him, afraid that he will die young and whatnot. If he was a beautiful girl, I might consider raising him. Unfortunately, TSK, that's because he doesn't have this blessing, Auntie Feng smiled. That's right. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly clapped her hands and said, Uncle Li is proficient in the Tao of space, so is big brother Yang. Uncle Li, why don't you accept him as your disciple? He can also inherit your mantle. I refuse. Uncle Li didn't even think about it. Mo Xiaoqi glanced at him, then turned to look at Auntie Feng and said, Auntie Feng, when I was 4 years old, Uncle Li, oh. Uncle Li's face changed as he clapped his hands and shouted, this king suddenly feels that taking in a disciple is not a bad idea. If I'm in a good mood, I'll pull him over and teach him, if I'm in a bad mood, I'll pull him over and teach him, and if I'm in a bad mood, I'll pull him over and teach him. Uncle Li, do you really think so? Mo Xiaoqi looked at him excitedly. Chapter 21-21. It took 2 hours for Qin Chaoyang to wake up. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly remembered what happened before he fainted. His expression changed drastically as he looked around. After finding that Yang Kai was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, he was very curious about what the woman in red wanted to do and what had happened while he was unconscious. Yang Kai didn't tell the truth. After all, this matter involved the origin and identity of Mo Xiaoqi, so he casually made up a story, saying that the woman in red mistook him for someone else. Qin Chaoyang was skeptical, but since both of them were unharmed, he didn't get to the bottom of it and continued to fly in the direction of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's ship artifact was destroyed. Yang Kai didn't have time to refine the small wooden boat artifact that the woman in red gave him before she left, so Qin Chaoyang could only summon his own flight artifact. It was a carriage-like artifact, a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact. Although it wasn't as big as Yang Kai's ship, its speed wasn't much slower. Yang Kai took the time to refine the wooden boat artifact. The woman in red was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so the artifact she gave Yang Kai was a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, there were many barriers attached to it. Although it had no offensive power, its defense was impregnable, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. He was going to enter the Four Seasons realm, so he would definitely need to use a flight artifact, so he seized the time to refine it. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and after more than 10 days, the two entered the sphere of influence of Azure Sun Temple. Azure Sun Temple was a famous sect in the Southern Territory. And Orthodoxy Temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land and the other two sects were equal in status and strength, second only to Star Soul Palace. Their headquarters was located in a continuous mountain range, and there were tens of thousands of disciples and countless masters. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang didn't know why that master had appointed Qin Chaoyang to come to Azure Sun Temple in exchange for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm, but since the other party had said so, it probably had some relationship with Azure Sun Temple. As soon as the two of them stepped into the Azure Sun mountain range, they were shocked by the spirit qi contained within the mountain range. The rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth rushed towards him. With the fragrance of flowers and plants, it made people feel refreshed. The effects of cultivating in such a good environment would definitely be extraordinary. Yang Kai estimated that there should be a lot of good earth veins under the Azure Sun mountain range. Even the best earth veins should exist. Otherwise, there would not be such a rich world energy. Moreover, this was merely the periphery. If one were to go deep into the center, what sort of scene would it be? He was looking around. He was secretly shocked by the heritage of Azure Sun Temple, but was surprised to find that Qin Chaoyang was a little nervous and reserved. After thinking about it for a moment, he understood. After all, this was the headquarters of the top sect in the Southern Territory. Qin Chaoyang, the patriarch of a small family in Maplewood City, may be regarded as a top figure in Maplewood City, but here, he may not even be as good as an ordinary disciple. Naturally, there was a lot of psychological pressure, fearing that he would make a mistake or lose his manners when he met someone. After all, he came here to ask for help, so naturally, he was very nervous. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed to have no pressure at all. It was as if he was on a scenic tour, taking in the beautiful scenery along the way. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure paused and said, "Brother Qin, someone is coming." Ah! Qin Chaoyang seemed to be a little distracted and was shocked when he heard this. He also stopped and stood quietly in place. After a while, two streams of light suddenly shot from a distance and landed accurately not far in front of the two people, looking at them coldly. One of them had a fat head, big ears, and a simple and fat body. The fat on his face was piled together, and it was almost impossible to see where his eyes were. The other person was a man with a blue face. He didn't know if it was his original skin color or because he cultivated some kind of secret technique. In any case, he didn't look like a normal person. The cultivation of these two people was not high. One was a second-order origin king, and the other was a third-order origin king. But as a patrolling disciple, such cultivation was enough to show the powerful heritage of Azure Sun Temple. "Who are you, and why are you trespassing into my Azure Sun Temple?" The fat man didn't show any signs of fear because of the difference in cultivation. On the contrary, he had an arrogant look on his face as he ordered Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang around. Yang Kai's heart moved, thinking to himself that a great sect was a great sect. If it was elsewhere, an Origin King realm cultivator would be trembling in fear in front of a Dao Source realm cultivator. But here, these two guys didn't show any fear. Instead, it seemed that their cultivation was lower than theirs. Qin Chaoyang was also a little surprised, but thinking that this was Azure Sun Temple, he was relieved. He quickly lowered his posture and cupped his fists. "Greetings, two little brothers. This old master is the patriarch of the Qin family in Maplewood City. This is..." Before he could introduce Yang Kai, the fat man frowned and said, "Maplewood City? Never heard of it." Never heard of it. The blue-faced man also looked impatient and said contemptuously, it's probably some remote village. Senior brother, you're right. The fat man touched his double chin with a look of approval. In the blink of an eye, he shouted at Qin Chaoyang, Bumpkin, why don't you stay in Maple Leaf City? What are you doing in my Azure Sun Temple? Bumpkin. Qin Chaoyang was shocked at the time. This fat man actually called him that in front of him. No one had ever called him that before. He couldn't help but feel a little angry, but now that he was under the eaves, he had to bow his head. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and smile apologetically, it's Maplewood City, not Maple Leaf City. Isn't it the same? The fat man said. It's the same. The blue-faced man also nodded. You haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing in Azure Sun Temple? If you don't answer quickly, you will be regarded as invaders. Don't blame my brother for being ruthless. As the fat man spoke, he opened up an attack posture with an agility that didn't match his body shape. We brothers are very powerful. Hurry up and tell us why you've come. Chapter 21-22. This time, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang didn't go far before they noticed that there were Dao Source Realm Masters coming over. They should be the helpers invited by the two Azure Sun Temple disciples before. These people were extremely fast, and there was more than one. There were 4 or 5 of them, and the leader was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai waited quietly and didn't move forward. Qin Chaoyang also looked nervous. Not long after, a light flashed and a group of cultivators appeared in front of the two. Deacon Tao, these are the 2 guys who trespassed into my Azure Sun Mountain range and talked nonsense. Brother and I were no match for them, so we retreated in shame. Look, that person is still holding brother's long sword in his hand. The fat junior brother and the blue-faced brother who appeared before were also among these people. As soon as they appeared, the fat junior brother explained to a semi-old man while pointing at Yang Kai. The semi-old man looked about 50 years old. Half of his hair was white. He wasn't tall, but his eyes were shining. He looked very capable. This person should be the Deacon Tao mentioned by the fat junior brother. A second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator only served as a deacon in Azure Sun Temple. The higher positions of protector and elder should be held by a more powerful cultivator. Yang Kai thought secretly in his heart. As soon as the fat junior brother's voice fell, the blue-faced brother also shouted, "Hey, country bumpkin, return this uncle's artifact to me, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard this. He didn't have the intention of taking the other party's artifact for himself. This long sword was just an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. The reason why he held it in his hand. He wanted to return it to this blue-faced man when he saw him again. But when the other party said this, he was in a dilemma. He couldn't return it, but he couldn't not return it. If he returned it, it would seem too cowardly. If he didn't return it, it would be an obvious provocation. This made Yang Kai feel a headache coming on. He couldn't wait to tear that green-faced man's mouth open. Don't be rude. Fortunately, Deacon Tao seemed to be a reasonable person. He didn't blindly believe in his own sect's disciples. He probably knew the fat junior brother and the green-faced brother very well and knew that their style of doing things was somewhat different from ordinary people. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. Suddenly, he had an idea. Although the cultivation of the 2 first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators wasn't high, it wasn't low either, compared to the cultivator outside. A Dao Source Realm cultivator was still considered a master. This deacon already has a rough understanding of what happened. I wonder if the 2 of you have anything to say? Deacon Tao asked. Qin Chaoyang hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "The head of the Qin family in Maplewood City, Qin Chaoyang, greets Deacon Tao. Brother Yang and I took the liberty to come to Azure Sun Temple, not to cause trouble. It's just that the two disciples of your temple suddenly took the initiative to attack. Brother Yang and I were forced into a corner and could only defend. Deacon Tao, please understand. Maplewood City." When Deacon Tao heard this, his brow suddenly frowned slightly, and he said lightly, "Recently, this deacon seems to have heard the three words Maplewood City often." The other two Dao Source Realm cultivators standing next to him also gently nodded. First, the divine spirit Wan Feng appeared in clear Jade Mountain near Maplewood City, then the ancient great demon's seal was broken, the demonic qi besieged the city, and so on. These things were not secrets, and those who were interested could naturally find out. Did something happen in Maplewood City again? Deacon Tao asked with some surprise. He thought that Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang were messengers from Maplewood City who came to ask for help. Hearing him say so, Qin Chaoyang immediately understood that the other party did not know the purpose of his visit. It must be because the fat junior brother and the green-faced brother did not explain. Qin Chaoyang said, "It's not about Maplewood City. This Qin is here for personal matters." Personal matters? Deacon Tao frowned slightly when he heard the words, and asked, "Who do you have a relationship with in my Azure Sun Temple?" "No." Qin Chaoyang shook his head. "Then you want to join my Azure Sun Temple?" Deacon Tao asked again. "Not really." Deacon Tao suddenly became a little impatient. At this moment, the fat junior brother leaned over and whispered in Deacon Tao's ear. A cold light flashed in Deacon Tao's eyes. He stared at the two people opposite him and nodded, "So that's how it is. Such shameless boasting, no wonder they would attack you." After a pause, he said, "It's not easy for you to cultivate to the Dao Source Realm, and it's your first offense. Each of you leave an arm and leave." Qin Chaoyang's body trembled. His eyes widened as he looked in front of him in disbelief. Yang Kai also frowned, secretly feeling that things were a bit difficult. Although Deacon Tao's thinking was normal, his style of doing things was straightforward. He did not give them a chance to explain at all. Deacon Tao saw the look on their faces and chuckled, "Why? Reluctant? If you can't bear to, this deacon doesn't mind helping you." "Deacon Tao!" Yang Kai shouted suddenly. "What else do you have to say?" Deacon Tao turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Is Deacon Tao asking us to break our arms just because Brother Qin and I want to see Temple Master One? What kind of logic is this? Is this how Azure Sun Temple treats its guests? The top sect in the Southern Territory is really better than seeing it once." His sarcastic tone made several people on the opposite side glare at him angrily. Deacon Tao even sneered and said, "You trespassed into my Azure Sun mountain range, so this deacon took your lives. Now that you are not dead, you should be grateful and leave an arm behind. If you continue to be long-winded, you don't have to leave." He had a confident expression on his face. It was not surprising. He was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang's cultivation in the first-order Dao Source Realm were obvious at a glance. Deacon Tao did not feel that they were his opponents. What's more, he had two first-order Dao Source Realm companions by his side. Yang Kai said, "Just because of our request?" "Yes. That's strange. Is there a rule in your temple that says outsiders are not allowed to see Temple Master One?" "Of course not, but what qualifications do you have to ask to see Master Temple Master?" The Azure Sun Temple Master, Wen Zishan, was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If it weren't for the fact that he was in his own territory, he would have fled long ago. Even so, he was trembling all over. When he shouted, he didn't dare to look at the person for fear of angering him. Azure Sun Temple. The mysterious person raised his head slightly and glanced, then muttered to himself. He didn't mean to pay attention to Deacon Tao at all. Instead, he turned to look at Qin Chaoyang and said, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and you look so old. It seems that you have worked hard all these years. Master, Qin Chaoyang's eyes were full of tears, and after saying a sentence, he choked up and couldn't say anything. Since you are here, then feel free to make your request. The person smiled slightly, and his eyes suddenly fixed on Yang Kai. He said in surprise, You are here too. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. He swallowed his saliva and said, Master, do you know me? He. That person laughed but didn't say anything. He pretended to be profound, which made people angry. Moreover, this projection of his only lasted for a few breaths of time before it showed signs of dissipating. Time's up, what a pity. With that said, the projection really disappeared in front of everyone. No one knew what he was feeling pity about. As soon as the projection disappeared, the various heavenly phenomena disappeared as well. Naturally, that sensational pressure also vanished without a trace. In the jungle, there was immediately the sound of people gasping for breath. Pa pa pa. There was the sound of something falling on the ground. Everyone heard the sound and turned their heads to look. They found that the thing that fell on the ground was the token fragments that Deacon Tao had crushed before. There were as many as 4 or 5 pieces, and they fell in the place where the mysterious expert disappeared. Seeing this scene, Deacon Tao's face turned pale. How could he not know that he had made a big mistake? The token that was crushed by him obviously had a great background. Otherwise, it would not be used as a medium to project the figure of such an expert. Perhaps the expert had already poured power into the token when he made it. Once the token was destroyed, a projection would appear. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Deacon Tao was panicking like a stray dog. He rolled and crawled, and he even fell on the way. He finally ran to the token fragments and reached out to pick them up. But the moment the token fragments were in his hand, they turned into powder and flowed through his fingertips. The wind blew, and the powder scattered. It's over, it's over. Deacon Tao saw this and his whole body stiffened. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air came one after another, and figures suddenly appeared around the crowd. These figures were old and young, male and female, and they came from different directions. Each of them looked solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. After arriving at the scene, they scanned with their divine thoughts, but their faces were full of doubts. Because the energy fluctuations and coercion they had sensed before were completely gone at this moment. Ah! The other 2 Dao Source realms of Azure Sun Temple hurriedly bowed when they saw these people. Subordinate greets Vice Temple Master, greets elders and protectors. These people were all masters of the Emperor realm, the top fighting force of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's gaze swept through these people, and after seeing a dignified and beautiful woman, his neck couldn't help shrinking as he cursed in his heart. That person was none other than Gao Shueting, who he had fought with before. Although Yang Kai had predicted that he might have a chance to see this beautiful woman again when he came to Azure Sun Temple this time, he didn't expect it to be so soon. The two had fought before. Chapter 21-24. The old man asked, but the few disciples of Azure Sun Temple didn't know how to answer. The fat junior brother and the green-faced brother had already fainted, so they didn't see the scene projected by the master. Deacon Tao was still muttering to himself in a daze. The remaining 2 first-order Dao Source Realm disciples couldn't say anything at all. Are you all mute? Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but snort coldly, looking displeased. Tao Ming, what are you doing? On the side, a middle-aged man in the First Order Emperor realm looked at Deacon Tao and frowned. When the shout reached Deacon Tao's ears, it was like a sledgehammer hitting his heart. With a sudden shock, a mysterious force came out, causing Tao Ming to spit out a mouthful of blood. But with this, Tao Ming's slackened eyes finally refocused, and his frightened emotions calmed down. He looked around blankly, and after seeing the old man and the others, his body trembled and he shouted, "Subordinate greets Vice Temple Master, greets elders and protectors. Don't be long-winded." The middle-aged man who used the soul secret technique to wake Tao Ming up shouted, "Tell me, what happened here, and who came here?" "Who came?" Tao Ming muttered as the terrifying and shocking scene from before abruptly appeared within his mind, and then he recalled the scene of the command token transforming into powder that flowed through his fingertips. He was shocked to the point his countenance couldn't help but go pale, and he directly knelt on the ground as he said in terror, "Lords, spare my life. This subordinate didn't do it on purpose." Seeing this, the old man slowly shook his head. "Let me do it." On the other side, a girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old suddenly spoke up. Of course. She just didn't look that old. But she was a genuine master from the Emperor realm. It was unknown what kind of mysterious power she used, but her body was strangely suspended in mid-air. As she spoke, she slowly floated in front of Tao Ming. Her expression was as gentle as water. She stretched out a jade hand, patted Tao Ming's head across the air, and said, "Don't be afraid. Just tell me what you've seen and heard." As soon as these words were spoken, Tao Ming's trembling body and frightened emotion seemed to have been comforted by something, and he immediately calmed down. He stared blankly at the sky and said, "Master, it's like this, he didn't add fuel to the fire, nor did he fan the flames. He spoke truthfully about everything that had happened before, and it was extremely detailed." Seeing this, Kai Yang was secretly startled. He knew that the young girl from the Emperor realm must have used some kind of soul secret technique. This kind of soul secret technique should be able to guide Tao Ming to tell the truth without damaging his soul. When he heard a strange figure descending from the sky, the old man shouted in a low voice, "What does that person look like? Tell me clearly." "I couldn't see clearly," Tao Ming said. "The person was wearing a wide bamboo hat. She covered her face. However, his attire is extremely strange. He's clearly a man, but he's wearing a gaudy gown." When the old man heard this, his expression changed and he asked in surprise, "What about the token? What does it look like?" Tao Ming described the situation truthfully. The old man was silent for a long time. The middle-aged man looked at the old man with a strange expression and asked, "Vice Temple Master Chiu, do you know who this person is?" The others also looked at the old man curiously, waiting for him to give an answer. The old man had no intention of answering. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. It was only at this moment that someone looked at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang for the first time. The two didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. Chapter 21-25. Judging from the information you brought back, the two Dao Source Realm brats brought the Bustling World token without a doubt. Anyone can imitate the Bustling World token, but the power attached to it is not something that anyone can imitate. Wen Zishan smiled and said, "But then again, who would want to imitate that kind of token? How could these two have the Bustling World token of the great emperors of the Bustling World?" Xiao Ran frowned. Wen Zishan shrugged and said, "The master's style of doing things. No one can guess it. It's not surprising that those two have the Bustling World token. Maybe one day, there will be many beggars and prostitutes coming to my Azure Sun Temple with the bustling world token. Everyone had a look of indifference on their faces. You don't believe me? Wuxia Xianxia said, back then, when this king founded Azure Sun Temple, a group of prostitutes came to this king with a bustling world token to ask for money. Well, at that time, none of you were here. Only little Xueting was by my side, so naturally, I didn't know. There's such a thing. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Ran looked speechless and murmured, the bustling world token actually fell into the hands of that kind of woman. This master is really, how treacherous. So unpredictable. The great emperors of the bustling world live up to their reputation. At this time, the girl Chen Qian, who had been quietly floating in the air after using the soul secret technique on Deacon Tao, suddenly said lightly, speaking of which, why does this subordinate feel that the temple master's style of doing things is somewhat similar to that of the great emperors? As soon as she said this, everyone fell into deep thought. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it made sense. Lord Temple Master is also acting strangely all the time. He's not serious at all. He also wears such tasteless clothes. He has no self-respect. This king is right here. You are talking about this king in front of me. Do you think I'm deaf? Wuxia Xianxia said with a straight face. Qiao Ren glanced at him and cupped his fists. Master, this subordinate heard that when Temple Master was young, he was adopted by the great emperors of the bustling world for a period of time? I don't know if this is true or not. Absolutely not. This subordinate has also heard that the great emperors of the secular world have imparted knowledge to the master. Wind from an empty cave. Many people were shocked when they heard this. There's such a thing? Master of the temple has such a relationship with the great emperors of the secular world? I see. I understand. Wuxia Xianxia looked at the group of people below and said helplessly, what do you understand? Are you trying to say that my character was influenced by that old thing? Nonsense. I am not related to that old thing at all, so why would I be affected by him? Then why does the red dust token appear in my Azure Sun Temple so frequently? Xiao Ran asked. Counting this time, the red dust token had appeared in Azure Sun Temple twice. However, he had never heard of any other faction receiving a Hongchen writ. Well, this king is very curious about what those two want to do in my Azure Sun Temple with the red dust token. Let them in. Wuxia Xianxia suddenly said seriously. Qiao Ran sighed deeply, feeling more and more that his master of the temple was somewhat similar to the great emperors of the secular world. However, he did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he opened the door of the palace and sent a message to the outside. Outside the palace, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang looked at each other and walked inside side by side with solemn expressions. After the two walked into the main hall, the palace door closed again. There was a group of people from the Emperor realm in the room. Elder Gao, what can I do for you? Yang Kai felt that it was not a good thing to be stared at all the time, especially when the other party was from the Emperor realm. It made him feel uneasy, so he simply spoke up. Where have I seen you before? Gao Xueting asked, I keep thinking that you look familiar. Ha ha ha. Before Yang Kai could answer, Wuxia Xianxia, who was above, laughed loudly. Gao Xueting frowned and glared at him unhappily. Chapter 21-26. Wuxia Xianxia said, Elder Gao, these words have always been said by a man to a woman, and in a special atmosphere and environment, and with ulterior motives and intentions. If this little brother had said these words to you, this king could still understand, but if you took the initiative to say these words, there seems to be something wrong. Shut up. Gao Shueting shouted. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Qin Chaoyang was also dumbfounded and looked at Gao Shueting with a strange expression. Although Gao Shueting was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, she was just an elder in Azure Sun Temple, while Wen Zishan was the Temple Master. As an elder, she dared to ask the Temple Master to shut up? Wasn't this disgraceful and heinous? What shocked Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang even more was that Wen Zishan really did shut up. Looking around, the others didn't seem to be surprised by this scene and didn't blame Gao Shueting at all. Instead, a few people cast disdainful looks at Wen Zishan. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. The first thought that popped up in his mind was that the Wen Zishan sitting on top was an impostor. That was why Gao Shueting didn't give him any face, and even the others could stare at him. But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't very likely. When Wen Zishan waved his hand just now, he clearly felt the fluctuations of power in his body. This guy was definitely a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, he was the only Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. If he wasn't Wen Zishan, who else could he be? Yang Kai was confused. He felt that there was something wrong with the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple. You haven't answered my question yet. Have I seen you somewhere before? Gao Shueting turned to look at Yang Kai again. She asked relentlessly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. I am from Maplewood City. Elder Gao went to Maplewood City last time to help Master Xiao Yu Yang open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. At that time, I was also present and even entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Perhaps this is why Elder Gao finds me familiar. I see. Gao Shueting muttered. She felt that what he said made sense, so she nodded and said, maybe. After saying that, he then ignored him. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. If Gao Shueting were to recognize him as the demon cultivator she had fought with before in this situation, Yang Kai reckoned that his end would be very miserable. Everyone waited quietly in the hall for a moment, and Chen Qian's communication compass suddenly fluctuated with divine thought. After checking for a while, she raised her head and shook her head at Wen Zishan, Temple Master. There is no such thing as a tribulation fruit in our treasury. How disappointing. Wen Zishan murmured. Qin Chaoyang also showed a disappointed expression. After all, it would be best if they could get a ready-made tribulation fruit, so Yang Kai wouldn't have to take the risk of entering the Four Seasons realm. But now, Azure Sun Temple didn't have such a thing, so they didn't know what the group of Emperor Realm Masters would do next. Since there is no such thing, Wen Zishan said, then you can go in and look for it yourself. As for whether you can find it or not, it will depend on your own luck. He said this to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed when he heard this. Gao Shueting frowned slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but since Wen Zishan had already spoken, she did not want to interrupt. Many thanks, Temple Master 1. Qin Chaoyang bowed to the ground. However, this Qin has another request. Wen Zishan smiled slightly. Let's hear it. If it is not too much. Qin Chaoyang said, this Qin requests that Temple Master give me the quota to enter the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai smiled and said, then what will it take for Brother Xue to agree to give up this spot? It's very simple. Xiao Bai said lightly, our spots are all obtained through the sect's martial arts exhibition. In other words, the strong will get it. If you can kill Junior Brother Xue, then your spot will naturally be deserved. I don't think the others will say anything. Yes. Xue nodded fiercely, kill me, or be killed by me. The person who lives will have the spot. That's not good. Yang Kai showed hesitation. These two guys spoke so crudely that it made him feel uneasy. If he was killed by Shui, nothing would happen, but if he killed Shui, he was afraid that he would make a big mess. There's nothing wrong with it. Xiao Baiyi's expression was still indifferent. Or, are you afraid? Why is Brother Xiao trying to provoke me? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Heh heh, if you are really afraid, it's not too late to leave Azure Sun Mountain Range now. With your weak First Order Dao Source Realm cultivation, this sir is really worried that he will accidentally kill you. Shui laughed arrogantly. AI. Yang Kai sighed and said, I understand why you two are here. He didn't expect that just asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm would cause such trouble. If possible, he naturally didn't want to fight with the cultivator of Azure Sun Temple. But seeing Shui so aggressive, he couldn't solve this matter even if he tolerated it. After all, he had promised Qin Chaoyang and used the Jade Beggar token left by that master, so he had to go to the Four Seasons realm. Since you two are so kind, then this Yang will accept. Brother Xiao, please be a witness to the outcome of this matter. Don't worry. Xiao Baiyi was a little surprised to see Yang Kai agree. He thought that if he and Shui came in person and threatened the other party, wouldn't they be scared witless and run away? But the result of this matter was not like that. He said lightly, I agreed with Junior Brother Shui to come here this time to witness this matter. No matter how you two win or lose, or if you are in danger, I will not intervene. Brother Xiao seems to be a trustworthy person. Yang Kai grinned, then I'll have to trouble you. You'd better take care of yourself. Don't die too easily. Otherwise, if word gets out, it will not be good for the temple's reputation. Xiao Baiyi narrowed his eyes slightly. In the void, two beautiful figures were hiding, quietly watching the situation below. Chen Qian said, this young guy, he's got guts. Facing Shui, who is one realm higher than him, he didn't even flinch. Guts have nothing to do with strength. Gao Shueting said lightly. While speaking, she suddenly looked up at the void, curled her lips, and snorted, you're not doing your job. Coming to watch the show for such a trivial matter, what a scandal. Chen Qian heard this and also looked in that direction, pursing her lips and smiling, Temple Master, I'm afraid you're bored. At this moment, when Zishan's voice sounded in the ears of the two women, are the two beauties interested in drinking with this Temple Master? Chapter 21-28. Little Shueting, how about we make a bet? At this moment, Wen Zishan suddenly transmitted his voice over. What bet? Gao Shueting turned her head and looked over. Let's bet on who will win. Wen Zishan smiled slightly and pointed below. What's the bet? Gao Shueting asked coldly. Let me think. Wen Zishan showed a thoughtful look. Oh right, little Shueting, haven't you always wanted to enter the door of life and death? If you win, this king will allow you to enter. Are you serious? Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes narrowed as she shouted. On the side, Chen Qian, who heard the words door of life and death, also had a change in expression. When has this king ever lied to you? Wen Zishan showed a harmless smile as he spoke. Gao Shueting stared at Wen Zishan as if she wanted to see into his heart, but the other party still maintained that warm and dazzling smile. After a while, Gao Shueting finally moved her gaze away and said, indeed, although you are always sloppy and don't do proper work, you don't have the temperament and demeanor of a sect master. Wen Zishan's face darkened as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After hearing your evaluation, this king feels useless. Gao Shueting changed the topic and said, but you really haven't lied to anyone. Is this the only good thing about this king? Wen Zishan looked dejected. Then what do you want if you win? Gao Shueting asked coldly. Wenzi Shan chuckled as his bright eyes swept over Gao Shueting a few times. The latter felt uncomfortable under his gaze and her face was slightly red. She snorted, "Quickly put away your dirty thoughts. Be careful or I'll gouge your eyes out." "What are you thinking?" Wenzi Shan laughed. "Well, how about this? If I win, you promise me a small request that is not against your principles and is not too excessive." "A small request? What kind of request?" Gao Shueting asked warily. "Well, I haven't thought about it yet, I'll tell you when I think about it, okay?" Wenzi Shan laughed. "Sister Gao, don't be fooled. We don't know what the temple master is trying to do," Chen Qian kindly reminded her, afraid that Gao Shueting would be rash and fall into Wenzi Shan's trap. "I know." Gao Shueting nodded. As he spoke, he turned his head to look down and continued, "But he has to win this bet first. Otherwise, there's no point in saying anything." While speaking, she nodded at Wenzi Shan. "Okay, I agree. It's a deal." Wenzi Shan chuckled, "Don't go back on your word. You'd better prepare the pass to enter the gate of life and death for me first." Chen Qian sighed with a helpless look. She didn't think that Yang Kai could defeat Shui Yi, who was ranked 15th in the Dao Source realm in the entire Azure Sun Temple. However, she always had a bad feeling in her heart. Although the temple master was not serious in all kinds of ways, he was still very reliable at critical moments. Chen Qian did not think that Wenzi Shan would really let Gao Shueting enter the door of life and death, so he should have a lot of confidence in this bet. Thinking of this, she hurriedly looked down. Below, Shui Yi looked at Yang Kai, who was walking over step by step, with a slight surprise, and grinned. "Why can't you just lie there obediently? Why do you have to come out? You're courting death. Friend, you're quite insidious." "I've learned my lesson." Yang Kai snorted. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "Boy, do a good job and beat your opponent down. This king can promise you a request that is not too excessive." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was stunned. Because this voice was clearly the voice of the Azure Sun Temple Master, Wenzi Shan. He had just seen this man a few days ago, so he was naturally familiar with his voice. Moreover, in this Azure Sun Temple headquarters, no one would dare to impersonate Wenzi Shan and send him a message. Before his attack arrived, it was dissolved. The two of them fought like a flash of lightning, directly in close combat, quickly probing, attacking, and counterattacking. Their movements were smooth and without any pattern. It was dazzling. It was breathtaking. A trace of solemnity finally appeared in Xiao Baiyi's eyes. Although he was ranked second in the sect's martial arts exhibition, if he were to fight Shui Yi in close combat, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. But that Kai Yang was able to fight evenly with Shui Yi, evenly matched. In other words, in terms of close combat in the territory, his level was the same as Shui Yi's. What made it difficult for Xiao Baiyi to accept was that Yang Kai was only at the level of the First Order Dao Source realm. One minor realm lower than Shui Yi, two minor realms lower than him. Which corner did this guy pop out from? He and Shui Yi were the elites of Azure Sun Temple. Asterisk peng peng peng, asterisk in front of the palace, two figures crisscrossed, moving back and forth. They did not use any artifacts or secret techniques, only the collision of their flesh and source chi. The rough fighting style bloomed with a wild beauty, dazzling people who watched. Deep pits appeared on the ground one after another, and the void collapsed due to the violent power. The battlefield shifted several times, and the entire lonely peak was a mess. Sister Gao. Chen Qian was stunned. Although she was shocked that she had underestimated Yang Kai's ability, she was more worried about the bet between Gao Shueting and the unscrupulous temple master. If this guy surnamed Yang really won, who knew what kind of shameful things he would ask Gao Shueting to do with his bad taste? Damn it, I misjudged him. Gao Shueting also gritted her teeth and glared fiercely in the direction of Wen Zishan, only to see him leisurely drinking wine and eating spirit fruits with an expression of victory on his face. This made her sullen mood even worse. Do you think you've won? Gao Shueting said coldly, in that case, don't blame me for using my trump card. Having said that, she stared down again and moved her divine sense slightly. Down below, Shui, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Kai, suddenly showed a look of horror and shouted, "No!" At this moment, he seemed to have been greatly stimulated, and his whole person showed a frightened expression. Yang Kai did not care what happened to him and directly punched him in the face. Shui screamed and his body flew high like a kite with a broken string. Blood flowed out of his nostrils in mid-air, and he fell heavily to the ground. Huh! Xiao Bai looked at this scene in amazement. He really did not understand what had happened to Shui just now. How could he be hit by Yang Kai in a situation where they were evenly matched? It seems like he's more of a hindrance than a help. Wen Zishan smiled at Gao Shueting gloatingly in the void. Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, "Don't talk nonsense, just wait and see." Wen Zishan was rebuffed, but he did not care. After all, he had always been shameless. On the other side, Shui, who had fallen to the ground, slowly got up. He stretched out his hand and wiped the bottom of his nose. He grinned and said, "I don't want to be locked up for half a year. Ancient Black Peak is not a place for people to stay. What nonsense are you talking about? Did you get beaten, silly?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "I just want to say, you're finished." Shui's eyes suddenly burst with an extremely dangerous light, and his whole body bloomed with a faint light. "I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but now I might accidentally kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the light on his body suddenly became brighter, accompanied by a shocking roar. His exposed skin and flesh suddenly became as hard as steel, glowing with a metallic luster. Chapter 2130. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai curled his lips. Wen Zishan smiled and did not get angry. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then, do you want this king to help you refine this emperor artifact? I see that your compatibility with this emperor artifact is very low. You can't even unleash its power. You don't have much time left. If this king helps, I guarantee that you will be able to unleash 1/10 of its power after entering the Four Seasons realm. You will be invincible in the sealed world. What do you think?" He had an earnest expression on his face, as if he was going to give Yang Kai a huge benefit. Yang Kai shook his head and looked at him mockingly. "Temple Master Wen, are you so eager for me to make a request?" Wen Zishan heard this and the corner of his mouth twitched. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, you saw through me." Yang Kai laughed. "This junior will consider your request carefully. When the time comes, I will come to Temple Master Wen to fulfill it." He understood that Wen Zishan was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple. Although this person gave him a somewhat unreliable feeling, such a master always kept his promises. He promised that he could make a request that was not too excessive after defeating Shui, so he would definitely fulfill it. Yang Kai did not have anything to ask for at the moment, so it was better not to mention it and save it for later use. Who knows, it might be of great help at a critical moment. This brat is too insidious and cunning. Wen Zishan said hatefully, but soon, he showed an indifferent expression and waved his hand. "Forget it. You deserve it. Come to Fallen Flower Peak in 7 days. When the time comes, someone will take you along. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists, and bowed. See you off, Temple Master 1. Wen Zishan smiled slightly and his body gradually faded. After a few breaths, he completely disappeared. After he left, Yang Kai frowned and glanced at the void on the other side. He had a blank look on his face. He had a feeling that there was someone hiding there, but he couldn't find out who it was. However, if the other party was from the Emperor realm, then everything made sense. Since the other party didn't take the initiative to show up, he was probably just here to watch the show. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. He turned around and walked towards the ruined palace. This kid surnamed Yang seems to have discovered us. Chen Qian stared at Yang Kai's back with some surprise and said softly. It's probably just a suspicion. Gao Shueting said. His senses are also unusually sharp. This person is very interesting. Sister Gao, do you think he came from that place? Gao Shueting turned to look at her. Chen Qian said, if he didn't come from that place, how could he have such strength? He even has an emperor artifact. He's only in the First Order Dao Source realm. Gao Shueting shook her head. If it really came from there, there's no way we wouldn't know. However, they were the rising stars of this generation. There are really many capable people. Chen Qian heard this and nodded. Yes. Princess Lan Sun perfectly inherited the bright moon phantom of the great emperors. I heard that she also advanced to the Dao Source realm more than a year ago. This time, she will definitely go to the Four Seasons realm. In Heavenly Martial Holy Land, there seems to be a yin-yang dual body. Although Zhuangbu Fan of Orthodoxy Temple doesn't have a special physique, he is talented and intelligent. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he has seen fighting above his realm as a common occurrence. He has made a name for himself at a young age and is now in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Chapter 2131. With Wen Zishan's explanation, everyone immediately understood why the mere opening of the Four Seasons realm could alarm the great emperors of Heaven's revelations. When the heaven-devouring great emperor was annihilated, the great emperors of Heaven's revelations were also involved. It was thanks to his divine technique that he was able to calculate the whereabouts of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor and see through his end. Otherwise, who would dare to act rashly in the face of the number one master of the star boundary? Wasn't that courting death? What did the master of Heaven's revelation say? Gao Shueting asked nervously. Wen Zishan said, it's actually not that serious. It's just that the appearance of a star seal in the Four Seasons realm is a bit unpredictable. Star seal? Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows. The voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea? But, I know what you want to say. Wen Zishan waved his hand. Over the years, the Star Seal has appeared randomly before the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, so we didn't expect that the Star Seal would appear in a certain sealed world. But this time, it's probably a coincidence that the opening of the Four Seasons realm happened. Anyway, it's something that appears randomly. Since we received the message from the Master of Heaven's revelations, let the disciples work hard to find it. The number of star seals is related to the number of disciples who can enter the Shattered Star Sea in the future, so we can't be careless. Now that you mention it, Lord Temple Master, it does make sense. Qiu Ran thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, pass down the order and let the disciples work harder. By the way, Master, since our Azure Sun Temple received the message from the Master of Heaven's revelations, other forces. Those with a little strength will definitely get it, Wen Zishan said. In that case, in order to compete for the Star Seal, the Four Seasons realm will be in danger. This time, it's an experience for the Four Seasons realm. I'm afraid it will be several times more dangerous than in previous years. Xiao Ran couldn't help but show a worried look. Wen Zishan smiled and said, young sprouts will always have to go through trials and tribulations. They won't be able to grow if we give them too much care. Temple Master is right. Xiao Ran said respectfully. Alright, since things have changed, let's set off earlier. Pass down the order, everyone will gather and depart tomorrow morning. Wen Zishan turned to look at Gao Shueting. He said. Yes. Gao Shueting replied. Wen Zishan grinned again and said, Elder Gao, don't forget what you promised me. Gao Shueting's pretty face changed slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, do you really have to do this? Wen Zishan chuckled, what? Do you want to go back on your word? That's not good, a man can't live without his word. Gao Shueting said bitterly, I understand. I definitely won't call you master of the palace hall. I'm just disappointed. At the end of her speech, she looked like she was gnashing her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with accusations of blood and tears. I'll wait and see. Wen Zishan laughed, seeming to be in a good mood, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone cast puzzled glances at Gao Shueting, not knowing what happened between her and the temple master. Sister Gao. Chen Qian said worriedly. You don't have to say anything. We'll know tomorrow. Gao Shueting's mood was extremely bad, and her emotions were somewhat abnormal. Her chest was heaving violently, and she had no desire to explain herself. Alright, then. At night, Yang Kai received the news that they were to gather at Luoying Peak the next day. To his surprise, the person who brought him the news was actually Xiao Baiyi. After the other party left a cold sentence, he left immediately. He didn't even have the intention to talk to him. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this, but he vaguely guessed that the early gathering had something to do with what happened during the day. The next day, he woke up early and went straight in the direction of Luoying Peak. After a while, he arrived at the square on the peak. Many people had already gathered here, including Dao Source Realm and the Emperor Realm. Xiao Ran and Chen Qian, whom Yang Kai met last time, were among them. Seeing him arrive, they just glanced at him and didn't pay any more attention to him. Those Dao Source Realm disciples, on the other hand, were looking at Yang Kai curiously. It seemed that the news of the battle between Yang Kai and Shui had already spread, so everyone was very interested in him. After realizing that he was really only from the First Order Dao Source Realm, a few people couldn't help but change their expression slightly. Xiao Baiyi also stood in the crowd, not even looking at Yang Kai. Having never met these people before, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't ask for a snub, so he casually found a corner where no one was around and stood there quietly, waiting. Speaking of which, since coming to the star boundary, it was the first time he had seen a gathering of disciples from a large sect, but he boasted that he was not weaker than others, so he didn't feel inferior. Just as he was waiting quietly, he suddenly noticed that someone was walking towards him. He turned his head and saw an ordinary-looking young man in his 20s, looking at him with a smile. Not only was this young man ordinary in appearance, but he was also dressed very casually, without any temperament. If such a person was thrown into a crowd, no one would pay much attention to him. But when he walked towards them, the disciples who were originally gathered in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other, suddenly became completely silent, and all of them turned their gazes towards this direction. Even several masters from the Emperor realm paid attention to this scene, and the girl named Chen Qian even showed a worried expression. The young man came to a stop not far from Yang Kai, looked him up and down, and showed a bright and gentle smile. Are you the outsider who defeated Shui? Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him, and as he introduced himself, his divine sense swept over this person without leaving a trace. But what made Yang Kai's expression change slightly was that he couldn't detect the strength of this person's cultivation. After his divine sense swept over him, it was as if this guy didn't exist. If it weren't for the fact that he could see him with the naked eye, Yang Kai was afraid that he would think that there was no one in front of him. This guy was definitely not as ordinary as he looked on the surface. Combining the reactions of those disciples and the people from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai secretly deduced. The young man smiled slightly, so it's Brother Yang. My name is Xia Sheng. Yang Kai also mixed in with the crowd and casually found a place to sit cross-legged on the ship. Gao Shueting waited until everyone was in position before her delicate body swayed and came to the deck. Then, she slowly turned around with a gloomy and terrifying grin on her face. She stared at Wen Zishan, who had been hiding in the crowd, and said through gritted teeth, "Wait for me to come back. I'll deal with you properly." She looked like she had suffered a great humiliation. She was just short of saying that she would not be human if she did not take revenge. Bon voyage. Wen Zishan waved his hand, and his body inexplicably trembled slightly. Humph. Gao Shueting coldly snorted and pushed her source chi. The ship immediately accelerated and flew out of the Azure Sun mountain range. When the ship gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, a continuous burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Wen Zishan laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He clutched his stomach with both hands and wanted to roll on the ground to relieve his discomfort. He laughed and said, You saw little Shueting, right? Ha ha ha, it was so interesting. What a scandal. Qiu Ran looked speechless and shook his head sadly. He flicked his sleeve and flew away. Temple Master, please have some self-respect. Another cultivator from the Emperor realm could not stand it anymore and felt ashamed to be associated with this person. You're dead meat. Chen Qian looked at Wen Zishan contemptuously and said, Wait for Sister Gao to come back from the Four Seasons realm. Let's see how she will deal with you. After that, everyone left one after another, leaving Wen Zishan alone to hang on by himself. As he laughed, he also felt quite bored. His expression became solemn as he straightened his body and said to himself sadly, It seems that I haven't seen little Shueting smile for many years. I really miss it. She was such a playful and clingy child when she was young. How did she suddenly become so independent and cold when she grew up? A girl really changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. On the ship, everyone was silent. The 20 Dao Source Realm cultivators all had to silently push their source chi to resist the coldness coming from the front. Gao Shueting had been standing at the front of the deck the entire time. However, she had been exuding a bone-chilling coldness since they set off. It was a coldness that seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. From time to time, Gao Shueting would let out a nervous chuckle, which made everyone's hair stand on end. At this moment, who would dare to provoke Gao Shueting? Therefore, no one dared to speak, not even whisper. All of them were holding their breaths and looking down. Azure Sun Temple had 20 slots to enter the Four Seasons realm. Chapter 2133. However, because of the appearance of the Star Seal, the Four Seasons realm will be much more dangerous than in previous years, so in addition to looking for the Star Seal, the most important thing for all of you to remember is to ensure your own safety. You are all the future of the sect, and the death of any one of you is a loss to the sect, so this queen wants all of you to retreat safely. Yes, many thanks for Elder Gao's concern. All the disciples responded in unison. Elder Gao, what does the star seal look like? Xiao Bai asked. The star seal, its shape is not fixed, but if you obtain it, it will brand a certain part of your body and turn into a pattern. If you really have the opportunity to obtain it, you will naturally know. Disciple understands. Xiao Bai nodded. In addition, the star seal can be transferred. After you bring it out, you can hand it over to the sect. Of course, in return, if any of you obtain a star seal, you will be eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea in the future. Everyone heard this and could not help but hold their breath, looking very excited. Then, what if this disciple is lucky enough to obtain 2 or more? Xiao Bai asked again. Gao Shueting said, keep one for yourself and hand the rest to the sect. The sect will give you a corresponding reward. Speaking of this, she suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai and said, you too? Me? Yang Kai looked surprised. Yes. Gao Shueting gently nodded, although you are not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, since you have occupied a spot in my temple, you naturally have to abide by the rules. Alright, Yang Kai nodded helplessly. He could not win against Gao Shueting. It was estimated that when he came out of the Four Seasons realm, Azure Sun Temple would examine his body in detail to see if he had obtained a star seal. That's all I want to say. As for the rest, there is nothing to say. You can do as you please. Gao Shueting did not say anything. After she finished speaking, she returned to the bow of the ship and stood there quietly. She was like a statue, motionless. Outside the ship, Xia Sheng still maintained the same speed as the ship, showing a pitiful look as he opened his mouth and shouted. It looked like he was begging for mercy. But Gao Shueting did not even look at him. Xia Sheng was helpless and could only turn his eyes to Xiao Bai, seemingly hoping that Xiao Bai would put in a good word for him. Xiao Bai decisively turned his head in another direction, on the ship. Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered. He was considering whether to ask Gao Shueting for information on the Four Seasons realm. However, this woman seemed to be a bit temperamental, and because of the previous encounter, Yang Kai didn't want to have any contact with her. He didn't want her to see through him. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly felt someone quietly poke him. He looked back. He noticed a woman sitting not far from him. She was looking at him with pursed red lips. This woman looked to be around 20 years old, but her real age was definitely higher than that. Her figure should be very tall, her skin was white, her appearance was delicate, and her hair was elegant and moving. Miss, what's the matter? Yang Kai asked curiously. You don't have this, right? This is for you. As the woman spoke, she handed a jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and reached out to take it. He scanned it with his divine sense and checked the contents of the jade slip. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and said, "This is, what was recorded in this jade slip was information on the Four Seasons realm." Every time the Four Seasons realm opened, Azure Sun Temple would send disciples to enter it, so they were quite familiar with the situation inside. He frowned and pondered for a while, then stood up and walked in that direction. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiao saw this scene and hurriedly called out. He hurriedly shouted, "Where are you going?" Once bitten, twice shy. Just now, she wanted to go to the Star Soul Palace to find an old friend to reminisce about the past, but she did not expect to cause such a disturbance and cause Xiaosheng to be grounded. She blamed herself very much. At this moment, seeing that Yang Kai wanted to leave the encampment, she hurriedly asked with concern. "I'm just walking around." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Then you have to be careful." Murong Xiao did not stop him and just reminded him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and continued to walk forward. "Why do you care about the life or death of an outsider?" Xiao Bai snorted unhappily. Murong Xiao said, "Junior brother Yang, he came with us after all." "You still call him junior brother?" Xiao Bai glared at Murong Xiao, "He is not a disciple of my temple." Murong Xiao stuck out her tongue and said, "Brother Xiao, you don't like him?" "It's not that I don't like him," Xiao Bai coldly snorted, "I just don't like him." Murong Xiao slowly shook her head and did not say anything more. On the other side, Yang Kai walked all the way until he walked out of the valley and came to a dense forest before stopping. The breeze was bleak and the leaves rustled. Yang Kai sighed and said, "Since you asked me to come here, why don't you show yourself?" As soon as his voice fell, he heard a burst of giggles and immediately, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared on top of a tree, looking down at him condescendingly, her pair of beautiful eyes full of curiosity and a strange look. She stared at Yang Kai and clicked her tongue. "I didn't expect you to have already broken through to the Dao Source realm in such a short time. As expected of a master from a low-level star territory, your aptitude is really extraordinary." Yang Kai looked up at her and smiled meaningfully. "Protector Bian, it's been a long time." The woman who quietly sent him a message and asked him to come here to see her was Bian Yuqing, one of the 4 protectors of Blue Feather Sect. At that time, it was this woman who accepted him into Blue Feather Sect. Blue Feather Sect was also Yang Kai's first stop in the star boundary. Bian Yuqing knew some of his details and understood that he was a cultivator from a low-level star territory. It was for this reason that Bian Yuqing accepted him as a disciple. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's second-order origin king cultivation at that time, Bian Yuqing probably would not have even spared him a glance. This woman had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm. Seeing Bian Yuqing, Yang Kai remembered Lu Xianyun who was with him at that time. This woman was the same as him. Both came from a low-level star territory, but came from a place called Great Desolate Star Territory and was also accepted into Blue Feather Sect by Bian Yuqing. Unfortunately, when they were fleeing, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were separated. After such a long time, Yang Kai wondered how Lu Xianyun was doing. "It's rare that you still remember this queen is very gratified." Just as he was contemplating, Bian Yuqing smiled sweetly. With a slight push of her feet, she slowly landed in front of Yang Kai like a goddess descending from the sky. Protector Bian's great kindness is engraved in this junior's heart, how could he forget? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although Bian Yuqing might have other purposes for accepting him into Blue Feather Sect at that time, this woman did not harshly abuse him. Of course, she also did not deliberately take care of him, so Yang Kai's attitude towards her was relatively calm. Although he said so, in fact, he did not have any intention of being grateful. Bian Yuqing looked at him and said, "Your ability to lie with a straight face has improved. If you really remember this queen's kindness, how could you come over so reluctantly?" "How could I?" Yang Kai looked wronged. "It's just. I didn't expect to meet Protector Bian here." After a pause, he said, "Protector Bian didn't come alone, right?" When he said this, he glanced to the side, intentionally or unintentionally. Bian Yuqing raised her brow. She said in surprise, "Boy, your senses are quite sharp." She waved to the side and said, "Don't hide, come out." As soon as she said this, another person laughed loudly. Haha, junior brother Yang, it's been a long time since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever. Yang Kai looked to the side with a smile and cupped his fists. Brother Ko. This person was Ko Wu. He was also Bian Yuqing's confidant. Ko Wu was the first Dao Source Realm Master Yang Kai saw after coming to the Star Boundary. It was also this guy who captured him and Lu Xianyun and brought them to Bian Yuqing. However, unlike Bian Yuqing, Ko Wu took care of Yang Kai a little during that time. So, Yang Kai's impression of him was quite good. Junior brother Yang is already a Dao Source Realm Master. This Ko is really surprised. Ko Wu looked up and down at Yang Kai with a surprised expression. After all, when he first met Yang Kai, the other party was only a second-order origin king who knew nothing about the Star Boundary. How long had it been since they met? The other party was already at his level. No wonder it was rumored that a cultivator from a low-level star territory had outstanding aptitude and extraordinary potential. He didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Yang Kai, he had to believe it. It was just a fluke. Yang Kai responded casually. But, what surprised this queen even more was that you actually became a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. It seems that Azure Sun Temple has put a lot of effort into you. Bian Yuqing smiled slightly. She also accidentally saw Yang Kai when she was watching the fun just now, so she secretly sent him a message and asked him to come out and meet her. Yang Kai was in Azure Sun Temple's encampment, so she naturally thought that Yang Kai had joined Azure Sun Temple. If so, it would explain why he could be promoted to the Dao Source Realm so quickly. Azure Sun Temple was not comparable to a small sect like Blue Feather sect that didn't even have a member of the Emperor Realm. The sect was rich in resources. Protector Bian misunderstood. Yang Kai shook his head. I am not from Azure Sun Temple. Do you think this queen is blind? Bian Yuqing glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai said, it's just that for some reason, I came with the people of Azure Sun Temple, believe it or not. Is that so? Bian Yuqing was stunned. Although it did not have a master from the Emperor Realm, it originally had several masters from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so it had at least 2 spots to enter the Four Seasons Realm. Wu Meng Chuan's killing spree last time caused Blue Feather sect to be short of manpower, so only Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu could come. Information about the Four Seasons Realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes, Bian Yuqing nodded. Don't tell me you don't know anything. Since you can mix in with Azure Sun Temple, you must know more than us, right? Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while before saying, I do have information. However, it's their sect secret, so I can't disclose it. Bian Yuqing smiled slightly and said, if you don't say it, and I don't say it, who will know? Yang Kai shook his head. Bian Yuqing's face changed, and when she was about to say something, Yang Kai said, the only thing I can tell you is. Star seals will appear in the Four Seasons Realm this time. Star seals? Ko Wu frowned, obviously not knowing what this was. However, Bian Yuqing vaguely seemed to think of something and after pondering for a while, exclaimed, you mean, a pass to enter the Shattered Star Sea? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. The Shattered Star Sea? Ko Wu finally reacted and exclaimed in a low voice, his face filled with shock. Yang Kai smiled and said, you two should work hard. If we meet in the Four Seasons Realm, maybe we will have a chance to join forces. After saying so, he ignored the two and walked back the way he came. For him, neither Bian Yuqing nor Ko Wu were familiar with him. The little care he received in Blue Feather sect was enough to be repaid with the information just now. From now on, he had no grievances with these two. If they had no malicious intentions towards him, then everything was fine, but if they really wanted to do something to him, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. After all, they were now Wu Mengchuan's people. Yang Kai was very afraid of this descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. At that time, Wu Mengchuan actually taught him a complete set of heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. This was the secret art of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor relied on this secret art to become the #1 master in the star boundary at that time. Yang Kai would never believe that Wu Mengchuan had no ulterior motives. It was just that he really didn't understand what the other party wanted to do. He even did not hesitate to teach him the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. He did not cultivate this secret art himself but gave it to his embodiment. During this time, his embodiment strength had improved a lot. From his embodiment, Yang Kai also understood the heaven-defying effects of this secret art. If it weren't for some scruples, he would have been tempted to cultivate it himself. Thinking about this all the way, Yang Kai soon returned to Azure Sun Temple's encampment. Like the Blue Feather sect, there were only 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. They seemed to have cultivated some kind of joint secret technique. Once they used it, their speed was as fast as lightning. The 2 people turned into streams of light and rushed into the entrance first. They seemed to think that they would have more advantages if they went in earlier. Unfortunately, things didn't go as they wished. Several cultivators from the Emperor realm just looked at them coldly. They had no intention of stopping them and just watched quietly. Sigh. Gao Shueting sighed. It seems that there are people who don't care about their lives every time. As soon as her voice fell, 2 screams came from the void. In other words, the dead cultivator was on the same level as them. Just like that, he disappeared without a trace. If they were in his shoes and encountered such a thing, they would definitely end up in the same situation. Therefore, the visual impact and mental shock that the scene just now brought to them was extremely strong. Following Yang Kai, the 9 people fled as fast as they could. They had no intention of stopping to fight with the flame beast. With the strength of the people present, there was no way to resist such a terrifying existence. The consequences of being impulsive would only lead to death. At this time, the remaining people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land also flew not far behind them. However, they were also smart. Seeing that someone was taking the blame, they quickly scattered and ran in other directions. The flame beast did not care which sect or sect these people belonged to. In its eyes, anyone who trespassed on its territory must die, so it still chased after them. Source chi surged from her body and she shouted, "One last question, since you want me to offer you my soul brand, you must have strength that I recognize. Although I don't think I can beat you, but I have to try." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and summoned her ribbon artifact. The ribbon rose in the wind and suddenly turned into a rainbow bridge, running from north to south and wrapping around Yang Kai with destructive power. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Kai Yang stood in place and didn't move, coldly saying, "After seeing my methods, you won't have the chance to refuse." Hua Qingxi didn't answer. Instead, she formed a series of hand seals and the rainbow bridge formed by the ribbons suddenly condensed into a rope. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around Yang Kai like a dumpling. Even his nose and mouth couldn't be seen. Hua Qingxi was stunned, not expecting Yang Kai to be so easy to deal with. If so, before she could feel the joy in her heart, she heard Yang Kai suddenly snort and say, "It seems you're mentally prepared." At this point, Yang Kai's figure suddenly became illusory, as if he had disappeared from this space. The ribbon that tightly wrapped around him also loosened. Space secret technique, Nihility. Once this move was used, Yang Kai could escape into a void crack, thereby avoiding some fatal attacks. In addition, he could also use Nihility to hide his figure and aura, allowing him to gather information. How is this possible? Hua Qingxi's pretty face changed. Haven't you seen a space secret technique before? Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the other side. Hua Qingxi's face changed again as she turned her head and saw Yang Kai floating there unscathed, looking at her with a playful expression. Space secret technique. Hua Qingxi shouted, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Moon blade. Yang Kai raised his hand and dozens of pitch-black void cracks with crescent-shaped blades appeared and slashed towards Hua Qingxi. Perceiving the terrifying lethality contained in this strange attack, Hua Qingxi did not dare to be negligent and shouted, "Butterfly dance." Her tender body spun and a multicolored light burst out, transforming into multicolored butterflies that flew forward to meet the attack. Hong hong hong. The moon blade collided with the countless butterflies, creating a violent explosion as energy surged and the world energy aura became chaotic. Star-chasing arrow. Seeing her first move fail, Hua Qingxi immediately used another Star Soul Palace secret technique. After all, she was from Star Soul Palace, the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, and she had a powerful third-order Dao source realm cultivation. Hua Qingxi was by no means an ordinary person. Whether it was her combat experience, her strength, or her ability to adapt on the spot, she was outstanding. As soon as the secret technique was used, specks of starlight appeared on the surface of Hua Qingxi's body and condensed into an arrow. With a slight tremor, the arrow pierced through space and arrived directly in front of Yang Kai, intending to pierce through his head. Child's play. Yang Kai coldly snorted, principal strength lingering around his hand as he grasped the star-chasing arrow and crushed it to pieces. Hua Qingxi's heart thumped violently, as if what Yang Kai had crushed was not the star-chasing arrow but her own heart, asking in amazement, how can you do this?" Yang Kai grinned fiercely and said arrogantly, "The 3,000 great paths and thousands of secret techniques are nothing more than a combination of world energy and world principles. Your secret technique only relies on world energy, not world principles. As long as you understand the power of this world energy, breaking it will be a piece of cake." Hua Qingxi's forehead was dripping with cold sweat.